Hello, 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 hello. See if our multi-stream works today. Nope, it's just broken. So I think I just have to like disconnect everything while the stream isn't going on and then figure it out from there. But I guess we'll just have to open up the chats on different windows again. Which is fine. Like, I think I got used to it by the end.
Yesterday was the first time we saw 4 of the other teams playing in the ring of Ascension, including JFT, Ewok.
Yeah, we saw Raman out here. He's our player to watch from, especially from yesterday, right? This guy
Give me a second. Let's pop out our chats.
This guy, interesting enough, he didn't give away. He was the only player to not give away a single first death. He played the.
Oh, I love that he pointed that out.
And he had the highest damage in the server. This guy was insane yesterday.
Yeah, JFT overall.
Hello, Just Trice. Loved me on the Korean broadcast. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Been in a very strategic way, and SPG continues to look very strong as well. And our, I have to look at France.
Hello, Natsuki. All right, we got YouTube. All right, YouTube's working.
Yeah,
Twitch chat is working.
We just saw some of his clips, right? He's hitting those deagles.
I should probably just have one of the chats open on my tablet. That's probably gonna be easier.
That's the thing that I really like about this team, because they can just rely on anyone in their team to have these moments.
My secondary monitor's also got a lot of glare. My tablet also has a lot of glare. All my gear has a lot of glare.
Games from Full Sense and Sushi Boys, his experience really showed all that time on Pacific with Talon Esports.
Yeah, I think this guy, he comes in, he's absolute killjoy masterclass. He likes that Odin, which I like about him. And he went +4.
Ewok likes the Odin, confirmed.
Across the series, and he dropped 27 on the last map on Icebox, where his closest teammate was 10.
Okay, there we go. Everything's working. Cool.
Them getting across the line on that Icebox map.
Well, the games are smooth again today. We had a couple of hiccups yesterday, but it wasn't too bad.
Right now,
hello, Kev.
Sense is probably way up there.
Let me change. Let's update our commands so it's not outdated stuff.
Did predict for JFT, but I didn't expect him to be as clean as they were yesterday. But today's matchup, speaking of surprises, is NAOS Esports. It's going to be, they're in the lower. They got to 3rd last year, and Ascension, and their last game against Boom wasn't looking so great. I know they had some role swaps with Ja and Mojo. Was that the right choice?
I do think it fits the roles. I don't think we should jump to conclusions too fast. From anyone watching from outside of this team, I do think there's a lot of things that go right with these guys.
Put up my.
They are a good team. I just hope we see more of it from them today.
Now they will be facing
predictions
off
for the
against
day.
Taiwan Hong Kong team Oblivion Force in their full force black jerseys here. And you know what? I think it's been really tough for this team. Chalk is one of those guys we are going to be talking,
those are my
breaking down a bit more.
predictions.
They're
Okay.
Cute.
Map draft hasn't happened yet.
Probably a really important factor.
I think we're all good to go.
The regional stage. Most
excellent.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Samprisa Gaming went crazy yesterday. That they did. I mean, they got bailed out a lot. Let's put it that way. To me, Samprisa Gaming played. I actually think they played a little worse than I thought they would.
I know Valorant is one of those esports where.
에즈랑님 안녕하세요. But I think Riddle played a lot better than I thought they would. Just because, I mean, not mechanically. I think mechanically they performed near the top of what I expect their potential to be, but I thought macro-wise, Riddle played a lot better than I thought they would.
Towards the end against Boom. I want to see more of that. I hope he can kind of keep warm.
감사합니다, 에즈랑님. 오랜만에 국문해설 다시 들어가게 돼가지고 어제하고 내일 또 다시 국문해설 들어갑니다. 좀 그쪽에서 뵌지 오래됐는데 기회가 된다면 저야 뭐 언제든 감사하니까 재밌게 봐주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Yeah, there's something
How
about
you brought your
the
proficiency in
magic
English and
of
Korean to
subs,
fluent
right?
levels. I mean, I think the biggest thing is I grew up
And the
speaking
team
both
going
languages
in
at
and everyone
home.
being a little bit worried for that team, but then the subs that
And then
the
obviously
that
once it became my job, I like put in a lot of time to
you
make
know,
sure I was proficient in
very
both.
rarely
Like
let us down so
when I
far.
first
But
came to
again,
Korea to work at
it's
OGN back in
been
2012,
quite
2013,
crazy
I would just like leave on the
NAOS
Korean news like
is
all
lower.
day at
They could
home,
be
just so I'm like
eliminating one
listening
VCT
to like the
This is
best
the end of the road for
pronunciations
them.
all the time.
But with that, we do
and
have a
like
little
doing
teaser for you guys.
practices
We have
and
a
things
cool
like
little
that.
video to introduce our teams voiced by
Your
our
pick'ems are
RNT.
destroyed because of Riddle losing. Oof, should have followed my pick'ems. I got 100% so far. I mean, that's not too many, but
Oh, well, in 5 more seconds, you're going to see a very cool video voiced by Conky, our one and only. No, he's not our one and only Aussie. We got 3 Aussies now, but let's go over that video. It's a very cool video.
what are your predictions for all the matches? Oh yeah, YouTube doesn't have Nightbot commands because I'm lazy. Today I expect NAOS, Revenant, and Boom to win. I am predicting Boom over Simprisa Gaming. I mean, obviously, I think SPG's looked good, but I think SPG's strengths that they've shown so far, Boom can match. And then obviously, but it does come down to, I actually think Riddle did a really good job of identifying the pros and cons of SPG's comp yesterday on Ascent. I was actually surprised. I was surprised that Riddle figured it out like really quickly. I thought I mean, it's not rocket science, but it's also like some teams just aren't very good at doing that before the game begins. And like right off the bat in the pistol, Riddle was like, all right, we know what you need to do. Like, we know what your win conditions are. This is what we're going to counter it. And I don't know if Boom will do that, but also I feel like SPG's been much more about like hit him until it breaks type of strategy for now. Obviously, SPG could have a lot, a deeper pool, which they did in Challengers Korea. But I think Boom may not maybe give them as many chances, so we'll see. Yo, son, what's up? Hopium for Boom. Dude, it's so funny. What is it with me and Indonesian teams? What is it with me and Indonesian teams? Like, why am I drawn to these Indonesian teams? What's going on here? Not even intentional. It's so insane. Yeah, yesterday's Korean cast was pretty smooth. The setup's actually not that great. Obviously, we're in a studio, so it's not online, so that's good. But we don't have headsets, so because they don't want the audio to bleed into the mics, we have handheld mics, which I actually prefer handheld mics if possible. But we don't have earbuds, so we can't hear ourselves very well. So I didn't realize until the show was over, but I had been using my voice straight from my throat a lot more than my diaphragm. So when I met up with my wife, she was like, "Oh my god, your voice is going out." And like the broadcast wasn't that long for a 3-match day. Obviously, it was long, but and I was like, "Oh really?" And then I heard myself, and I was like, "Oh, it is going out," because I was just like shouting instead of projecting.
This close to joining franchise.
Yeah, dude, son, I think I gotta do a DNA test or something, man. There's probably like 1% of Indonesian blood somewhere in my DNA.
Yes, there's a lot of pressure, right? There's expectation from outside, but this is where the players need to keep their mind straight.
모부기님 안녕하세요. 감사합니다.
Focus on the job at hand. This is just another day for them.
제가 뭐 방송상 주로는 당연히 다 영어로 하는데 중간중간 채팅에서 뭐 궁금하시거나 한 거는 언제든지 또 한글로 쳐주시면 최대한 답해드리겠습니다. Wait, what the? Did they already do the draft? Oh, well, spoiler alert.
Yeah,
well, this is one hell of a way to show the draft.
There's no abyss straight off the
What
bat
is
here. And like you said, it's just really important for these teams to have fun.
Spoiler alert on the Asian picks.
Starting with Icebox is the first time we're seeing Icebox from
this is so funny. I mean, hey, at least we know this. They're in the server. That's great.
Icebox makes sense. I did think NAOS was going to potentially go for the Haven, but the Icebox does also.
All right, so now spans Abyss, Bind, banned by Oblivion. Icebox, now pick, Oblivion attacks. What? And then the draft just disappears?
Yeah, I think, like you said, these
matchups
make a lot of sense.
Oh, they're just moving along. They don't want to delay anything. Okay, you know what? Like, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that, but I got to update my commands. So, like, I'm glad we're going fast, but this is, like, a little too fast. Now it's just starting on defense? Is that what it is on Lotus?
Do you see the deadlock coming out? I'm excited for this one. It's something a little bit new from them.
And then what were the bans? Jeez, I can't even see it on my second screen. Sunset and then Ascent.
I think they've obviously,
okay,
like you said, this is an elimination game here, elimination match for now.
Ascent banned by Oblivion Force, and the last one is Haven.
Let's go over to our casters.
Okay, all right. I didn't even get to see the comms. What are the comms? I heard deadlock. I mean, hey, I'm all for it. Chat, I ain't complaining. Are you complaining? I'm not complaining.
Alongside my good pal Pilsky, and yeah, we have a really interesting match today. I mean, NAOS versus Oblivion Force.
Okay, Oblivion Force is playing the deadlock. Okay, deadlock Killjoy.
Meanwhile, for Oblivion Force, they're playing with some, handicaps here and there, but this is their chance to possibly move forward in the tournament, right, Pilsky?
100%. I mean, this is kind of an underdog matchup for Oblivion Force, and you're already starting to see some of those gimmicks come through from the underdog here. Oblivion Force going for the double Sentinel, going off of the Gecko onto the deadlock, and starting out attack as well is going to.
Let me just set up all my tabs here. Oh, never mind. Pistol's already going through. I'll bring it up later.
We'll see how NAOS responds. They've got the Killjoy set up, and over towards two.
All right, audio will come back soon, I'm sure. There it is.
Big pickup and Rhea, ooh, getting burned up by the nano swarms all over the A side.
Hold on, what was my...
especially for Oblivion, but right now,
we'll check it later.
Has a good chance to really secure.
Yeah, they don't actually... They have the wall, the barrier mesh, but it actually doesn't do anything because they don't actually have the sight, and that's the round. Shime will do what he can. The thing is I think on Ice... You know what? I honestly think Icebox is one of those maps where, like, Deadlock can always be useful in any comp. Because here's the thing, is that, like, Icebox is never about crazy set executes. Like, you can have a couple, but it's never about the set executes. Like, that's not how you win Icebox. At the end of the day, yeah, you want, maybe you want some flashes or smokes. Like, it's one or the other. You either usually double up on smokes or flashes, usually. But at the end of the day, you, like, choose when you go in, you take contact, you win the duel, and then you take the site. Like, that's just Icebox. So agents where, that's why, like, double controller works, that's why double sentinel works, because agents that are good in post plant will always have a place in Icebox.
Quite the best performance, a little bit slow to warm up in the server, but today, so far, Poppy Chulo already picking things up right around 2. That's what you need from NAOS if they were to be more consistent moving forward, so hopefully they can keep that up.
Yeah, I think Poppy Chulo...
If Revenant wins today, what do you think Revenant versus DSG? First of all, I do think Revenant's going to win today. I actually think Revenant versus DSG I think that could actually be a good match if Revenant is, like, on point, but, like, Sultan's always so consistent, so that you already have that going for you.
He was kind of...
that could be an interesting match. I don't think it will be strategically good, just because clearly Disguised hasn't had as much time to, like, switch out of the double duelists, but... Okay.
That said, though,
I don't mind Nexi backing up, but he's choosing to fill the site, so everyone else needs to fill the site, which they have. It's already 3 men on site, so the bear... I mean, again, this one's an eco, so, like, I won't count it against them, but we have to see if Oblivion Force keeps throwing this barrier mesh early or not. Because if you throw it this early without actually securing the site, I mean, yes, it stops the flood in, but, like, you don't have anybody on site, so you don't even know if there's already 3 people on site or not.
So for full classics investment for Oblivion Force, you're quite happy with that. They're going to go into this first gun round against a weaker kind of bonus out from now. It's interesting that they opted to start out.
I definitely do not think Revenant is the worst team here. I mean, I actually think Rapid Lo-Fi is the worst team here, and then Oblivion Force is kind of up there, but there's obviously some asterisks with Q not coming, and then also I think for Oblivion Force, them even being here is like a big success, since they're not actually under a team, like they're just working jobs and fighting for their dreams. So
that's why they're also kind of...
It's cool to have opinions, but don't cross any lines in chat. It's okay to have strong opinions, but basically don't flame each other.
That's gonna send some warning signs to NAOS for now.
He was so deep down B long. Now it's being so aggressive on the bonus here and punished.
Everyone's getting so hyped about JFT. I'm just telling. Listen, I don't think JFT's good. Like, they're good individually, but they They also literally only rotated once on Icebox, and then like
At least one, but it's the off
maybe 3 times on Lotus if you count
Oblivion. They are set up for
like
this, and
going
they're
from B to
just
C.
waiting.
They literally have no
It is
retreat.
to make the move.
They have a different interpretation of W gaming, and while they are mechanically good,
That said, Motrin, next year, able to do a little bit
like
of
the best teams
back-to-work
are mechanically
onto
good,
the
so
serve now, though. And he does get spotted out by the 0 point. Tries to reposition.
yeah, I also thought it was
to the
so
corner.
funny that Andy was still playing
It's
ISO.
1-on-3 for Poppy
It's just
Chulo.
like, dude's just ISO himself.
For a bit of a flank.
Spike planted.
This is where he does his best work. He's going to isolate some of these tools, but look
Okay.
at Chuck, it's already
3 rifles
through
saved.
that, and that's not too bad of a result for Oblivion Force on that.
Hello, welcome. We're just getting warmed up with our first game. Another 3 matches today.
Looking at that single unit of the KO, you don't have the
Nothing
service
too
yet to
crazy.
go out, take that map control like you often see on this map. It's going to have to be contact-heavy gameplay. It's going to have to be, like you mentioned, that slower play style, and that's exactly what we're seeing. They are just sitting. They are waiting for NAOS to overpeak into them in multiple scenarios throughout the majority of that round. And that's something that NAOS are going to have to be aware of. I really want to see them get the odd out super early against this comp because it could have huge impact.
Especially when they play at those long.
Oh, Mosier's very far forward. Oblivion Force suspects it, but he's actually in a very good position because you're usually not going to spam this far, and he's just looking for initial first contact. He didn't find a timing, so he's going to hide away now, making sure he can dash out. Yeah, that cascade is a bit of a tell. I don't like that cascade because that already had them prepared for someone down low, right? Here's the thing about Icebox is that if you ever push up, whether it's pipes, I keep calling this vents the past couple of days. I don't know why. Whether it's pipes or in the nest, the whole point is to actually have someone else who can trade you as a surprise, like down below, or like in nest and then pipes, right? Just having one person in nest is like that's a ranked play, but that doesn't actually do anything in a pro game. But if you use the cascade from here, it's like, okay, well, they like definitely have more than one person peeking out, and it's generally going to be a high-low, so it kind of preps Oblivion Force on what's going on.
Good for 3. Just able to bring NAOS back from the brink.
Now we have Sliggy Alarm Clock. There's Stephen Lee's belly button and then Sliggy's Alarm Clock. Next we're going to have like Sliggy's blanket. Dude, Twitch is just going to get taken over by Sliggy's stuff. The not rotating is to condition other teams, so against full sense they rotate every round. I mean, hey, well, listen, if that's the game plan, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I didn't get to watch the M80 game. I saw the result, but I haven't seen any clips or the games. I had to get some sleep, Chad. I had to get some sleep, go to church, come back, had some food. Now we're here. I'll probably catch up on the final though at some point for each of the Ascension leagues. I didn't watch the Apex game yet either. Who are my favorites? Well, first of all, to talk about this game, I do think there's a world where, given how NAOS looked against Boom, I do think there's a world where Oblivion Force can win. I actually think I might have even favored Oblivion Force a little bit if they were here with their full 5 and they looked a little bit better in their first match. Because like NAOS looked disappointingly bad in the first game against Boom. And like, I'm not trying to take anything away from Boom. Obviously, I rate Boom pretty highly. But like NAOS was very, very poor in that first game. I am still picking NAOS in this game because I would like to believe that they can bounce back from that like they're not going to look like they did against Boom throughout this entire tournament. But if they do, I think Oblivion Force can win for sure.
Spike down A.
Oblivion Force doesn't have their full roster. Their IGLQ couldn't come. As far as I am aware, it is because he couldn't take time off from work. Because a lot of them have jobs, and they're like playing their matches in the evening, so they had to take time off to play here, to come here. Which is a darn shame, but... Ooh, okay, Poppy Chulo. The thing is I don't think he was even fishing for kills. I think it was really just to make sure they could set up Nexi as well to shut down mid and actually get just confirmed info. Dude, the barrier mesh goes out again and just gets broken down. I mean, listen, I get it. Like, you lost 2 people, but
very least,
Oblivion Force has got to...
spike down. But it's
They gotta slow things down. Like you have to just play slow contact. You can't get shaken up because NAOS keeps pushing you. You just wait for them, you get your picks, and then you play contact. And then once you get close enough, you throw a flash drive and you hope that Rhea gets some kills. Jaw's getting some good kills today too. Oh, okay, Rhea.
Rhea good for a bit of a double, but then Poppy Chulo. Just to bring justice.
Let's try to catch up on the stream. The YouTube's... Oh, it does look a lot better though than the first day.
You know, and just contact heavy approach. It's just the nature of their comp. Either Rhea has to get in there and do the hard yards on the entry, or they need some really beautiful flash timings from Chime and maybe him even playing a pseudo entry. So
what match are you watching?
Blame Oblivion Force for anything other than
chat figured it out for you in YouTube. Thank you. Thoughts on the Simprisa Gaming Ascent comp? I'm gonna make a video on it probably after Ascension though, since we're gonna be watch partying almost every day. Although I guess there is a break day, right, or two, so maybe we'll do it then. I actually really like it. I think it has legs. Obviously, I don't think it's gonna become like, listen, the Ascent meta comp is going to be the meta comp forever, like until the map changes. Like there's or like some crazy new agent comes out like that. There's a reason that's a meta comp and a meta comp that just hasn't changed for 3 years. So I don't think that's gonna change. Like I don't think this comp is like, oh, like the new age of Ascent. But is it good enough that like I could see why they picked it, and maybe some other teams like picking it, it becomes like a pocket comp, things like that? Sure, I think so. I think it actually has some good legs. I think it operates very similarly to the Cypher Deadlock composition. Basically, right, on attack, you go in and then you delay. I also think it was a very good comp against Riddle. I am curious if they'll continue to use it against other teams in this tournament. The reason I think it was good against Riddle is because Riddle's strength is not in a set execute. Like, they are not a set execute team. Their set plays are very messy, actually. They're a very good contact team. They're a decent macro team, and they're a very good contact team. They're a very good trading team. Like, they're very gifted mechanically. But, you know, if you keep stalling them, and the best way for them to break through is to have, like, a crazy set play, that's not it. Like, Riddle is not good at that. So, you know, having things like the Harbor Brimstone, where once you take position, the best way to break through it is to have a set play, is actually really good against Riddle. I thought it was a very smart composition. I thought the Euro was fine. I think the double controller was fine. Is it a skewed composition? Like, is it a bit more one-dimensional? Are you limited in the things you can do? Like, if you don't win your frags, are you at a limit? Sure. Oh, absolutely. That's why the Ascent comp, you know, is so sturdy, is because, like, even if one person dies, and, like, there's good ways to make sure you're not dying. You're, like, always having information. So, you know, obviously it is skewed. It's a bit more all-in, so to speak. Oof. Oh, dude, getting 2 there is big. But
which is something that they definitely want, hence the poison cloud instantly.
But I would say I actually liked it. I actually liked that Simprisa Gaming was doing that. We had an interview with Margaret after the game on the Korean broadcast, and he was saying that their head coach really likes to spend time trying to invent new compositions and try to break down maps in a different way. And this was one of his ideas, and it went well in scrims, so they brought it out, which is also great to hear.
Worried about that. You can see him oscillating between watching rafters as well as screen side.
They do have 2 guns, that is true, but I think Emin getting the 2 kills was still pretty big.
Okay.
The funny thing is that, you know what the funniest thing is that, like, NAOS is actually playing in a way that allows Oblivion Force to win this map. You're playing against a Killjoy Deadlock, and you literally, as long as you just, like, hold and get picks. Whoa. Dude, did he not hear? Oh my gosh, he's just I forgot it went all the way through. I was just watching him on the minimap. I was like, what is going on here? Dude, what is going on?
I mean, again, Jack continues to be Oblivion Force's best.
Who's the favorite to win this tournament? I would say, so my favorites were Simprisa Gaming, Full Sense, and Boom Esports, which I would say after all their initial matches is not crazy. I think a lot of people now see why I would rate those teams highly. Full Sense actually looks better than I thought they would, so that's good. But I would say actually Riddle was a tier below for me. Like their they could be a candidate, but they're not like favorites for me. I would say actually the way they played against Simpresa Gaming, I would be like, okay, you know what? I'm cool with people seeing that they're favorites. Before I was actually kind of not big on that. I felt like they were very overhyped, but I think Riddle deserves to be in that conversation.
A pretty swift time so far, but then the timeout being called after a thrifty loss, right? It's not something.
Yes, TWHK stands for Taiwan Hong Kong. That's their region.
Tournament right now, Chak being that player for Oblivion. Coach Ewok, well, okay, I keep calling him a coach. I'm so used to that. Ewok was talking about it a little bit before the broadcast started. That this is a guy that we want to keep our eyes on. He's been performing so far.
I mean, I think JFT will do damage, but I just don't see a world where the way they play, they can go through the full bracket and win a full best of 5. I think JFT, could JFT like get top 4? Yes, I agree with that from Twitch. I agree that that's a possibility. I would still rate Riddle definitely higher than them, but like, I think JFT is a dark horse for sure, but like not a dark horse to win. I think they'll just do damage. I think they'll do some decent damage. But yeah, so basically whenever it's the same thing with Cypher Deadlock, it's Killjoy Deadlock. The only difference is that it's Icebox. So like obviously if they take positions and the retake gets a little tough, so you don't want to just give the site for free. But what I'm saying is like you don't need to push out to like here and here, right? Because like that just makes it so much easier for Oblivion Force. Because if Oblivion Force just waits, which I think they've figured out to do the past couple rounds, then they'll just get picks, and then that makes their entry a lot easier. But they don't have a good way to enter the site, even if it's Icebox. They really only have like 3 pieces of utility from the KO to really enter. I guess you have the Gravnet, but yo, Chief Omi with the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Thanks for using your Prime on this channel. Appreciate it. Welcome. This is a much better barrier mesh. Oblivion Force is figuring out their timings a lot better. Granted, they also have the no command. Rhea already had the site. Bit of a missed exit, but they were a bit rushed. Love the late lockdown as well. This should be Oblivion Force's round, because yeah, Mosier can't stay in there, and then having to re-clear all of that with a... Okay, they're gonna try it. Really, with the Reckoning and the Pit. Really, very, very bold considering that Mosier. If you wanted Mosier to be the bodyguard, I mean, even if he swaps guns, that's so much distance he has to cover. You draw out the Annihilation, but he actually gets caught, which is unfortunate. Okay, they all die, but NAOS is the one whose econ is going to start to get a little wonky if they keep losing rounds. That seems like a bold move to try that retake. Do you have any players across Pacific Ascension that you think will make it to tier 1 regardless? I think there are players that absolutely could. Whether they do or not, obviously there's so many factors. So far I don't know if there's a player where I'm like, I don't care who's on your current roster, you have to drop them and like pick them up. I don't know if there's a player like that, but
it's gonna be the Guardian this time. They're still relentless with how they want to push up though, and Mojo gets rewarded with 1 hit shot. Next, the up below, looking for another hit, and it's gonna be Emin that claims it.
I mean, Emin's shots are a lot better today, but
not letting go.
I mean, NAOS has just been disrespecting.
And this time the push out from B all the way as well. That's good. So NAOS is understanding the Oblivion Force is also just kind of waiting for them. Listen, I'm gonna excuse him just because it's Icebox, but if it was any other map, them pushing out this much against a double Sentinel is like insane. Make sure to stay hydrated, chat. Yeah, everybody drink some water. Let's go. Water break.
Any space whatsoever. And we've been seeing them do this ever since the start of the map pistol. You know, a couple rounds ago, they're pushing down mid, Papichulo spraying down mid. Now they're pushing.
Who do I think? I almost said OnlyFans. Who do I think Oblivion Force's best player is? I mean,
up to 10 kills with a Guardian from the previous round, and they're keeping themselves invested.
I think it's easy to say Rhea, but it's hard to say with Oblivion Force because they don't get to play as a team much. Like their comms aren't clearly that clean.
keeping themselves covered.
So at that point, like, the person who has the agency as a duelist to go out and make flashy plays is going to stand out a lot. Utah's pretty good too. Utah used to be known as YR Select.
And the first time they head over there, like you mentioned, beautiful crossfire, close position on Garrett.
There's plenty of water and beer. That's not how that works.
That's the kind of thing that I kind of think I'm looking at
This
like
guy.
I'm not gonna lie, because like I was coaching in OS against some of his
No, the quality's a lot better today. It's a lot more consistent for sure, and the minimap's not like a ball of fuzz compared to day one. I don't know what it was like on the English stream yesterday, since I was on the Korean broadcast. I mean, it wasn't that great for us either, but
Hell yes.
But today's been pretty good. Seems like the caster's audio levels are pretty level as well, so that's good. Nice little double up.
Just had no idea what happened to his team. All the way on the B side, now instantly taken out. Now
I mean, I would say, listen, obviously the very lower ranks of VCT Pacific teams could all use upgrades. And are there, individually speaking, like players that I think are upgrades? For sure, I would say so. But I don't think there's like I haven't seen any player yet where I'm just like, I don't care which team, like any team, every team needs to try to pick this guy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's a player like that. But obviously, a player like that probably would have been picked up, but
seem like more of a defaulty round. They want to start to repel some of this aggression. I like the fact that they've got someone defaulting towards middle and B, but this is going to be...
But there are definitely like a bunch of players that I think are worth looking at, for sure, especially for the lower ranked teams. But then with Pacific, there's like language barriers and all that you have to consider.
Just not quite getting enough space. Rhea up at the bottom.
Dude, Rhea getting picked off.
It's not something you want to have. Your duelist. I mean, I was just thinking about it. Oblivion comes into this
I don't...
round, and they're not quite sure what NAOS is about to do. They've been pushing up.
I honestly wonder if I would love to see Oblivion Force actually just use the GravNet early. I haven't really seen you getting much value off of it to get into the site anyway. Oh, well, he hit him as I say that. And, okay, he did get value. All right, listen. Freaking caster cursed it, but you could just use the GravNet here to slow down the aggression, because I agree with them. Like, you don't want to wait here, because then you would have to re-clear so many angles. So I get that you want to move up to here and then wait for the push out. But if you're getting out aimed, like, just use the GravNet early. Your big thing is the barrier mesh and the sonic sensors anyway once you're in the post plant. What's up, Komodo?
Maybe provide Oblivion a little bit more security. Sonic sensor up to the top of rafters. Turret here to...
Yeah, I see everyone getting confused a lot. Like, all parts of VCT are actually all different production companies. For instance, like all the international tournaments, like Masters and Masters and Champions, are also not necessarily always the same company just because it's in the same region. And usually, especially for Masters and Champions, like the Riot broadcast team takes a very, very big hand. They'll just literally use like the partner for like work, like contract work, but and then like obviously each of the partnered leagues, like Pacific, they have set partners for the year, but that could change. And then Challengers is a different partner, and then Ascension is sometimes a different partner from the Challengers stuff, especially, you know, in regions like EMEA and Pacific, because of all the different sub-regions.
In that round, you're looking at both the Deadlock and the Killjoy being alive, and they've got so much after-plant util with the nanos and the sonic sensors, but really that's not what wins it. It's the individuals playing good positions and multi-fragging and playing off of each other really, really well. That's the difference maker for Oblivion Force so far.
Exactly that. NAOS, on the other hand, though, I mean, it's always these heavy investments into the early phase of the round, and then kind of tapering off after that. I mean, that post didn't have much utility.
Oblivion Force has a decent chance here. You have Reckoning and Hunter's Fury on the other side, so you actually do want to make sure that you're saving like the barrier mesh and everything for sure until the very end. And I think Utah, for as much as possible, Utah wants to wait to lurk around mid. I don't think he should be peeking out now. I think you just wait to see if someone's wrapping around on you, and if not, you wait for the ults to come out and then you push in, because yeah, you have to make sure you clear. Oh no! Oh, missed, man. That ult. Oh man. I mean, hopefully they were looking at the minimap. And I guess he didn't. I guess he just launched and thought it would have cleared the entire corner. The minimap showed that it didn't actually cover the entire little nook. He gets an ace amongst all of that. The reason that ult missed, the thing is that one's actually not the most egregious miss on the deadlock ult, but he shot it too close to the corner. It's a very, very wide projectile. So he needed to shoot it here for it to bounce like this, or he needed to shoot it like straight forward so it bounces right back. But he shot it in an angle like at the corner, and then it just hit the second wall like right under. So the explosion radius didn't actually cover the entire thing. That was unfortunate. Yeah, there's different sponsors too because of that. Yes, that is correct. Someone asked if they were banned in Twitch chat, but I guess since I read that, you are not banned, whoever asked that. Who do I have winning today's match? I have NAOS, Revenant, and Boom Esports. I should at least set that up on YouTube. Maybe I'll do that today. It's just such a hassle to set up a bot on 2 different platforms.
Just shows, he's not just clutching out, he's also able to multi-frag and to anchor down sites when he's needed. And that's the best thing that you've got for NAOS right now. The 3 top players, Mojer, Emin, Papi Chulo.
8-4, considering how it started, it's not bad for Oblivion Force. I would say because it's Icebox and because it's Killjoy Deadlock, this is a scenario where like it's not necessarily stronger on attack. A lot of times I always stress that Cypherlock is actually a better attack comp than a defense comp. It makes defense simpler, but it does not make defense better or stronger. It makes attack harder, but it makes attack better if you can get your frags. But I would say Cypher Killjoy on Icebox, a little bit of a different story, especially since you still have the Viper. And there's just a lot of positions you can actually get good value with the Sonic Sensor for trap plays on Icebox, so I'm good with that. But Simprisa Gaming has it. Well, technically they got defeated in January, which is why they weren't in Split 1. So Simprisa Gaming has not been undefeated since January. But no, man. The Indonesian in me has Boom Esports moving up in the upper bracket. I do have Simprisa Gaming winning the tournament, and I still believe that, but I got Boom winning today.
Yeah, a couple of spams from Chime down mid as well, just to check if anyone's on the other side. So,
okay, because it's pistol, nice and early barrier mesh. But even on a pistol, here's the thing: is that the nice and early barrier mesh is meant to get info. It is not meant to just let you over rotate. If you're gonna do this, you needed to clear this nice and early. Now they got the 0 point, so they use that to clear, which is like that's fine because it's pistols. In the future, I would like them to actually just push out if they're gonna do this, because now you don't have the 0 point to deny the entry. But they still got the info, so they can still stack the site. So it's not bad. Okay, so you know that that's where the plant is. Okay, that's a big kill from Chime. Clears out Nest. That's okay. He gets a triple. Dude, Chime did everything, man. If Oblivion Force loses this, I don't know. No snake bite.
The time is working against him.
Oh, dude, he got the diffuser though. He understood the assignment.
Just like you mentioned, Pilsky, it's going to be Oblivion picking up that pistol for a potential comeback.
And you can just see.
Do you like Boom? I actually wasn't a big Boom believer last year, so it's not really anything to do with the org. I just think that they can win today. I just think that their ability to trade will outmatch Simprisa Gaming enough. I think Simprisa Gaming is a better team. I think they have more layers, but
so much of a tell that you have to work through things like that, and these are the kind of things they've got to adapt to on the fly. And that round, the barrier will make.
How are your predictions so spot on for this Ascension right now? Oh, now you've done it, Haru. Now you've done it. Now it's going all down the drain. Oblivion Force is winning today. Freaking Rapid Lo-Fi is gonna go all the way to the finals. You freaking did it. You ruined it. You cursed it. What is going on, man?
Meanwhile, though,
Oblivion Force, don't... Come on, make this interesting. I can't believe we've had all 2-0s so far, by the way. I mean, I kind of can because it's the early stage of Ascension, but it is a shame. Coconut.
It's now going to be down to the 2-on-3. Maybe NAOS doesn't quite have the best weaponry. It's only one Bulldog. But look at how tightly they're holding on to the spike for the advantage. Forces the push out from Oblivion. Shuts them down just as quick. The Thrifty to bring things back.
Well.
Momentum back onto a NAOS.
We did have overtime. Yeah, that's true.
I saw a lot of these Thrifty wins in EMEA.
Dude, I was so sad that the Riddle SPG game was a 2-0 yesterday. I really wanted it to be a 2-1. I mean, I'm glad SPG won, but like, I really wanted it to be a 2-1. Dude, that Margaret clutch was everything, man. And I don't know if I blame Ace in that one, because Ace was part of the last 1v2, right? I think Ace was fine there. I mean, I think he should have gotten the kill, but like, I don't think his peak timing was bad. I just think they didn't get the shot. The previous two swung out one by one, which in hindsight is bad, but it's also like, it was a 1v4, so like, I get why that happened. But I don't blame the last 1v2. I think that you just have to give credit to Margaret.
Holding on for it though.
Free plant, no weapons. And Poppy Chula, how many kills does he have? Hey, we have KDAs now. Did we always have it? Was it just broken that I wasn't watching it? Oh, the UI's all working? I noticed yesterday they finally updated the regions, so I didn't have to write it with my marker anymore. Oh, they're improving. That's good. That's always a good sign. Was it there yesterday? Okay. Clearly, I wasn't paying attention while I was casting. Although the names were mismatched still yesterday. Today, I think it's been pretty good. Yeah, like I think a lot of things have been improved, which is good. Hey, like listen, you can criticize the initial days for sure. Like don't, you know, for any tournament when there are mistakes, like, you know, don't just let it slide every time. But if there are improvements, I think it's also worth noting that. And they didn't just randomly do like a long tech break just to fix it and delay a match or anything. Like esports used to do that a lot, where they're like, well, the broadcast isn't good, so like we're really gonna have to delay this match. And it's like, well, that really doesn't do anybody any good. So as long as it didn't affect the match, we had things moving, which that's good. Good kill from Rhea. Classic A-site defense. Peek out on the pipes. Not classic defense, dying afterwards. And Poppy Chulo is just blazing through, dude. They have no info. Nobody is watching mid. Which, also yesterday, nobody from JFT or Rapid Lo-Fi, like, ever wanted to touch mid on Icebox. I thought that was crazy. Because as I mentioned, NAOS has got a very insane economy. You can see even a full purchase in this round. Disguise will play the winner of this match? No. Disguise will play the winner of the next match, yeah? Riddle will play the winner of this match, I think. Is that correct?
Do you have the Annihilation ready to go? One off the null command as well. It's an excellent retake tool, of which they have very few looking at the comp that they're running. You know, that's basically... Okay,
Riddle plays the winner of this one, yeah. For those asking, I didn't get to watch the match for it's funny that we're all calling it the M80 game, although they lost. Oh, we were doing so well! Alright, hopefully it's not a long one. Mostly it hasn't been long ones, so... Let's just wait. Probably just a quick audio issue, or a bit of a PC thing where they can just get back into it. Yeah, but the like video quality feed has gotten better. It's gotten more consistent. Oh, a cam fell off or something. The cam either fell off or isn't working, I think. Oh, never mind. It's an audio thing. He's checking his audio. That's his audio box. That can fight with firepower. They're not afraid to take these tools. They're not but yeah, the Americas one I didn't get to watch. I didn't watch. I saw the result, so I know that 2G is now in, and then obviously China. Poor freeing, man. But hey, Crystal made it through. Hopefully he gets to stay. I was happy to see that. Saw he fragged out in the finals. I was so impressed with him last year on Scars, so happy to see that. Sad for Rare Adam, but
they need to kind of anticipate some of these plays. They need to kind of figure out what it is that they have to pull out of their hats. I mean, so far, it's some of these surprise plays. You know, NAOS wasn't expecting.
yeah. Did 2G just straight just play better overall? I didn't get to watch it at all. I haven't actually watched any of 2G's games, so
we have to make use of them.
Just think about it though, tantalizing prospect with so many centis on defense here. Making a comeback and winning this game and going on to Lotus, that's the most winnable circumstance, I think, for Oblivion.
Oblivion Force called a tech pause in Hong Kong, Taiwan. Since she make a move his cat out of the room.
I'm really rooting for them on this comeback. It would be painful for Philippines.
I respect it.
Joe's going to go forward and it's going to be straight over into B here.
Wow, there's that reckoning. A lot of space, a lot of utilities going off, but ultimately now.
Oh, Utah is stuck. Oh, nope. They're stuck in there with Utah. Oh, my God.
Chimes in as well. What just happened? NAOS was not expecting that.
Damn, dude.
Going in to check and clear some of
I mean, the backup was quick, too. So, like, they would have secured that site no matter what. But how does he get 3, man? It's winnable. Damn.
Absolute perfection on the defense from Utah. Look at, I'm hoping we have a replay of that because he is segmented. That's exactly how the Harbor plays.
I think Utah has more impact when necessary, but I think Rhea is like the consistent fragger for the team.
Just trying to isolate him, and look at what he comes up with. One flip of the Vandal, and he kills all 3 of the NAOS players, trying to wrap both front and backside.
2G's IGL talks trash like crazy. Oh, I love that. I love that.
I mean, they were just looking for him, but he had those instincts to possibly pre-fire into their footsteps. Back into B we go. Now trying to get a little bit of that forward space up around green.
Yep. Working their way through B long. Trying to clear the alarm bot or any util over towards yellow, which should be a very solid hold between.
Alarm bot's still there. I don't think they realize that.
Coconut, man, just continuing to take drive.
In for a rude surprise. This actually works out for Chak because, yeah, he can either stay or rotate. It doesn't matter, but they have no info, and then the alarm bot still, okay, it finally gets cleared. But the alarm bot would have still given him time. But the Nanoswarm and the Killjoy ensures that he's not getting surrounded, so Chak's just playing here. Making sure he doesn't go too deep.
Suffering some losses and
Timings here are good. It's up to Poppy Chulo. Poppy Chulo needs to make something happen. Otherwise, there's just nothing NAOS can do. He is making something happen. If he stays alive, that's all that he really can do. Chak is the player that came in, by the way, for Q, for those wondering. So he wasn't playing on this team prior.
So far, some positions still unknown.
I heard an annihilation, but I don't know where it went. I didn't see it on the minimap. Oh, they've still got it in their arm. Hold on. No. Okay. You see that on the minimap? Coconut's just running up, and he goes, "Oh, there you are!" Boom.
Slowly closing in the gap against NAOS.
This is such a crazy comeback. Like,
he ain't missing that one.
These guys gonna win in a row, Quack. That's another huge retake coming in. This time from Bria with a massive multi-frag. He had the annihilation, catching the player backside of B long. What a round from Coconut, has to be said as well. Like, just dry walking up pipes, reading all of that B long pressure that's coming in from NAOS and understanding how that affects the rest of the map. Understanding this is the Killjoy solo over on pipes. I have a chance to take a duel here, and he wins it as well.
I've been told that Poppy Chulo means like a hot guy, like a ladies' man type of deal, which is funny.
They're fighting so hard for this game, and like I said, in the context of this series,
it's also just a fun name to shout. You know what I mean? Like, there are names like John Olsen is a great name to shout. It's a great name to cast. Poppy Chulo is another great name to cast.
Defense is absolutely massive because Lotus is by far the most winnable map for them in this series, and I really feel like the only way they win this series is a 2-0. I don't have very much faith in their Haven at all, especially seeing that they've lost to one team so many times regionally in Taiwan, Hong Kong. And they also just got stomped by Full Sense the other day.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough if we're talking about Haven, but so far you have to admit
Sigetsu is a fun name to cast. Like, I'm trying to think of other names. Sigetsu is a fun name to cast.
I mean, we're not quite sure what's happening with NAOS, but for Oblivion, this is
Yeah, like a Casanova. There you go. Yeah. That's the word I was trying to think of the other time when people were explaining it to me. I just couldn't do that.
They want to be the team that moves forward. I mean, they are one of the big names.
Something is a fun name to cast. HFMI. Jogamo's a fun name to cast. Nobody is actually okay because you can do so many puns with it and so many good lines. Like, not even cheesy puns, like just good lines. NC Slasher is actually not a bad one. I do like NC Slasher. SK Rossi, I don't know if the name itself is as fun to cast, but obviously a lot of lore for SK Rossi. Yeah, Jogamo's up there. Mind Freak's a good one too.
Draws out information. The Annihilation as well. It's fun and lovely stuff to see, and it really holds NAOS back. They're slowing down the pace a lot.
Now the op's out, and you're playing single in there on NAOS as well. So you've
Hunter's Fury online for next C. You've got the pit if you get in, and the they have lockdown, but they have an op. So if NAOS can get in, the pit will find decent value as long as you have ways to step out and step back in. Or maybe you just have someone eventually going to mid. Dude, barrier mesh to deny the zip line. Okay. And it covers pipes too, actually. It's actually positioned quite well.
Whatever it is, it's something that NAOS has to face. It's an obstacle right in their faces. The 0 point definitely reveals quite a bit as well, so just biding their time.
There's nothing here. They're waiting for dart time.
You still have the sonic sensors as well, so... Oh, the grab net doesn't quite hit, but the sonic sensors are there. Oh, he's stuck. You saw him. Oh, okay. So you gotta stay. Oh my god, the duels! The enemy duels! Unfortunate. Just really good coverage from Nexi, quite frankly. Poppy Chulo's just... He's just like, alright, team, you guys got this. My pit's just gonna sit here. I got my lineups, but I already had to send them because everybody's dead. Chak versus Poppy Chulo. Poppy Chulo, the clutch master. Most clutches in Ascension Pacific 2023. Most clutches in Split 2 of Challengers Philippines, and he cannot do it. Unfortunate. This is about to be an upset. How am I feeling about JFT? I mean, I'm glad that they're sticking to their, to what they're good at and their style, which is like, we just know we're gonna win trades and frags, which is great. I don't see them winning the tournament, but like I could see them going. I could see them going to the arena, like top 4. Even that I think is a bit of a stretch, but.
It's absolutely ridiculous against Poppy Chulo. This should not be happening, but it is. And now things have reset. NAOS has to think about their economy now. They've got some ultimates, but how are they going to keep themselves into the game?
I don't know. Sometimes that fist bump, it might be more valuable. Like, you can't really put a number of credits to the fist bump, you know what I mean? So maybe the fist bump really is truly invaluable.
That's not too bad.
Like, the op is 4,700 credits, and like that's pretty expensive, but a fist bump, you can't buy a fist bump. Dude, Poppy Chulo's been pretty crisp today. He's been consistently getting double kills.
Comes in for a bit of a double, and then Ja onto that sheriff picks up the op for NAOS. We were wondering,
and they've got ults all lined up. They're not going to get pressured to use it this round. So NAOS should be using their ults, at least 2, like to secure the round, like get into the site and then secure the round next round to get map point. Because they have been getting pressured a lot. So at least 2, if not, I mean, worst case, I would say even use all 4 ults to get to map point, because it has been getting dicey.
That's when the orb goes up, and that's when both Poppy Chulo and Ja make their moves through middle. It's just perfect timing in a macro sense across the map from NAOS.
Yeah, what's up, Paradox?
It's absolutely devastating for Oblivion Force.
I mean, Poppy Chulo just has so much, like clutching is such a part of his career. Like, that's part of the story for sure.
It's just a bit of that back and forth that makes you think and wonder a little bit.
Why people are pronouncing
they can definitely bring themselves
Sultan as Sultan?
Meanwhile, for now, credit to how
Is it the Aussie casters? Is that just how the word's pronounced differently? I don't know. In Korea, we pronounce it Sultan because that's like how you say the word. And it sounds really weird if we follow the direct English pronunciation. Unless like the player like specifically wants it always pronounced like that no matter what in any language, but
All of these players making their way through B long behind the cascade, and there is so many ults on offer in this round for both teams.
more so for now.
there you go. There you go now. Yep, use the I don't care which. I don't care in what. Well, I do care a little bit about the order, but I don't care which. Lockdown first just to secure the plant. I'm cool with that. Oh, I like them sending Mosier in. It's a bit risky, but because you have extra ultimates, it's not bad. Because if it works out, you can really save your ultimates. They didn't get the plant yet, though. Oh no. Oh no, Mosier. Oh no, Mosier. Oh my gosh. He sent like 5 bullets into the field goal. Oh, that is... Well, this is suddenly like the worst case scenario. Coconut saw his legs. I don't know if anyone caught that on the minimap. I think they did. Oh, this is... Now, oh my god, and now they're gonna send all their ults still. Which I think they should, but like... Alright, all the Filipino fans in chat, I advise you close your eyes and shut your ears until the end of this round. Because who knows what it's gonna look like. Oh my god, they wanted to push the logic. Dude, they are literally making this as hard as possible. It's a disaster is what it is, dude. And they've got the flank coming.
0 point as well. The peek out, Papichulo able to only get one, but the high elevated angles. Emin tries to keep himself shrouded away. But Oblivion, they've already got the round.
I mean, it has to be said. I hate to say it. I hate to be the one to say it, but NAOS are meant to be the veterans in this matchup, and that was a panic call if I've ever seen one. They're all the way
Yikes.
trying to get themselves into a post plant. It gets disrupted at multiple stages of the round.
No, we do, but like for instance, like we got the pronunciation for Sultan as Sultan, but it's also like, but if we were told it's also supposed to be the word, which in Korea would be pronounced Sultan. So in Korea it'd be even weirder if we pronounce it Sultan, and then we have to explain to everyone it is the word. It's just how it's pronounced differently, like every time we cast him. So unless then the player comes in and says like, well, actually I care more about the pronunciation than the word, then it's like, I don't like that personally, because if it's meant to be the word, it's just meant to be the word, and different languages will have different pronunciations. But you know, like for instance, like I don't expect Buzz to go over to the Japanese casters and be like, well, you have to stop saying Buzzu, like Buzzu, because like you have to just say Buzz, and it's like, well, the Japanese just can't pronounce that. Like I don't know what you want him to do. So there are going to be slightly different pronunciations, and then obviously if it was the Aussie casters, I assume that might be part of it.
That is a stronghold. Good luck getting into A. Just how much
Well, okay. Monnier was a bad delivery of information. That we have confirmation that it was actually just wrongly delivered.
Artillery into the site now. Uta trying to hold the off angle, but here comes the high tide. That's good.
There should still be one timeout for NAOS, but
He fumbles the bag, and it's gonna be NAOS onto the side now. Able to stick the spike with the code, but Chime already pushing up front.
oh, Chime, you're getting way ahead of yourself. Thankfully, you got the kill, but he was like way ahead of everybody else.
It's down to a 3-on-3, and NAOS are trying to hang back, playing these post plants. They want to hold on to that spike. They know that Oblivion has to push up.
They have decent positioning. Ria's got to figure out what he's gonna do though. Well, he's gonna die is what he's gonna do. I think Oblivion Force couldn't decide if they were scared that someone might still be coming into the pit, like from behind.
Says no, this is my domain.
You can criticize now.
It's Monette, the ex-GE Paper X current RQ player is Monette.
Before any of that util gets rid, that is not like how you want to be defending the A site. unfortunate on the retake to get collided by Jar like that.
Well, I know Rio got. It's not the death. It's not the death that I'm blaming him, but like, I would have liked if they had just committed here and here. But I can see, because of the pit and because they rushed in, I can see them being like, oh, actually, no, we need someone to make sure that like nobody wrapped around into the pit from the back. In which case, I think Rhea, like, I get it, but like he wasn't really in a position to either cover the back of the pit or the front, which is unfortunate.
They've had to fight their way through, like in head-to-head gun rounds. Oblivion Force has been doing so well on this defensive side of Icebox. The problem is they just dug themselves.
Yes, I am aware that Big Time is helping out with Revenant.
Yeah, it's all that those.
Saw him in one of the videos.
I mean, little bits of holes being dug, some tiny little decisions that kind of leave them exposed. I mean,
Pacific is the only Ascension left. Yes, that is true, actually. Yep, everything else wrapped up now.
Sentinels, loads of traps, booby trapped the whole site. But just a little bit of an angle exposed, and that's Coconut gone. The whole round.
Wait, on the bright side for who? For Oblivion Force? That is also true. That is rare, because usually we're like all done before everybody else. For the first time, Pacific is the last one. The games will start like after the next one. They'll take the designated break time to set up the players, and then they'll start. So the start times are not fixed.
It's only 2 rounds to overtime. Oblivion desperately trying to make it happen. Papi Chulo.
Very forward Sonic Sensor.
Yeah, NAOS is back to what was working before, trying to kick off this mid to B timing.
This setup is not great after the first like 30 seconds though. But I guess you could recall the Sonic Sensor, but obviously these are meant to be trap Sonic Sensors. Chak is stuck. Can't get one. And it's a mid to B as well, so that's why there's no support from everybody else. Chime's down. I think that's the map, ladies and gents.
Could it be the annihilation available, but the angle's not quite favoring them? It could catch someone potentially into that pit, but you've got so many players around it that they can instantly shoot down that net just as soon as it goes down. Reckoning from Emin as well, just to catch them off guard. They have to reposition so much, and with the updraft, it's all too clear.
It is GG.
Tries to go for the one tap.
I mean, a lot dicier than it needed to be for NAOS, in my opinion. NAOS continues to disappoint, in my opinion, even though they won the map. Like, I didn't expect NAOS to be favorites, but I expect them to do better than this. And it's not that Oblivion Force, I think, should be run over. Like, Oblivion Force has talented players individually, so like I wouldn't be upset about like a 13-8, or the score itself doesn't even matter, but it's just the matter in how NAOS is winning or losing. Yeah, if you're an Oblivion Force fan, then I think there's actually hope for a 3-mapper.
Enough gun rounds together, enough post-plant wins together, and you could see the thought process of picking this comp all coming.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, again, I don't expect NAOS to win this tournament. I don't think they're favorites, but I do expect them to be better than this. Like, I think they should be better than this.
Up on top of 410, for example, the annihilation plays, or maybe even sometimes.
Oblivion Force, I don't believe they have a coach even for this tournament.
It's one of those things, like you mentioned before, Pilsky.
This is also an elimination match. That is true. The first 2 matches say are elimination matches. Do you think Zol should be here instead of NAOS? No, because then Zol should have won. I will never believe in that. I don't care if you got cheesed. Like, I don't know. If 3 of your members caught the flu before the grand finals, like, maybe there's an argument. Although even then, it's like, you should have just taken better care of your health. That's part of a pro, but
I mean, that really could have been a winnable map for Oblivion.
You know.
Now they've got their pick coming up.
I guess the only other difference would be like if, you know, if there was like a visa problem with the team and then, you know, another team had to come up or something like that. But if Zol should have been here, then they would have been here. And quite frankly, looking at the grand finals, I don't think so. I think NAOS won the grand finals. Like watching it, I do think so.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. How did it look? Honestly,
Yeah, overall, the feed has gotten a lot better today, so that's good.
They were back on form. They're playing really well, but then in that second half, a lot of it.
The Valorant poster really there's just something about Ewok's setup. Like I'm like positive it's a hotel room in Jakarta, but there's just something about it that's just funny to me. That is Ewok, the coach for
I was
RQ.
a little bit curious also about why they did both.
No, I think because the grand finals, I think both for Philippines and
I think their defense
and,
are much better. I was concerned going into
Indonesia, because they were 3-2s. I think people are like, wow, the other team should have been here, or like this team should have been there. And like as a fan, I can understand you wish your team was here, like that's fine. But to ask someone else objectively, like, well, don't you think this team should have been there? Well, then the answer is always going to be, well, then they would have won if they should have been here. So
what are they going to do against the operator? Because we didn't see them handle it well versus Full Sense. So
you know, I also had people applied to help out with modding and Twitch, and I really appreciate that, and I never got back to you guys, so that's on me. Maybe I'll do that for the next watch parties. Although you guys have all been very good, much better than during Challengers Korea. You guys are great.
Deadlock on defense, which just makes a lot of sense, having those two sentinels there. A little bit of an odd pick, but you can see why that worked. But I also want to ask,
oh, physical health is very important for pros. And for anyone, quite frankly, but obviously for pros, because it also affects your mental.
What does the Harbor bring to the table as opposed to having that second initiator there, like a Gecko or KO?
Don't change that, chat.
So I think the Harbor especially
23 kills. Papi Chulo's back.
Because we saw how many times
No, not all 3 games are elimination. Just the first 2 games. The last game is the last game basically. It's crazy. The Boomers and Priest of Gaming, whoever wins today, they get a break until Friday. And they're just through. They're going to be playing at the arena. It's insane.
Util in general was really good from Eman. It's really good against any single initiator comp, and I think that was
So whoever wins that is a massive advantage. You were just chilling.
I think they adjusted well. They fought a little bit more forward and held the choke points well.
When does my esport or Chobra Gaming compete for Ascension? No. My esport org would be Chobra Commanders. That's what it would be. Chobra Commanders.
The attack side timeouts were good as well, because
I saw Carmine Court built a studio, or like rented a studio. I don't know. I didn't watch the video, but like, well, the video was that apparently fans were chanting Sadak, but that's cool. I think that's cool. I think that's cool just because like it doesn't have to be like a pro league every time. It's just like you can hold events and stuff. That's sick. Like KC having a stadium is sick. Did they like build an arena, or did they just like rent/buy/contract an arena? They built it? That's sick. That's sick. That's great, man. Especially because you already have such a strong fandom, so like that's how you can try to monetize it. It's, I think, obviously there have been different attempts at this in esports, and it's always a headache to figure out if it's worth it or not. But like for a fandom like KC, I think that's sick. And again, like it doesn't have to be just because it's your own stuff. It's not just for leagues. Like anytime you're doing fan meets, anytime you're doing show matches, like anything, you can just record content there. Like it's a very, very cool idea. Whoever wins the 2 Elim games today, you think has a chance against Riddle and DSG? I mean, listen, NAOS, I don't think so. Just continuing to disappoint me a little bit, despite the map win just now. I think Revenant actually has a shot against Disguise if they win. Rapid Lo-Fi, I would be not so convinced, even if they won. You can rent it out too. Yeah, you can rent it out too. Like it's good. If you do it right, it's a good step. It's a step in the right direction for business and monetizing. What are the chances that Rapid Lo-Fi wins later? I think it's pretty low, to be very honest. I mean, I think there's an experience diff as well there, but also I think Revenant looks better. The loser of Full Sense and JFT has to play twice tomorrow. Wait, no. What? Is that our schedule? No. We went through all this trouble to have that one of the days? Why is my browser broken? That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Don't spread lies. They don't have to play twice tomorrow. I see everyone's getting confused with the way VLR drew the bracket, but it's a staggered bracket because we have 10 teams. I think this is what's confusing a lot of people. There's a skip in how people move down from the upper bracket. I've seen this a lot because I see people being like, wow, they're eliminated after the first match, and it's like, well, no. The bracket's just a little weird because we have 10 teams. Yeah. The bracket layout, I think, is confusing people. No, all good. I mean, hey, you brought it up, so we clarified it. All good. At least you didn't sit there. As long as you don't sit there and you're like, no, I am correct. You guys are all wrong, and we're like all looking at it, being like, no, you're wrong. You're mistaken. That's fine. You didn't die on that hill, so I will let you live. Do you still think Disguised can make it? I mean, listen, any team can make it, but I don't think Disguised is the favorite. I didn't think Disguised was a favorite coming in. I thought they were one that could like make the finals. You know, I thought they were one that could make top 3. But even that is looking a little tough. So
I don't think Oblivion Force have a good chance on this Lotus, especially if we look at NAOS. Their Lotus recently, they're on a 2-loss streak now, and they did not play great against Boom.
No, there's another day of matches.
Issues with the rubble control. I think
there's 2 matches on Tuesday as well. So we have 2, well, if we count today, 3 more days of matches.
So I think if Oblivion Force does some homework,
and then there's 2 days break before the arena.
That they can potentially abuse.
As for the question on YouTube about like the G tryouts and what I think the issues are for South Asia players, quite frankly, I couldn't tell you because I'm like not following potential prospects from South Asia, except for obviously a couple that are playing in challengers. I think it's a mental thing. I don't necessarily think it's strictly a mechanical thing, but I think it's a when I say a mental thing, I don't mean like mental booming, but like I mean being stubborn and not thinking like larger. That's my assumption, and I think that's usually the problem with people who are like decent mechanically but can't ever break into the next level, is that you're not thinking bigger picture. But who are my favorites? My favorites for this tournament coming in were Full Sense, Boom, and Simprisa Gaming, and not in any particular order. And having watched everyone play at least once, that has not changed. Has Ewok made any Ewok noises at you? No, he has not. No, he has not. You know what? That's something that we'll have to make him do next year.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, comp-wise. Oh, we didn't do point predictions again today. My bad, Twitch. We'll do that for the next match or next map.
Just a little bit of a change up in the
Raise fade. I'm fine with Cypher for Killjoy.
Cypher's got a lot of popularity with the breach.
I think Cypher, you kind of rely more on trap plays to get kills, but I think Killjoy is more versatile in terms of getting info, especially on defense. But Oblivion Force did a lot of jiggling to not do much.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Pilsky. I mean, look at the health pool as well. This does not feel good for Oblivion Force whatsoever. Hence, they are just kind of sticking around the back of their home spawn for now. Now, they did such a good job, and it's all thanks to Nexi, who peeked out pillars for that. I mean, they got to keep stuff like this up. We saw them play this.
I think reclearing B here is not bad, and then checking rubble is also not bad. You are spreading yourself a little thin, but okay.
Issue for them over on front B side, and she may never even got a chance
Oof.
to do anything in this round.
Rough pistol.
Almost a clean sweep for them. Absolutely massive pistol to win.
It feels bad. I got 13 HP. Let me do at least something. Just one.
Low-key, if you're playing Viper, isn't it better to play Killjoy too? I think Killjoy has a lot more synergy, yes. But I think overall, the Cypher is fine.
I mean, he's IGL. I was playing IGL when I was trying to play a little bit. Sometimes I did feel like I was just a drone. You know? Yeah. It feels like that sometimes.
Like, for those who don't know, Fade actually does have, like, little cat paws at the bottom of her boots for the player model. So that's kind of fun.
What? Fade has cat paws on the bottom of her boots?
Now it's already asserting dominance.
Why? And why does Quack know that?
And now back towards Mount. Edmund picks up the
Wait, how would you even check? I guess if you go into a model viewer, how are you even seeing the bottom of her boots? And why is it cats? Oh, nice shot.
Contact by Coconut onto the site.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, Coconut's eating up a little bit. What? Jeez. Did Utah did... Oh, is it Utah? I thought it was Utah. I could have sworn the regional league was saying Utah.
Yeah, a little bit of damage done. And we've gotten through the first rounds pretty quickly.
I don't even think he plays Fade. I'm pretty sure he plays controller or duelist, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, maybe that's changed. I don't know. It was a popular tweet, really? Huh. Regional? Really? Turkey? We're seeing that on Twitch too. Turkey loves cats. Really? Huh? I had no idea. What's the lore behind that? Is it like a... Is it just like a cultural thing? Is it a religious thing?
Absolutely. They picked this, and this is one of the maps where they're...
The Prowler's a cat? Oh my gosh, my world is changing. I thought the Prowler was just a ghost.
Doesn't really suggest that, and Emin, the sole hero Vandal, alongside a couple of guards.
Now it's pushing out 3 rifles, 2 sheriffs.
On the map, though, they're actually pushing all the way up Rebel, taking contact into its Uta. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, could see Oblivion Force not.
So on a buy round against their... Okay, well, Coconut comes back. The crazy thing is that Coconut could have died here too, which would have been actually disastrous for Oblivion Force. But, like, listen, if you're gonna win your duels, sure. Obviously, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. But yeah, but see, okay, so okay, you know what? I am justified in what I was about to say. I should have just said it. But basically, what I was gonna say is either against an eco or a bonus. I don't know if standing here to fight is the right way to check for info, right? You could stay here, and as soon as you see more than one peak, jiggle, and then back up, have someone peek for you here, and then the 3 go here because you saw 3 here, so you know you have the numbers advantage on C. So there's no real reason to stand there and fight that.
But he's got to think about possibly tree as well. The turret comes back. He jumps up, goes in for the tap, but does not know that Rhea is right behind him. A little ring around the rosy, and it brings Oblivion up with a standard 1-2.
Yeah, but took absolutely everything from them to get that round across the line.
I mean, they have another shot. It's just half armor. Obviously, it's not great, but Istanbul has a big cat population. That's crazy.
Early on here for now, so forced to keep things nice and close and try to avoid the pitfalls of what happened to them on Icebox starting so slowly in both of those halves.
As long as you full save on the second round, and depending on the agents, you can still get by with half armor. Obviously, you are at half armor, and now if you lose this, you're mostly completely boned.
So they love to fight for space. Look at this moment. Now with the blast pack, toxic screen comes up from Oblivion Force, but only to fend now.
It's a good fight. NAOS commits to it. So many teams in Ascension and Challengers don't actually commit to Rubble. They like pretend that they're gonna fight and they don't actually commit. But it's like the whole point is that you feel like you're slightly over investing, but just enough that you actually could take full control of it, and that's how you make the map easier for yourselves. And if you're not going to do that, then you just don't commit at all. But we've seen a lot of teams either like try to sneak in without using utility, or they'll like dump utility but not actually take Rubble, and it gets really messy. Oh, good read on the timing as well. Doesn't have the time to refresh the one way. Sees the screen come up and just bails out. I think he was actually thinking about bailing out no matter what, which is he's playing it even safer, which is good.
around Link, or maybe even towards C with a rotating door.
You gotta find an exit now, though. Good cover from Mojer.
Just to hold off Tree. Mojer takes down that Cypher. And Oblivion tries to push through the smoke. Poppy Chulo good for one. And then Oblivion pushes.
Who's the IGL? Did we ever get confirmation? I actually don't know. It used to be Q, but obviously he can't be here, so I don't know who's IGLing now.
The paint shells connecting onto it. Rhea does not hear the rotating doors.
Okay, apparently, so YouTube chat has confirmed that the Prowler is a Tiger, just in case anyone was curious. I had no idea. I don't read any lore when it comes to Valorant, so I'm glad you guys are teaching me about this stuff. Paperthin used to be our like local lore analyst, but I think he's given up. I think he's done with it. He's bored of reading. It's Chime? Okay.
Can't have much more impact than that to set NAOS up for success, to continue streaking ahead in terms of rounds. Great Page Shells in combination with the Nightfall and playing around that Fade utility perfectly. As he mentioned, even swinging open the door.
Why is it called rubble anyways? Because this pillar has fallen over, so it's a piece of rubble.
Absolutely. I mean, this is already leaps and bounds ahead of the Mojer that we saw a couple of days ago when they played this Lotus against Boom. Now, though,
that was a... I'm pretty sure he didn't have his gun out, no?
Side with the rotating door, though, will answer right back.
Good cover on Mound, though. So this basically shuts it down. The fact that they got a kill through the door and they still didn't lose Mound on the pinch. This is NAOS' round. Next he should just back out. Yeah. You were stranded. You just back out. Jaws angle's not bad. He actually wins the fight even better.
And it's all down to Lone Chime trying to transition across the map, but instantly controlled and spotted.
Rubble is absolutely the most important part to control. Depending on the composition and your choices, you can choose not to fight for it on attack, but on defense, like Rubble is giga important. There's almost no world or not many comps where you would actually hard prefer to hold Mound here on C main. A lot of times you would still, the default you would as defense, you would still want to have some control of Rubble. Now the difference is you can set up a trap play to not take it first, right? Condition them to use util to fight for it and then trap them and take them out in Rubble. Like that's fine. But Rubble's super crucial. Super crucial.
Really not letting them do that whatsoever. Mojer instantly popping off that showstopper. Evan pushing out.
He's stuck.
He takes down Uta.
Coconut's stuck, but you're stuck in here with me. They gotta just ignore him at this point if they're not gonna commit to it. That smoke's dissipating too. NAOS, what are we doing, man? They should have just ditched him because it would have taken him too long, or they should have just both waited until the smoke cleared. The 1v1s. Tap and peek. Oh my gosh, he's gonna get it. Oh my god. He knows that he's stuck in waterfall, man. He's just gonna stick it.
One of the best.
Damn, man.
You can see the coaching staff can't even.
Oh my gosh. Dude, Rhea's gonna be kicking himself for activating the showstopper, man. I get why he did it, but it's objectively a bad call because the smoke is so close.
But Papi Chulo is way too good.
It is, in hindsight, it's an objectively bad call, but in the moment, I mean, he thought just hiding behind the box would be enough, but Poppy, it's still so close that he can still swing out just enough. So Poppy was, the thing is, I'm pretty sure Poppy was planning on swinging out no matter what after the initial spray. Like, as soon as he got confirmation on exactly where he was gonna swing out. But that's why the ult is.
I forgot the most important one, Phil. My favorite guy.
I almost think objectively probably the best is to wait and either spam it or wait for the second tap right after 4 seconds and then go for it and then go for the ult. But
Yeah, I mean, you only have half a second to stop the
That was rough. That was rough, man.
It was great stuff.
I mean, yeah, that's true. He could have just shot it at his feet. I guess so. So objectively, maybe it's not the worst call. It is just that it's Poppy Chulo. Not many players would have necessarily pushed that. But the pushing it is absolutely the correct play. But yeah, that's what I mean. The equip time is longer than you think. That's why I think objectively it was a bad play, because of the distance. But in the moment, like, I don't blame him. I think that's one of those things where in hindsight you're just like, yeah, it was too close. But I mean, either way, Poppy Chulo gets his clutch. Add one to the board.
3 stack up around C. They know that there have been tendencies from NAOS to peek out of Mound for now, and hence playing.
All right, you'll take the easy orb, but yeah, you got to clear out the util. You'll get the alarm bot. Doesn't get the nanoswarms are both deep, and the paint shields just got used, so you know that those nanoswarms are safe.
Holding front B there, but that's where NAOS is playing the buddy system. 2 players peeking together, making sure they can ensure that.
So you assume that it's Viper Killjoy, as it often is on C. You just saw double on B, so you should know that it's a weak hold on Rubble. They were just gonna wait for the Cypher ult anyway. Dude, he's just gonna fight this. Oh my gosh!
He's good for at least a double. So numbers still in favor of NAOS. Nexi.
Here we go. Here comes the spam. No? Yep. He doesn't see anybody else. Test it? No? Okay. Okay, I like it. I thought he was going to go for the spam, but not going for it is the correct play since you have the numbers advantage.
Taking the head off of Chime. And now, down to Uta. Spike getting planted. Footsteps hurrying towards it. He puts on the camera, good at the very least, but then here comes those heavy rounds from next.
I mean, to be fair, at close range, the correct play against the Hunter's Fury is to also rush it. But the difference is that almost nobody ever uses that close range, whereas people think they can get away with using the Showstopper close range.
So solid at maintaining their economy. Like both of these games, winning a lot of the early couple of rounds.
Poppy Chulo is absolutely one of the better players on NAOS. He was so good last year too. He's old reliable.
But this is where they can continue streaming along here. They've got a little bit of cash in the back pocket now. They've got the pit over on this C site, which they can potentially set up an alarm bot inside of. I think that's what both Jar, yeah, you can see it already. Both Emin and Jar making a stronghold over there on C Mounds and making Oblivion Force's life very difficult. And Coconut's
forward pit with alarm bot and nanoswarm in the pit. Gross. As a Viper and Killjoy enjoyer, that is disgusting. You gotta use all your util if you want to actually try to just deny this. They're trying to bait them out. They're trying to bait them out of the pit. Chak's trying to check for it. Oh! Oh my! That one, the friggin' half a second he had to peek out as the door's closing.
Not too bad from Shima and Uta, although it costs.
They still get all pushed through, but that was a good peek from Emin. They just could. Yeah, he knows he's main. Yeah, I was about to say, well, don't throw the paint shields deep. Oh man, before the second ping too, because you know that he'll be a little antsy because of the distance, because otherwise half is secured.
Beautifully read. It's another clutch for NAOS as well.
Good clutch from Mojer. Unfortunate for Oblivion Force, just a little too scattered. Like they stabilize in the frags, but
last minute substitution coming into the tournament. They're already from a bit of an underdog region in Taiwan, Hong Kong in terms of, you know, playing an APAC Ascension. Obviously, we know the strength of that with the Chinese.
Why are there so many 1v2s, 1v3s this game? Well, part of it is that Oblivion Force is not really that very well organized. Oblivion Force is probably the most disjointed team, but I think Rapid Lo-Fi is the weakest team, actually. Oh, okay, I mean,
the showstopper and then the shrouded step from Chak just to evade it. So they still have some legs in this round.
John knows. He doesn't have a way out. No cover. Oh boy. Little too far forward. Right? Because, okay, you were here initially for a catch, but if you were going to be here and you had this set up, I think the Viper should have just been stationed C with him. But hindsight's 20/20. But either way, once you had pushed them out of rubble, I think you back out to see if they come up because you already have a forward. Like you're very greedy if you're trying to hold here and here.
Got the Viper's pit, but they don't want to invest it into this round. Maybe for the next. No, they're actually going to do it.
Oblivion Force needs whatever rounds they can get. So the pit's good. It's just
to deal with the Poppy.
they're gonna jump out of this. Double jump out. Check the corner. Yep. It's a good hop out.
It's gonna be down to Emin, 1 HP. He's decayed, and Shaq will not let it happen. Oblivion Force goes up to 2.
Are you a Vice believer? Yes. I think she will be played in Tier 1.
You know, coincidentally, is exactly how they started to get back into Icebox. In fact, that's.
I mean, the pit, yeah. I mean, listen, Oblivion Force needs whatever rounds they can get, however they get it. So.
This exact round, and he is really starting to show up in a big way.
Or.
Oblivion Force backs against the wall at this point. You know, this is their last chance to make something happen. And after the back of that round, similar to.
And it ruins the economy a little bit. I mean, you make it a 5-7. It's not all is lost.
Losing a round in the XVX, they weren't happy with. Going to take a timeout, discuss how they can make sure they maintain this massive round score lead they've got.
And it's, you know,
PhDs need to stop relying on glitches.
All these advantages coming into this matchup, and they want to ensure that they're holding on to them. They had the momentum, and they do not want to let it go. But for Oblivion, though, the tenacity that they have, the fact that they're fighting back in the face of adversity, you see all of these pieces of utility, you see the Viper's Pit and how Poppy Chulo is trying to work his way around it. But Shaq says no, he's able to fight back, and that's what we need more of from Oblivion. The numbers advantage, the rushes, the forces, the way that they're kind of just overwhelming lone players like Ja sometimes.
And see what NAOS have come up with at the same time for Oblivion Force. It's a double.
XLG has 2 imports? Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Dude,
why does Crystal keep finding himself on these teams with 2 imports?
Gonna need to find some more depth. It's felt like only when the trades went well for them over towards.
All right, you got lockdown online even without the weaponry. You're 2 away from the Nightfall. I mean, NAOS, I think. Listen, I think you're cool to do whatever damage you can this round, just because you know Oblivion versus Econ is also not great. And the next round you have double oats to secure it, and then you can set yourself up for a potential 9-3. Although Ria's showstopper will be online by then, but
You're gonna make use of that toxic screen at the very least.
So because they don't have the weaponry, instead of fighting for rubble, they're just kind of imagining. They wanted to go for a trap play on Mound because Oblivion Force has been abusing that orb. It's not going to pay off. No early pick either. But hey, this setup ensures that they can go for a retake. Oh, the trip. Okay, he resets it up. There is a trip, so that'll slow him down. I don't know if they'll check for it.
Oblivion Force as well. So now it's trying to make use of their bodies together to try to retake this site. Everyone's bunched up around the top.
Only one blast pack. Can't do a full flight path. Oh man! Oh.
Ria with the showstopper in towards Emin just to try to secure the round, but he's down to 3 HP. Poppy Chulo with the sheriff hops on over, picks up the Vando, and he's low.
Dude, Poppy Chulo, no fear, but no time.
Running out of time, but Ria manages to throw in those paint shells just to keep things alive.
He just wants to kill. He gets it. That's not the greatest.
Really expensive round for them though. Takes all the guns away from them, and you can see they don't have the money to replace them. This will open up an opportunity now for NAOS, who didn't invest the lockdown in that round. They just tried to get back in there with, you know, the half bite with the base.
I mean, it's the correct play for Poppy Chulo. You chased for that kill. You weren't going to win that round anyway. I mean, one of you bought a rifle, but still. See, now they have full buys and Oblivion Force has half armor. They don't even have all Vandals.
can potentially set themselves up for a 9.
It is absolutely the correct play.
Tells you just how much Oblivion Force needs to keep themselves in this game.
Oblivion Force like needs a 5-7 here, and NAOS is already sitting okay. They just want to be more certain, I think, after the near heart attack on Icebox.
Set up for NAOS. Retake on A. 2 duos here for NAOS, ready to try to fight front B or C if the pressure comes forward.
Not bad. I'm still loving those off angles from.
I like that NAOS sticks with the same setup too, right? The Killjoy on A again. Because Oblivion Force goes back to the default of pressuring Mound. You push them away. But once Rubble is clear, Oblivion Force should get an inkling. So Oblivion Force, as soon as they realize nobody's waiting on Rubble for them, they should get ready for a potential A to B play. They're not going to have anybody watch the B main push, which is unfortunate.
What will Oblivion Force choose to do here?
I mean, they have an option to go through.
They're just gonna stick the plant and sacrifice him? No. Oh, and now no matter where you go, you're gonna be rushed, man. They're gonna rush into B. I guess thankfully Papi Chulo already committed to A, but oh no, it's a disaster. Oh, it's a disaster. He's just dude, and now now NAOS is like playing to win. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that.
Hold on to his gun, trying to save it for dear life. 8-3 says NAOS.
That's just huge from Moja. Like literally, that is the right call from Oblivion Force. They put all that pressure on the A site. They baited out the lockdown. You've seen the
is TWHK part of that SCA conglomerate next year? No, right? It's actually a good question.
And is able to maintain control of that economy, but unfortunately, Moja resets them here down to Sheriffs and only the singular rifle saved by Coconut. This is not
Whoa, calm down.
It is, but it's so good. It's
Nom's not even a real word.
Dreams for NAOS right now. They're spreading their wings. Moja, he did not have the greatest game on Lotus.
Everybody gets a first pass. Sometimes you get emotional about your own team. Oh, nope, Yisla doesn't want a first pass. I'm cool with that too.
Let's see if he can do it again alongside his teammates. Now, Ja, Emin holding down the C side. He managed to get the first. Even onto the second, hopping up to the top of the ledge. A little bit risky for positioning, but because of that dark.
Do you now think they have a chance against Riddle? Still no.
Called on over as well. And if you take a look at the mini-map, Pilski,
I think if they play up to my expectations of what I saw from them, yes, I think they have a chance against Riddle. Even then, I think Riddle is favored, but this map alone is not enough to convince me that they have a good chance.
Really couldn't have got much more out of that, to be honest. It's a triple.
Okay, TWHK is a part of it, so Taiwan Hong Kong will be mixed in. Unfortunately, that is probably like the death of Taiwan Hong Kong as a separate region. But the players there will have opportunities to like still operate under other banners, since everyone will have the same chance. It's tough for some of the smaller, like isolated regions. It always is.
Footsteps heard.
Next year, Challengers in Pacific is going to be like Southeast Asia is going to be one big sub-region, and then therefore going to have also more slots going into Ascension. So it's not like all per country.
Ending the first half, 9-3.
Very dominant from them. This is very difficult in terms of expectations for Oblivion Force.
9-3. They made it happen.
Their tenacity, their resilience on that game of Icebox, and how well that.
So that round where Papi Chulo chases for the kill pays off, right? You don't use any ults. You don't greed for that round, and you secure the remaining rounds, making a 9-3.
They've got a pretty solid, well-defined map pool with how much.
I think Boom will win today against Simprisa, but I think it's a tough call no matter what.
How much practice they've had against some pretty.
I would say that Oblivion Force is pretty weak. I think there's a couple players that are individually good, but Oblivion Force is a like straight amateur team. The players are not necessarily like some of them have played in China and things like that, but Oblivion Force, as you can see, they don't have any sponsors, they don't have a jersey, they don't have any backing, they don't have a coach. You know, they've been playing their matches after they wrap up work. You know, they get home from work and they play their matches. Like these guys they're just grinding for the dream. So it's rough. It's rough.
The IGL calling, and he's still able to anchor down the C site that way in that fashion from that last round.
But the objective matter is like this is Oblivion Force being a lot weaker than NAOS being like really, really good.
Is their ability to kind of adapt to some of these setups. They are recognizing that, okay, Papi Chulo is sometimes on the other side of the map, and that's why Chak was...
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Mongols will do in Valorant. Obviously, they're making waves in CS again, so that's cool.
For Ascension Pacific 2024.
Yeah, no, I think Oblivion Force should still be given, you know, a big round of applause and a lot of respect for sure. But it's just it's an unfortunate thing, right? Where it's like, well, I mean, it'd be really weird if you weren't the underdogs.
I mean, it's got to
right?
start with the pistol. I said that on Icebox though, and they got ecoed in round 2, so it's got to start with a lot of things for Oblivion Force. There's many snags you can slip up on.
Oh, I haven't actually seen those videos. You know, they sent those videos over yesterday for the Korean broadcast for the teams that played yesterday, and like they didn't have any subtitles. So I could translate the JFT one, but let me tell you, I could not translate the Rapid Lo-Fi one.
Many hours as a coach. Flying around in third person across all of these maps, sometimes getting distracted by things I shouldn't be, but look, those are all things that are irrelevant to the game state.
Name me a team with something that's critical crystal and Demon Wonder. That's a fever dream. What?
He's really been coming into his own. We've already seen him.
Oh no, the bugs in our earphones are back. That always goes away briefly though, chat. It's not your earphone, it's the feed. It's in my ear as well.
A little bit of a tag.
Wow, speaking of Oblivion Force not having any backing, no budget guy, welcome.
Look at how NAOS are quickly traversing across the map with this. Emin thinking about the B hit perhaps.
Yeah, this is the value.
Now it's just trying to spread them thin as much as possible. I like that Oblivion Force just commits even harder to rubble. Okay, and then they're just gonna MTB with the Cypher setups. Okay, it's actually a good read from NAOS, and it's not a bad setup from Oblivion Force. But now this trip doesn't mean anything, and the cam gets broken as well. You need to hold this. You need to hold this. There you go. That's good. This was smoked off, so relatively you're okay with that. You need to hold on to that, and then you just hold until the rest of them can come through on main. It's a good rotate over from Ja, but it's too late. Good retake.
And Ja has to do something from the back, but way too many targets. It's gonna be Rhea taking that final kill. Defuse handed over onto Chime for points, and Oblivion Force does pick up the pistol.
Yeah, and that is the double-edged sword. Or
I wonder what does happen. Like if a straight amateur team with no backing wins Ascension, what happens? Like what? I mean, obviously, I would assume that they would still enter, but like, I assume you're going to be required to have an org because the orgs have like required number of content pieces and such. So I don't think you would pass that. So they would probably give you a timer to find an org. I assume for the roster to find an org. Yeah, it'd be like a weird reverse G2 guard situation.
B is the site that is in the center.
Yeah, and in that case, I assume the same 3 out of 5 rule would stay as well because that's what happened with the guard stuff.
Previous map. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, you got the showstopper being worked on by Moja, looking to break the trips, but it's the high low between Utah and Coconut.
I mean, I think orgs have a pretty strict requirement though, like number of content pieces and what they have to revolve around and all that. So like, it's not entirely just like free slot, right? Some teams, like even if objectively speaking the ROI seems to be there, like some teams are going to be like, we just don't have the manpower to do that. But yeah, I assume it. You know, they would be given a time frame to go find an org.
Dings Papi Chulo up to about 50 HP, but you never want to count him out. Look at how he uses that smoke to extend his spot into the site, but ultimately marked by the...
Yes, and then Riot would vet them, for sure. I mean, I think Riot still goes through a vetting process even for orgs that do win Ascension, so...
Oblivion Force, once again, it's the same story again. Maybe
oh yeah, Pacific was also a premier team. Yeah, you're right.
On the defense...
I mean, Saprissa Gaming is a premier team as well, but they technically have a bit of an org.
Maybe they've left themselves enough room to work with. We'll see how this bonus goes for them. will have dropped the sheriffs over to both Coconut and Rhea. And a fair few rifles to work with as well. So being left solo over on this A side of the map, and it's a full take from NAOS.
Yeah, I hear you, Pilsky. I mean, this bonus, this is the crucial one. If they are going to mount a comeback, this is the round where it happens.
Jaw.
However,
Ooh. Good game sense. Good timing. His team's already gotten into the site. He is not meant to get 2 there. I like that he stays for the second, though, because he's like, if I just continue to try to cross after the first kill, I might get picked off. So that's a good play from Jaw. But it's unfortunate for Oblivion Force. I mean, this is your bonus, so it's not the end of the world, but
not letting Oblivion take anything whatsoever. NAOS picks up double digits in this round.
Yeah, beautiful prowler there from Nexi to clear out Uta on the site. You can see him with the double trip set up inside of the site, trying to play in his cage.
yeah, waiting for that second peek there was very good from Jaw. And that about secures the round, really.
Before any of the cypher user can become an issue. And Jaw over on the other side of the map, that's where you see that duelist aid, man.
Okay, Odin online for Chime.
Insta one taps when Oblivion Force is trying to.
So you can really force your way onto Rubble. But NAOS wants to fight it, and they're doing, they're getting ahead of it. It's usually the first step that you try if the opponents are fighting for Rubble on defense. Send the raise forward, so you immediately counter whoever's trying to sneak in. Successful. The Omen's cut off, which means Rubble absolutely is in full control of NAOS. I mean, you could have Jaw peek for information first. You could just tie them up and rotate. Because you know the Omen's gone, there's no good way for Oblivion Force to, like, hold Rubble safely because there's no one-ways. So they would actually have to spend more util, or they would have to contact as a group to secure Rubble. So I like this from NAOS. Oblivion Force is trying to get ahead of it, but they're already a little bit late. Good snake bite, though. But that's the backup plan. You have Emin, who's up front. You know that there was no push out with the alarm bot. You still had 40 seconds. It's a lot of time still to work with. And Chime even gets caught. That's the nail in the coffin.
Perfection in terms of mid-round to late-round calling from NAOS.
So much control, Pilsky. And Snakebite just to check.
I've been trying to get into Valorant casting. What are some things that play-by-play casters usually focus on to talk about? Okay, so especially in English, because it's duo casts, I think it's very dangerous to limit yourself to just play-by-play casting. Obviously, you can lean into that, but duo casting for English casts, it's a little bit more varied. Styles vary a little bit.
That's what they're thinking about. Instead, it's just the off angle being held onto the spike, planted in an open.
But the biggest thing is like getting used to reading the UI, right? Like what util is left, and understanding like, now do I make that intense? Do I make it lax? Oftentimes, if you have someone who you're working with a lot as a duo, like, you guys will take turns as someone's talking, like someone else will also keep tabs on like the mini map or certain ultimates and be like, well, they're 1 point away, like they can pick up that orb, like they can chime in with that stuff. So you don't have to feel that you have to be reading everything, but like at the start of the round, like usually you should also just help keep tabs on like all the ultimates. Then during the round, obviously, the number of players and their positions, just so, because if you play-by-play reactively, it's going to always be tough and it's going to be bad. So you need to be a little bit ahead of it, right? Be like, okay, well, they still have the lurk here, and then you kind of read out the movements. And then obviously during the fights itself, it's about it's easy if you have good observers, because then you can just follow the observer's action. But if not, you actually kind of have to, it's like when you're observing, you have to kind of understand, like if it's a clutch, you're focusing primarily on the clutch person, like in a 1v3, you're focusing on the one and talking about his actions, because that's what's important. Because you have to understand that as a play-by-play, it's not just about hype, but like you are the one who like drives the story and the tone of the broadcast. The analyst, like you're kind of color plus play-by-play. The analyst is the analyst, right? And that's why in a duo, you don't want to be so strict with your roles. Oh! Jeez. Almost a disaster.
With 8 rounds left in the magazine, nanoswarms burning at his feet.
토마토님 안녕하세요.
Slowly.
Do you need to memorize ability names? I think you absolutely should. You don't always have to use it, but you absolutely should because it'll help you vary your presentation. That goes for any game. I don't think you have to use it every time, right? For instance, like you can say the wall for Deadlock and Sage. You can say the traps for Cypher, right? You can say the mollies for all the different mollies. Like that's fine, but you should absolutely memorize them because that'll help you not repeat the same words. That'll help you come up with better phrasing, you know, better presentation. Would you recommend reading Shakespeare as preparation for casting? Not like specifically, but reading anything is very good, and reading varied genres is very, very good.
But over on the other side of the map, they've pushed all the way through C.
Ooh. So it's a lot of information for Oblivion Force at the very least, but look at how John instantly spins on a swivel. One hit shot.
He's always ready for the second peek. It's very good. And he saw him too. You don't need to fight this. Your team's already all the way through stairs. But the thing is now knows Oblivion Force knows they're at A. So they either swing together for backside, which they do, and they line up. Or they just have someone watch it and you funnel into B is what I was going to say, but... No. Okay. Whoa.
Only good for the one, but information revealed it's Chak who takes him down. Oblivion Force, they might be halfway through.
I have never read a single sentence of 50 Shades of Grey, so I cannot confirm nor deny.
It's one of those rounds where NAOS, they're trying to threaten the A site, they're trying to catch Oblivion Force out of position, but Oblivion Force read this so beautifully. You could see the line that the Omen's on. Chak is holding.
Most likely we are saying bye to Oblivion Force. Yes, chat. It's, I mean, it's rough. It's brutal, man. It ain't easy becoming a pro. It ain't easy becoming a pro.
Perfectly and crossfire appropriately, despite kind of a weirder call, something you're not usually used to defending against.
죄송하지만 저는 오늘 SPG가 질 거라고 예측을 했습니다. 근데 잘 될 거예요. 여전히 우승은 SPG가 할 거라고 믿는데 오늘은 지지 않을까. Oh. Forward trip? I mean, yeah, it's like the alarm bot. I guess it gives you early info, but the alarm bot is a bit harder to check into. That trip, you just straight up kind of just let it go away. 50 seconds, still a chance for a good rotate.
They have no info. They've got the fade off angle front B, but it's just.
And Oblivion Force isn't making a single move. That's very good because you don't have any information. And you've already kind of lost all that control anyway. So the only move you should make is if you rotate someone and you push as 3, but it's because of the timer. You're kind of. I think the plan right now is just to stall with whatever you got. Like you can stall with a showstopper as well, and then you just wait for the rotates. It's going to be a pinch onto B, and they were waiting for the ult as well. Oh, it goes past. Oh, he survives with 18 HP. Oh, now NAOS's position isn't all that bad. They still hold blue room, which is fine. Good friggin' double flood in, though. That's the one advantage they had. Oh, no. They have to push it. Oh. Oh, no. Woo.
The lockdown is gone, but Coconut will make Emin disappear as well. Oblivion Force stays alive for one more round.
Just keep scraping these rounds together on defense, man. That's what we were seeing for them.
How do you say you in Korean?
Going up against
like you?
Point, like you can't help
well, no is like the word for you, but
with how well NAOS has been playing on Lotus, with how much pressure they're putting across the map.
You wrote GG too early. That's why you erased it. That's funny.
Absolutely no info across the map.
Yeah, it might be difficult.
Oh, I totally sound different when I speak Korean. My Korean, first of all, my voice is a lot higher when I speak Korean. Everyone's voice changed a little bit if you change languages, but mine has always consistently been higher when I speak Korean.
but they are still fighting so hard for each and every round. No info, sure. Not a lot of space, sure. But as soon as they start to feel that heat, they go in against it, and they are firemen fighting the fire from NAOS. That said, though, the time
in your opinion, what East Asian language is the most useful as a business standpoint? I mean, Chinese. There's no competition. Korean and Japanese can be for very specific fields and very specific businesses, but like China just simply has more. Well, okay, let's put it this way: China just simply has more opportunities no matter which field you go into, just because of the sheer size and money. But also regulations and working around China's like culture and habits and regulations and businesses and government is also a pain. So is it easier? That I can't say, but will you always have more opportunities and potentially more money than Chinese for sure? But then again, like for the West, like trying to work through Korea and Korean business tendencies and laws, and same with Japan, isn't exactly easy anyway. So I guess maybe then Chinese is just the answer. Now it's just gonna do a fast hit onto C. Looks like, yeah, they're just even ditching. They're ditching the screen as well.
Coconut might be able to hold down C.
It might just be the C exec this time. Oh,
still no pit. Emin's still tagged in B. He does get spotted in B, which stalls the rotate a little bit, but they also get stopped. And oh my gosh, Uta goes out and gets a kill. That's huge. What a read from Uta.
And now it's just thinking like, what?
I cannot emphasize how big of a play that is to make against tournament elimination.
Yeah. Talk about courageous, the cojones on that dude. Okay, back towards Rhea now. He's holding the alpha guy. I think he's been
there's coverage
a
from Chak as well. The oh, look at Jaw on the minimap. C is free, man. They did not even think about it. Now they have. They're like, hold on. Hold on. Chime hasn't seen anything.
You just got absolutely no idea. Easiest kill of Jar's life, and that's an open side.
Get wrecked. Yeah, he called it to his team. A great catch on that one, Pilsky.
You have Pit and Showstopper. In no world should NAOS allow this. He's just gonna walk past it too.
Spotted them out as well. I mean, they know where they are. The Viper's
pit. Okay, you definitely don't keep all three in the pit. Surely not. Yep, just for time. Right, because this way they would have to back out of the pit. Oh, it's a good position from Coconut.
Just to try to shoot Mojo down.
Unfortunate.
Inside of the pit, he lures them in. He strikes and springs out of
GG. I mean, listen, Oblivion Force, they put up a fight where they could. But, I mean, it still stings, I'm sure. GG's well played. But again, like these guys, you know, they play after they come home from work. Some of them have played in China and stuff, but so it's not like complete all just rookie amateurs. But again, their environment this year was not in any way a pro or semi-pro setting. So all the props to them. Hopefully, some of them have the circumstances to continue to grind and come back. It's always a darn shame, but I think it's also just a reminder on the reality that esports is only the top make it through.
We'll say that, but dude, you have to admire the heart, the spirit that they have. I mean, for sure, these guys can frag. They can.
I mean, yeah, the fact I honestly think for it's always feels bad because it's like, yeah, but what was it for? Because like it ended, but Oblivion Force even getting to Ascension I think is huge. And for people who are playing after work, obviously there's still a little bit of prize money here and there, so like there is that.
The fact that they're making all of this work and still putting up some great performances in these rounds.
It's not OnlyFans.
It says a lot as to how much I mean, imagine if
yeah, I mean it's unfortunate. If anything, actually, I think the bitter conclusion of that match is that now they should have looked more dominant. I do think they woke up a lot more on Lotus, so that is promising. That's the light at the end of the tunnel, but we don't know how long the tunnel is. You're still in that tunnel, so now they look better in Lotus. I will agree, but it's not, that one map is not enough to convince me back to thinking that they're like pretty good. I'm still a little. I'm very hesitant still.
I do bid you adieu. But today was a much better performance from NAOS, especially on Lotus, since their last game.
Yeah, I think.
Do you think that increases the teams in the future in VCT? VCT is going to be locked at 12 teams starting next year, and then there's a bit of a relegation rule for the teams who ascended, where the ones who don't make playoffs will have to. Do they play in Ascension, or do they just get sent right back to challengers and then they have to grind back another year? I forget the exact ruling, but that's going to be the system next year. I'm sure we'll have a whole format explainer next year to explain the changes, but.
He was getting so much value on the A. He was walking it. He was putting so much pressure.
Victoria's dogs are barking.
That NAOS make that really should count in their favor the further this tournament goes, because they're showing
listen,
they can adjust and they can learn.
NAOS fans,
that's something that
I don't know what to tell you, but I don't think NAOS is beating Riddle. We'll wait and see. It's not today. We'll wait and see.
Yes,
but
absolutely. That is probably
I don't know what to tell you. I don't think that's happening. It could, but I don't think so.
Closer to the main stage. Now this is really interesting. OF has 11 first kills here. They do have more first kills on Lotus.
What if both Ascension teams make it to playoffs? I believe so far what they've stated is if both teams make it, it's the team that ends up lower. But we'll see. Obviously, I'm sure they're still ironing out all the exact rulings. Is there a chance that they expand teams as the game grows? I don't think so, because it's just like if you expand it and then the game stops growing or starts to die out, like even if it's like 10 years later, like what do? You suddenly say, hey, by the way, we're kicking out 2 teams this year just cause like we don't have enough money or teams, you know what I mean? I think N12 is a fine place to stop.
Because those rounds are so important in shifting the momentum. There's a couple of rounds I think Oblivion Force should have won, but the individuals from NAOS were so good and just clutching it out. I think that was a big part of why we saw the map end like how it did.
When does Challenger start again? Pretty soon, actually. Okay, so I've read conflicting things. Well, I guess it's not conflicting. So there is another split of Challengers this year, but I wish they would just officially say it's not split 3, because it should just be split 1 of the next season. There's no point in having a split 3 after Ascension. Obviously, it also doesn't really mean anything because a lot of regions just count the last splits playoffs anyway to get to Ascension, which is fine, I think, right? It's just another season for you to get reps in to get prize money. Like, that's great. Like, I'm cool with that. But anyway, there is another split coming up for most regions.
And that just comes to reps going through all of this. And
if they make playoffs, they're immediately placed in the Ascension tournament. What? Wait, they have to get into champs to stay? I'm pretty sure I read that if they get into playoffs, they stay. Unless both teams make it in.
Yeah, I think the game plan was,
but it's also
I mentioned how
not set in stone, so
the defense side as well,
we'll wait and see. They need to make champs? That was the rule? Oh. Okay. So it doesn't change much from before then, because it's going to be really hard to make champs. So if you make champs, you stay. But if you make playoffs, you're into Ascension. No playoffs, you auto-relegate. Okay, there's 3 levels of relegation. Got it. No, I didn't, Namor. But I've heard. I've heard all that. Well, I've heard all the M80 fans are mourning and the Sentinels fans are cheering. That's what I've heard.
I really wonder now, moving forward into this tournament, how NAOS is going to look. Like you said, they clean up a lot of
partnered teams never get relegated. They are partnered. But again, guys, it's not franchising. It's not meant to be a promotion relegation system, which there's pros and cons to that. Obviously, I enjoy the intensity and drama of a promotion relegation, but obviously then for teams it's it's not like sports where there's the structure's a little different. So partner teams are partnered because they're also investing into the system. Like that's the whole point. Oh yeah, they did say they will reevaluate. Like it's not never, but they have a longer term. Yeah, they did say they'll reevaluate like every now and then. They did say that. Yeah, 2027 or 2026 or something like that. I guess not 2026, 7 or 8, something like that. So
be one of the top 2.
So they do have contracts. It's not forever.
It's good to see them still in the game.
Which is a good fail-safe, but
when we come back, we're gonna go to the second elimination match of today, guys. So don't go away.
all right. Next game. This is a big one. Revenant versus Rapid Lo-Fi. What are we thinking? What are we thinking, chat? Who's a Revenant believer? All hail the Sultan. Who's here? I think Revenant's winning. In fact, I actually thought this might be a 2-1, but I think Revenant's going to win 2-0. Lo-fi is a top 4 music genre, so they got a good shot. That is true. Lo-fi is pretty sick. Lo-fi is pretty nice. It's a good go-to. Is there a world where Revenant loses? Absolutely. There is a world where any team loses. But also, I just think, I mean, listen, if today happens to be the one day that Sultan doesn't show up and everyone else is just kind of on and off like they have been before, then yes, they could lose. But I also don't expect Rapid Lo-Fi to look as bad as they did initially against JFT yesterday, just because I gotta imagine that there were definitely a little bit of first-time jitters there. But oh no, YouTube, don't do this to me. I do have 100% pick'em so far. To be very honest, I don't think it's that impressive. It was pretty easy so far. It's like starting with the third match today where things get a little wonky. YouTube, come on. Come on, YouTube. Don't do this to me. Sure, we'll catch up during the highlights and the break. Is this happening everywhere? Or is it just me and my YouTube? Because I know my YouTube does this every now and then. I mean, listen, if the problem persists before the match starts for the next match, we will go to the Korean broadcast, but it could be me, chat. It could be me. It could be me. My YouTube has had buffering issues in the past. Sometimes it's also like they do this to deny me from catching up with the faster speed. Like that. Alright, maybe we won't catch up. Maybe we won't do that. But now we're just eternally behind. We're just eternally stuck on this scene every time I load up the stream. Oh, the Twitch stream is down? Oh, well, that's not good. Oh, maybe the stream did crash. It's buffering at the same position. Maybe the stream did crash. Let's see how the Korean stream is probably just on their own break screen. Yeah, so we'll just leave this up for now for the timer. And then I'll check in on that before the match starts. I'll check in on the English stream before the match starts. YouTube also does that. YouTube streams are weird. There is at least like a 10-minute break. So what we're going to do is we are going to play some ads. And you're all going to watch it because you love to support me. And then I'm going to go grab some water. And then we'll get ready for the next game. Everyone else, get some water. Drink some water, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom. Be healthy, be clean. Don't be crazy. and we'll be back in a little bit. All right, I'm back. Oh, I had the Korean stream muted, so it was just silent, huh? I could have just turned on my own music too. My bad. See how the YouTube stream is doing.
But I think there's a lot of teams that would say,
Oh, it's working.
we also want to be there, right? And one of those other
Back to
teams,
the English stream.
right,
Hey, Circle Pills.
to go home. And
Why do I feel like I've seen your name somewhere before?
here, just not only because it's elimination, but there's a lot of pride. There's a whole region behind you that want to see
Jump
you,
scare.
right? They worked this whole year.
It's
to
horror
prepare,
time.
And now they're here. This is their time. Yes, we said first match didn't go as planned, right? But this is where the good teams can distinguish from the greater teams, right? You need to react well to that first series loss and make sure you don't face that elimination. Don't go down there, right? But they're here already, so let's see if both of them...
Oh, are the casters too soft? There you go.
Yeah, as they like to say, maybe the first match was a bit of a warm-up match, but
Reddit? Is that
you're
where?
in the elimination, you're in the lowers, and there's no more time.
You're
to
in
warm up. You
production
really
stuff
gotta
for North
regroup,
America. There you go.
right? So now with Revenant,
And you
wanting
mod
to get
Plat
back
Chat
in
Chat
there,
and you do a
and
bunch
of
of
course
community
lots of
stuff.
low
Gotcha,
power.
gotcha. And you gave me the recommendation for Sword and Sorcery. That would be the big one.
United last year.
That would be the big one. There you go.
This year, but I'm liking generally what I'm seeing. Do you want to share your thoughts actually? Overall,
Which was awesome. Which was awesome. But also great to have someone who's very involved and passionate about the Val comp community. That's also great.
I think it's great that we get to see these teams improve as the years go on, right? We talk
Welcome back to YouTube chat as well.
how we feel, the quality of the
Oh, you guys, YouTube chat actually told me that the YouTube stream was back. Well, thank you. I will give you the credit, even though that's not where I got it from.
teams are going up. Because of course, on tier 1
Today will be India's first win in Ascension. Wait, what? No. Didn't Orangutan get a win last year?
Rapid Lo-Fi is one of those teams where new talent is coming through.
Did Orangutan go out with no wins last year?
The existing talents like Suka. So we are expecting a lot from them because we saw how well Fancy did last year. So they're the team here. Fancy's not here.
Was Orangutan 0 wins last year? Really? Oh, that's my bad. Sorry.
Definitely. And you know
That's
what?
me. That's me. That's me probably rubbing it where it hurts.
And Ascension, sometimes
Well then, yes, I believe today will. I didn't even think about that. I could have sworn. I thought like almost everyone got at least one win last year, but I guess I wasn't casting the group stage last year, so it's all just murky for me.
Things played out, and just like
They won a map, just no games. Gotcha.
Seeing that all across the board for Ascension here, across all the regions, you know, and especially Pacific. I think Pacific is one of the regions that is just a bit tougher to make predictions on who's gonna make it to the end, and on top of that, it's Valorant, so you also just never know who's really gonna win. When it looks like,
All right, let's see. Is there anything I need to update in my commands? Probably the results. Yeah. Yeah, results would be good to update.
Come down to the smallest things, or it could come down to not even. So hopefully both of these teams have their mental fortitude. They're ready to go. They're not too nervous, knowing that this is an elimination match.
Yeah, for sure, right? You mentioned the mental, and you also mentioned that first series might have been a little bit warm-up. They've been in Indonesia a little bit longer now.
And then
They're training
draft, we will have to wait.
Setup
Maps have
and
not
everything.
come
So I
up
hope
just
that
yet.
all of these things where they get to experience a little bit longer, they can get into their comfort, and
There's
we just
Sultan.
see the best from both of these teams, because that's what all of the
There's
fans
skills.
want to see. That's what we want to see.
Definitely. And that's right. So all the teams are already in Jakarta. They're obviously over there playing against, well, in the same city as you
Jeez,
right
dude,
now.
YouTube chat
It's
is
really nice to
wild.
be able to
You
have
guys,
some
you
really
guys
good
just want to
insights
see each
into
other
in
burn.
between, your
No, I think
matches.
listen, I have faith that Revenant can win today.
Let's
If you
have
think
that out there. Who would you
my
pick?
curse is too strong, then I don't know what to tell you. But
Let's see who you pick.
I think Revenant can win. I think Revenant should win this
I
match.
was looking at the vetoes last night, and I think the veto could be really interesting. I think this series might come down to how the veto is structured.
Yeah, I
before
think I am gonna need a mod in YouTube
the
chat.
House,
We
they
used to
do
not
have
because it was just like,
one
you know,
output
a handful of
that
regulars.
works
But
in their favor.
with
So
Ascension, obviously there's a lot of YouTube viewers in the Pacific region. You guys are starting to kind of start to cross the lines. Just don't cross any lines. We'll get some mods.
Revenant have the upper hand in this one.
If anyone
I think
if anyone has modding experience and would like to mod the YouTube chat, just send me a message on Twitter or something.
So I think this is where Revenant can maybe get to shine.
Not after throwing the bind game with that lead. Have you ever considered that maybe
think the next match,
Synprisa Gaming
today were
locked in.
hard.
I don't think that was a throw, to be very honest. I think the way I see it is, first of all, you guys all use throw so liberally. You guys think some people lose a 3-round lead and you're like, wow, they threw it. I'm like, well, a throw is a very, like, you have to try to throw. And second of all, I actually think Revenant did really well punishing Synprisa Gaming in the beginning of that bind game. And also punishing them for their aim just not being up to snuff, but also the comp. And then I think Synprisa Gaming kind of locked in, after the timeout, and then afterwards. And then yes, was it back to Revenant to then answer back? Sure. So they couldn't overcome it. I agree. They could have won that map and they couldn't. But that's very different from a throw.
That mental fortitude, and if you're just feeling off that day, or it can affect your team dynamic, your comms. Sometimes. Yeah,
I would actually say that the 7-0 was the miraculous part. I like SPG was always supposed to be the favored one in that matchup. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I think
less stress is
maybe a
usually
case by
better.
case, right? Yeah.
I mean, even if you don't guarantee the regularity, I mean, we'll just get a couple people on YouTube and Twitch chat, a couple extra people, and if you show up, you show up. I mean, it's all like volunteer work, so I'm not looking to hold a contract over anybody's head. I can't pay you guys. I'm sorry.
That you just mentioned. So, but I am still looking at DOS9, how he handles that pressure. He's a little bit more new. We mentioned him, right? Excarossi, another player, does have that experience. Skills, he's been around for quite a while as well, right? So this experience is going to have to take them over the line, because we need to see more.
In an ideal world, what do you think about Revenant versus Disguised? So, okay, first of all, since I am predicting Revenant to win, since a lot of people are curious, I actually think Revenant versus Disguised could become a close game. And I actually think Revenant can win that. But obviously Disguised is like, they're very strong individually. But also I think like Sultan and Dust9 are strong enough that they can prevent the entire team from crumbling from the likes of like Juicy and Vera popping off. I mean, everyone else too on Disguised. And then macro-wise, I think Revenant actually is better.
But I do think there's time when you have to call it quits, just because of when you're playing against a team like SPG.
That is big time from GE. He is helping out with Revenant. He's joined Revenant for the tournament, it looks like. A couple of these teams getting temporary coaching help, extra coaches. SPG did the same. They brought in a rival coach from SLT Songnam for this tournament specifically, short-term contract.
Yeah, that's really
Big Time has joined Revenant for Ascension.
What is it gonna take?
Spin was helping out Apex, I heard, in EMEA.
Revenant to the limit.
Yeah, I think there was Rapid Lo-Fi. Some of the things that worried me a little bit about them is
Toast. I assume Toast. I assume Toast watch party yesterday? Yeah.
I feel like the retakes weren't clean enough. I didn't see enough.
I mean, I feel he was consistently doing it during challengers as well. So I assume he's watch partying the disguised games.
Or something like that, not just sit around. So I would love to see some.
I imagine it was a rough one for him when Juicy finally decided to show up and was dropping the 30 kill game and he couldn't win. I assume it was a rough one for him to watch.
Which is also going to matter a lot, and maybe even change your prediction.
He's very passionate though. Yeah, definitely give him a shout when Disguise is playing. All right, let's look at the bans here. Icebox ban, Sunset ban.
I think it is really interesting to note that in the first series that
where's my maps command? I gotta edit this. There's gotta be an easier way to do this.
They both picked Icebox and lost, right? So who's gonna stick to the Icebox? Who's gonna ban out the Sunset? And as we can see here, is
Sunset ban.
And Revenant's gonna say we're gonna take out that Icebox, and we end up with Bind as the
Bind again. Okay.
Against Revenant by SPG. They did end up losing, but I think there were a lot of positives for them to take from that.
Absolutely. They did lose, but it was a 10-13, and remember that? It didn't even look like they were going to lose initially. It was almost like, what is going on?
Lotus ban.
Initially, and it came really close, and I'm pretty sure.
And that leaves Ascent as our third map. All right, if you're on Twitch, we will get you your points going so you can lose it all.
I think it was a little bit of the aggro stuff from SPG that they struggled to play against.
I gotta change my Twitch title too, huh?
Similar aggro strats prepared, but if
Map 1 bind, which is Revenant's pick.
then I think the playstyle of Revenant might shine. They like slowing it down, getting a pick with that operator. So I'm curious to see, is
Let me change the title real quick. I should have done that before the break.
Weakness from Revenant against the aggressiveness on the defense. We're gonna see it right at the start of this half. What has Rapid Lo-Fi been cooking?
Yeah, well, they're definitely cooking something.
Mirror comps, yep, that is true. Rapid Lo-Fi bringing out the same comp as well. Double controller, Fade Gecko. Bind starting to turn into that a little bit.
Start off match 2 for today. Let's toss it over to Quack and Pilsky.
I think Sultan and Dust9 are very good. I rate Sultan higher than Dust9.
With Quack and Pilsky, and
But
this is one of the matches
we'll see.
where
Paradox actually played really well against the Simprisa gaming game, in the Simprisa gaming game.
can also go right.
So I hope he can do the same today.
Started off really well against
And for Rapid Lo-Fi, I mean, Suka played well the first map. He was one of the ones that crumbled the next map. But honestly, the younger players need to step up. They got to lock in a little bit.
Some good structure instilled by Fields as the
So
coach,
we
and
shall
also
see.
as well as some really big individual rounds from
SK
both
Rossi's
Sultan
been playing a lot of
and
Gecko.
Rossi had 1 or 2. Paradox was phenomenal on the Rays on this map. I think bigger picture though than just the map. You know, elimination series, but both of these teams really struggled.
Yeah, I mean, Sultan has, not only is he really consistent, he's got like very consistent Ravada game. I would say his timings are really good. He helps open up the map a lot, obviously through frags. Whether he would have the same impact on a higher level team is a different question, but I rate Sultan pretty highly.
On this map, next map wasn't as strong. For RLF to lose against JFT and the way that they approached the veto, that was a big worry for me. We'll see if they can start off well, though. This is going to be a pretty big contest on A short straight away here, Quack.
Yeah, definitely stacking up towards it. I mean, all eyes are definitely still on SK Rossi right now. Revenant on the attack, definitely trying to approach off cool and steady, but RLF's Daft instantly picked one off by short. Now the rest of Revenant just continues to push on.
Oh, Paradox gets in deep. They weren't even ready for that.
So
good entry.
against RLF,
And they take lamps as well, so it's not too bad. Prodigy, he's good for 1. That's, I would say, more than he could have hoped for, so
they have control
pretty solid.
over a majority of the site. Suka is the only one who can do
That is a
anything.
crazy plant, by the
A
way.
little bit more space perhaps in towards lamps, and then from there he can work
It's
around.
because they didn't clear the smokes. It's a good plant considering the circumstances. It's just you don't see it every day.
He's in great form again. Already 3K from the pistol. It was night and day performance from Paradox as far as I'm concerned. Between Bind and Icebox, the Yoru definitely left a bit of sour taste in my mouth.
What's my predictions for this match? Twitch, there we do have my. I think it's just the pick'ems. I guess I should put in Preds as well or something. But I have Revenant winning 2-0.
To see him again have a consistent performance, it makes me feel like, you know, maybe this
Triple Sheriff, Outlaw, and 2 Bulldogs. So a safe investment from Revenant.
Yeah, that's
on the
one of things that we
attack.
saw from day one as well. We need
Meanwhile, a bit of an investment from Rapid Lo-Fi.
being able to play their compositions to the optimal way, I guess. But for RLF, I mean, they are running a slightly
Sultan
different
starting to already put the pressure in with the toxic screen.
He played 4 games in a row of that Gen G comp with the Sky Cypher that you've seen Gen G running a million times. And if you say I've never seen that comp, then I'm
So
not
no
sure that,
information.
you know,
So
you
Revenant
should
kind of
consider
has to
it.
go in
Team
blind, right?
from Pacific.
Because no far
Either
pushed
way,
out on showers. They don't clear that.
they've changed
You
it
obviously
up
didn't
to
push in here. You didn't see anyone come out here. So they are just going to have to use their util to get in. But they are grouping as 5 to do that. So they're just saying, okay, if you've stacked, no matter what, we're going to make sure we have the numbers. We don't care if there's like a lurk or a flank around. We'll deal with that later. You still have Sultan watching for it, but he's not like on the A side on his own. And then you go in. Unfortunately, Rapid Lo-Fi thinks because there's been some toxic screen movement that A is more likely. They stacked A, and they would be wrong.
Yeah, that is SPG, but Revenant still starting.
I agree that Paradox wasn't. Ooh, nice. Okay, skills. Kicking off today with a much better start. I mean, not the hardest skills, but hey, you take whatever you can get.
Spike in control.
I agree that Paradox wasn't. He was playing the system, like he was playing his role in challengers, which is fine, but it wasn't anything to write home about. But I would say in the first match that they played against SPG, he played really well. So, who are the favorites for Pacific? My favorites for this tournament are Full Sense and Prisa Gaming and Boom Esports. Two of them will be playing in the next match today. We have 3 matches today.
Historically, I mentioned it in the cast the other day.
Yes.
He's played that sentinel, that controller role. He's been thrown onto IGL duties after Severan's departure in Split 1, and onto the info in net role that he hasn't played too much of. If he steps up and has a better performance today for Revenant, as well as keeping the calls going well, then that's a pretty scary looking team, given
Give me
how
one
well
second.
Sultan and Dostan have been playing as well.
Yeah, and he's doing a pretty good job right now, especially with the frags in the eco round. So let's see if he can keep that up. Rapid Lo-Fi, of course, buying.
Oh man, losing this much space already.
A little bit with the toxic screen.
Whoa. Okay.
Wow. The snake bite able to catch and snap onto DOS9.
Where is it?
One of the star fraggers from Revenant gone now.
That's perfect.
Oh, he launched it all the way through from the TP. I was like, where did that paint shells come from? But that's why Suka jumped in. I didn't hear it initially.
Isolate DOS9. It felt like they had a perfect idea exactly what Revenant was going to do. Not sure if that's a case of
Welcome back to the show. Can we not get a 2-0?
That was beautiful to isolate.
Can't believe it's been all 2-0s. It's unfortunate. Unfortunately, I predict a 2-0 for this one, but I'm predicting a 2-1 for the third match. Really hope SPG Boom goes 3 maps.
Composition fight. So let's see what they can pull off. At the very least, it's going to be the Dizzy, maybe the C's into a corner. They're trying to flush Rapid Lo-Fi out of
Tripsio has to help cover a little bit. He needs to stick. Oh, that's a good hold from Tripsio. That gives the timing for Prodigy to come back in as well. And Revenant could not get through. No damage done on this. Well, a lot of armor damage done, but no weapon damage done on the bonus.
That's what happens when
I mean, Sultan, he's going to fish for kills, right? He'd rather do damage than save the one Vandal, I think. It seems like that's the idea here, but not enough that he's going to greed, because then you're just running into your death, so.
God, don't lose your gun. Rapid Lo-Fi, they have the numbers, but they don't want to really peek unnecessarily as well.
I'm honestly down, you know?
Yeah, I agree with Pilsky here. Just trying to do whatever damage against them. You were going to buy up anyway the next round.
He's definitely one of the standouts for Revenant.
Outlaw on attack. They bought it on the anti-eco. I think it's fine.
Dragging this team through some of the games, but
I think it's a good gun actually. I mean, as long as your raise isn't double satcheling in with the outlaw.
Kind of a unique roster, you know, a unique skill set. You got, you know, someone like Skills who's flexing into things.
So half armor for Suka, but that's about it.
Rossi's gone from info initiator
to
playing.
It's okay. It was real quick in match 1, chat. We've been pretty good so far today. Match 1, it looked like an audio issue. It was fixed very quickly. No. Calm down. Calm down, chat. Chat, come on. This isn't your first rodeo. Come on. Calm down. Calm down. Everybody get a little stress ball. If you don't have one, you should have come to Champions. I don't know what to tell you. I was throwing them out into the crowd. Get a little stress ball. Get the stress out of your system.
A lot of the cooking is field. Someone that's
you know?
got a lot of experience coaching in EU.
Just calm down.
A lot of strong teams in the EU challenges scene as well. So
Outlaw with Killjoy is very good. That's a good setup. HMD.
A lot of structure. A lot of these coaches from the Europe. I think Europe is kind of like.
Vice is not allowed in this tournament. That's what I have been told.
I think particularly this year's result and last year's.
I know it was allowed in China, so it's a little confusing, but
making me question that a little bit with how strong Pacific and Asia is looking, even being from someone from the region. To be fair.
I mean,
what was interesting, No Void? My voice? Or you just mean the overall cast in Korean?
You do have all sorts of different types of people, different talents in this team, in this roster. And that's one of the
I mean, I think the regional leagues kind of decide their rules, so I'm not sure. Hopefully in the future it's all more centralized, but
the way that they play can be really, really effective and fun to watch, if anything, sometimes. And that's the main thing that we've got for them. I mean, yes, SK Rossi on the get-go.
Please tell me that JFT has a chance tomorrow.
Can be a little bit odd. Skills, you know, a little bit tough for him as well. But
who's JFT playing tomorrow? Full Sense?
Comfortable, very effective and very experienced with what they are doing. It worked for them in their region, and they are trying to bring that over to
If I hadn't watched any Full Sense games this tournament, I would have said yes, actually, if I had only seen JFT. But Full Sense looks actually better than I thought they would. So I think, listen, I'm going to stop right there.
SPG, the team that we're all talking about. And if they can put up that kind of performance, if they can step it up just maybe a little notch further, they might be able to be strong contenders up against SPG again, for the rest
Full Sense is looking good, man. John Olsen is overheating, and it still doesn't matter because he's got so much support.
They had a rough game one.
Like, he's overheating very reasonably. PTC is looking back in his freaking prime, man. That team's looking scary.
I want to see a little bit more from them than what we saw in their game against JFT, that's for sure. Initial pass rings control from Paradox.
Okay, so a TP setup from Rapid Lo-Fi, a bit of a set play with the Mosh, but a bit out of sync, a bit passive. They're playing very cautious. Like, that's the type of set play where you just go aggressive and you push out. But they just kind of confirm that there's nobody there, so they spread back out into a default. So basically what ended up happening is you've spent util, but you haven't really changed any positions. Paradox goes a little deep on his own. Yeah, that actually, Paradox dying in lamps alone has baited the team into going a bit too far, and they don't have showers control. I think just holding here and either clearing showers or holding and then going for the plant with cover would have been good. Tripsu is still waiting for the rotate as well because they know they have showers control. This is good. Tripsu just needs to hold. He doesn't need to go for the frag. I mean, he can peek on the tap. All right, so you know it's either backside or in the tube. Oh, whoa!
Yeah, and it's gonna be Rossi able to try to
Oh my God.
for a little bit. Not too bad. Numbers advantage still on their side, but
It's doable.
down for the time being. DOS9 trying
Can't believe Rossi gets two there.
That sky smoke that he's trying to rely on. Albus relatively low.
Yeah, oh, I was about to say, dude, I'm pretty sure DOS9's elbow shows first, but oh, that's a feels bad round for Rapid Lo-Fi. I mean, Rossi gets two, first of all, so getting even one was crazy there, but gets two. Sets DOS9 up for the clutch. And what a double team. But that whip from Tripsy is gonna... That's a rough one.
In pole position out towards B long there, so the fact that Revenant's able to turn.
Oh, his first shot was clean. That's why I was like, how in the world does he get two there? But his first shot was just a straight headshot to the dome. Good shot. That one you have to give credit where credit is due. The first shot is clean. Tripchu's just he's struggling a little bit. He's panicking a little bit. You can tell he's like caught in between wanting to play, having to play more active, but playing really scared, and the nerves are getting to him. Which is part of the skill. Albus showing up a little bit.
Shoots him down. Wingman at least though will get the spike for Revenant.
Asuka is decayed, but she should be rising back up a little bit. Oh, only up till 17 HP. That's not much. Gotta push back out on elbow. Ooh, good mosh from Rossi. Good mosh from Rossi. Very good.
Has been done. Prodigy, although able to get at least a one trade, skills will come up for his team to pick up that final frag.
This is the Revenant that we saw in the early stages over up against SPG on attack. Just the same kind of plays, the same snappy plays. On
Result needs a buff.
That was a really nice set play, as you mentioned, to catch that player.
Maybe it's just shooting t-shirts like the actual t-shirt cannon. Dude, that thing was fun to shoot. I got to shoot the showstopper t-shirt cannon at Champs. So it's doing like giveaways to the crowd. It was sick. It's really heavy.
That's going to be a big problem for Rapid Lo-Fi.
Very, very heavy. It's a workout.
Make no mistake, Revenant are alive.
You have Nightfall online. Showers is entirely free. He can just use it diagonal if he wants. Yep, covers everything other than this small corner. Paradox checks it. He can just walk in. He knows everybody's tagged. No, doesn't need to slow down. Rapid Lo-Fi is they're playing passive defaults with no info. You're just letting Revenant get up to the line of scrimmage every time. It's rough.
just a sheriff half-life from them looking for any kind of damage that they can find, but Revenant are giving them absolutely nothing. They're taking control of deep towards their spawn, and despite not having a sentinel, they're ready for these flanks too.
Amazing stuff. Watching the
Cosmetic
angles,
rocket.
they knew where the first one was, but also having a teammate on the back.
Hello, Vincent. We're doing okay. You know, the broadcast has been smooth today. The video feed is very clean. Well, couldn't ask for more. Caster audio is pretty balanced.
I mean, will they even call a timeout soon? You might want to see that happen. I wonder what the ultimates look like.
Yeah, I think the hitbox on the splash and the rocket itself is just a little funky.
With the orbital strike.
Rapid Lo-Fi is Vietnam. VN for Vietnam.
They can make things happen.
Yeah, the video feed is actually like really clean, actually.
Weird Viper wall as well, and you can see that's tripping out Revenant. They're like, what the hell is this Viper wall from Hookah?
Yeah, this toxic screen is insane. And then they double down on the brimstone smoke. I mean, if I'm Revenant, dude, I just scout B main at this point. Like, dude, this is so telling. Like, clearly there is a setup going on here. I mean, they're waiting to see if they peek out, because this smoke allows you to either peek out from left or right and cut off the 50-50. So I think that's why Revenant's waiting. But yeah, once the smoke clears, I think you still don't go. Like, that's so much that Rapid Lo-Fi has invested to tell you that they are looking to take you out. Okay, the pit. Okay, overall, this isn't terrible macro. The only problem is this toxic screen now has no value, so you have to rely on the brimstone smokes to hold on, unless that's the poison cloud there, but to hold on to Hookah.
I don't.
But the problem is you expected the rotate, so you call for the pit, you come in just in case they flood in through Hookah, that's fine. But yeah, now you have to go back, because now A site's really empty. So then they find a timing to come in. It's a good timing from Revenant, and Sultan gets the entry kill before the orbital strike. Oh no. Oh no, the double. But the cover's already here. They can't get through. The molly was good. Good molly from DOS9. Sultan, you don't even need to greet it. Oh, he backs out just in time too for the reload. The team comes in. This is a good round from Revenant. It's just a very clean round. Dude, and Sultan doesn't peek until it's a guaranteed kill. Just good teamwork. They really want to take these guns. He's just like, don't even look back. Just keep running. Just keep running. Can he get away with it? I think DOS9 has time. Oh boy. Oh boy.
That is a nightmare.
Oh no. Oh, they're making noise on purpose, man. Oh my god, they even have the leisure to bait him in for the knife.
You just heard the collective.
Oh, dude, the hops from Paradox too good, man.
Oh, that is a brutality from Revenant.
Oh my gosh, the knife setup. Oh man.
Ultimates invested into the round. How did Revenant really gain control of that so quickly? That's amazing how they just had players swarm.
You guys are all Revenant fans, right? All the ones who are scared of the run back after Revenant reaches 7. You have to all be Revenant fans. You're just traumatized. I think they'll be fine. I think Rapid Lo-Fi can still get a couple rounds. They're just playing so scared, but listen, I think Revenant's gonna win this game. You guys are in good hands. you guys are so scarred. It's insane. Oh my god, you guys have done it. It's happening.
But not to worry, because we've got that Viper's pit just engulfing everything. Shorty as well, so anyone who dares step foot into this,
they'll be okay.
will get hit.
The difference is Rapid Lo-Fi. I think Rapid Lo-Fi also doesn't have a coach, right? So I wish Suka would still call timeouts just to like buy time, but they weren't doing that in their game against JFT either. And if you don't do that, I don't expect them to change what they're doing right now. I expect them to continue to play scared.
Game against SPG, he had a very rough run of things, but leading the charge here, hand in hand with Paradox. You know, can say what you want about the Kazakhstani imports coming into this roster, but this is an effort by committee so far.
How hard is it for teams to get here? Well, you have to be the absolute best team in your region, so it's not easy. Some regions,
shying
obviously,
away
some
from
teams are
of
more
these
dominant,
fights now,
but
especially when he knows that he has the advantage. He can't afford to go for it. So that's what you want to see more of from Revenant. Stacked up towards B now.
Creeping up towards B long. The Fade and the Rays thinking about a bathrooms push onto Sultan over on the other side of the map. It's just a jump spot from Trip Chew. Prowler gonna be contested. Not pushing him off the line just yet, but he needs to be careful not to stick around too long and lose his life here.
here we go. 7 rounds. Can Revenant get over the hump?
If anything, he knows.
The greatest speed bump of all time. 7 rounds.
And this is something that you gotta love about Revenant. For the
Can they do it?
several rounds now, they've left
Sultan's already set up for a good pressure lurk on A if needed. Oh, dude, Skills is fragging today. Dude, Skills hurt all the haters from day one, man.
They take that fight. They can go for the
They know that
if
there
they
were
want
extra
to.
people here, so you know that you'll have numbers advantage no matter what. And Sultan's already through all the way up to short.
Might not know this.
It doesn't matter. You can just shut them. You can keep them locked up in lamps. The fact that you don't have showers control is a little rough. That's why Sultan's going deeper into lamps. Uh-oh.
There's just so much space created by
Yes, that's why, Rossi, he's going to send the wingman and he's going to go through. And it gets planted, so that's good. I was wondering. I think Albus was looking for a chance to maybe try to get it, but the smoke is... The smoke was flushed really well. Okay, Nightfall only tags one person. They should be aware of showers because it was only one tag. Oh, nice showstopper. Yeah, somebody's watching that. Suko's watching it. SK Rossi wins it, so that's good. But half is done. Rapid low, because half was done, they're trying to push out to dwindle the numbers, but they don't have it.
Just to shut off Rapid Lo-Fi. Revenant up to 8.
That round is just perfection from Revenant, right from start to finish. The patience on Big Long.
Anticipation.
Fancy United was generally the best team, but Rapid Lo-Fi brought it in the finals.
You know, this Gecko Fade
They won the finals.
You can sometimes be coming up B long.
Who is well, Rapid Lo-Fi's best player is Suka for sure. He has the most experience. He's like a veteran in the scene in Vietnam. He's the oldest on this team. He's the IGL. He dropped a plus 30 in the finals. He went positive against every member of Fancy United in a 3-1 victory. Like he is definitely the best player, but you know, sometimes it goes on and off. The younger ones, some of them have good talent. It's just that the consistency isn't quite there for them.
With the paint shells, not too bad. Takes down the Prince of Indian Valor. Now Paradox trying to step up and fill his shoes. Sprays into the sky smoke at least just to try to find anything.
Positions are pretty good for Revenant.
Look at how everyone's starting to
Dustnine's trying to, yep, he wants to clear that out so that Paradox can actually find a better angle. Getting a little greedy, but got damage down.
Skills on the other side with the double Revenant.
Isn't every game in lower bracket an elimination game? Yes, that is true.
Yeah, Rapid Lo-Fi, big problems for them. This comp change is not working out for them at all. Don't know if running that Cypher would be doing them any kind of favors, trying to defend some of these set plays from Revenant, because you've seen a lot of depth, a lot of different variations from them. That round, you saw the Viper Orb lineup in combination with both a Mosh and a Paint Shells. It's very clear that Revenant has got a playbook with a lot of these set plays. And Rapid Lo-Fi are now just getting desperate. They want to try to disrupt it, and they're going to do exactly what they did in the pistol, just eye contact.
You think I'm behind? My YouTube stream is probably... YouTube streams are all calling out of sync a lot. Am I like a full round behind some of the other streams? Then we can try to catch up, but if it's working, it's working. I don't want to touch it.
But it does pay off. So, a little bit of numbers advantage.
A very insane push out from Rapid Lo-Fi.
Their decisions into the round.
And then they back off because Revenant's gonna have to take a lot of time to re-clear. But Revenant doesn't mind playing slow. Like if they get pushed, they'll just slowly clear everything to the point where it's almost detrimental. So they're not gonna panic. They have showers control, so they know that they're checking for it. In fact, the fact that they gave them a knowledge that they have showers control is going to give Revenant the confidence that they can go to B. I think they're expecting that would have called someone over. The only problem is there was no real extra pressure. I'm sure the screen is going up and down, but on short. So Rapid Lo-Fi is not shaken. Rapid Lo-Fi is starting to get the read, and the Haunt was coming up. So good reliance on the cooldown. Haunt checks that it's nobody. It's still a 3-man hold. There's going to be more people here than Revenant bargained for.
But the bulldoze through. 30 seconds, 20 seconds left now.
Oh, didn't clear backside.
It's the perfect crossfire. You got elbow, you got the sight, you got the tube.
That Dizzy did work.
To pick up that second round for Rapid Lo-Fi.
Yeah, they cycled the smokes perfectly. As soon as the sky smokes.
Yeah, I can't watch on Twitch because Korea blocks anything above 720.
30 seconds on the clock. Rapid Lo-Fi just holding just enough pieces of utility to make Revenant's life very hard coming into that site. You had the snake bite over on B long immediately from Suka. He's played that to
I mean, this was just a really good.
When you've got that little
This is, I think, Rapid Lo-Fi starting to get a bit of a read on Revenant's patterns. A little late though. So something I've noticed, I think what Simprisa Gaming often does is like, sometimes I think the reason they might call the timeouts a little bit late is because I think they also want to ensure that the other team doesn't have a good timing to come back once they figure out their answer. So this is one of those cases where like Rapid Lo-Fi finally figured it out, but the most they can get is a 3-9, so it's still a really good half for Revenant. But again, like right now, so they've pushed out, they know that the ults are being used, so they just back out. I mean, they're giving up backside as well, but that's not the end of the world because you have full control of the flank, and you're drawing out the Nightfall as well. So this is a decent setup from Rapid Lo-Fi. Revenant has to choose if they want to push out or push back. They have to do one or the other. This is why Paradox is really wary of the TP. Oh no. Is there cover? The smoke comes out, but no. It's a good wraparound from Rapid Lo-Fi, but I love Paradox. Paradox's position is good. As long as... Oh, if SQ Rossi could have gotten just one there and survived.
And he's all the way at the back of short. Too many targets. He does take one up though.
Trying to go for the wall bangs. Yeah, they can just stick it now. They know he's weak. Oh. Rough.
He still wants to push up, but he can't find them. The round is going to end. It's going to Rapid Lo-Fi. It is.
No, Twitch. You can still watch in Twitch. You just can't. You can't make money off of it, and anything higher than 720p is blocked.
By no means a close affair. Really solid
like
stuff.
Twitch TV is still. It's not like the address is blocked.
Allowing the other team back into the game like we saw.
There's Japanese servers and stuff too, so you can still stream out of it through other servers.
Those last two rounds were pretty good, Quack. You got to give.
Yeah, I think pushing, if you had used the Nightfall already to clear backside and it was empty, I think pushing out would have been the answer. But I think because of their plant, they wanted to come back and clear it, which is like I get it. As long at the very least, they made a choice. They didn't dawdle and then get stuck entirely. It's just that Rapid Lo-Fi was really fast, and the Thrash, they got the double kill off the Thrash. So that's more credit to Rapid Lo-Fi. Yes, Revenant could have played it better, but
I'm worried for Rapid Lo-Fi. There's no two other ways about it. It's a 3-9 half for them. They have already showed some difficulties, you know.
How is Life and Soul? Life and Soul is pretty good. It's starting to cool off. Fall is finally coming, so that's nice. I'm glad that that's happening.
It's not too bad. I kind of like it.
Chat, this is a bootleg Oreo called a Heyo. It's called Heyo. I don't think it's Korean. Looks like it might be Thai? Sick name though.
Usually exerting a lot of pressure on the extremities of the map, so if we stack up and if we're pushing, I mean, just these tiny little advantages, and Revenant doesn't have that flank watch. Rapid Lo-Fi is able to pull these rounds off. Now, once they swap sides, though, that's going to be a different story, right? On the attack, how are
tastes
they
just like the real
get a
thing.
sense for how Revenant plays? And that's one of the things about Revenant. They're a little bit unpredictable sometimes. In that SPG game, yes,
Revenant got a big time.
You saw how they
big time from Global Esports. Previous Global Esports has joined Revenant for this tournament. They didn't have an assistant coach before that.
Totally agree. I think for Rapid Lo-Fi, it's not only the side swap, but also just
Korea gets pretty cold in the winter. It gets pretty frosty.
If you keep letting the game go this way, they cannot take that long to adapt like they did on their defensive half. They just won't have the amount.
He had wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
So
I hope your recovery is swift. I don't. It varies per person.
And totally agree with you.
Did I ever tell you guys about the time that I got my wisdom teeth pulled without any medication or anesthetics because I wanted to save money? I'll have to tell you that story someday. The dentist called me the either the bravest or the stupidest person he's ever met.
Ooh, nice little right click, but here comes Sultan. Read by tricked you though. What is this pincer maneuver from Rapid Lo-Fi?
This is what happens when you live in America. Obviously, right now I'm in crib. This is what happens when you live in America, and like the most obvious things in medical are just expensive.
Overlaps. He does have the ghost, so it's gonna be SK Rossi's automatic frenzy that chews him up.
The worst part is my mom was there with me because this was in high school as this pistol round wraps up, and my mom was like, "No, it's like fine, like we can afford it," and I was like, "No, I think it's gonna be okay."
I think the molly as well.
And then they like both my mom and the dentist convinced me to just do local anesthesia for one of them because I had to get 3 pulled. And we did it, but dude, that freaking needle freaking hurts to get the anesthesia in, and I was like, dude, if it's gonna hurt that much anyway, I ain't doing it. So I didn't do it for the later 2. Trust me, for anyone that still needs to get their wisdom teeth pulled, there is a massive difference between the needle and like no anesthesia. There is a difference, but I have no regrets. But I would not wish it upon anybody.
That's amazing stuff. I mean, they're just gonna keep this up. Rapid Lo-Fi, it's gonna be a little bit tough for them.
All right.
Just classics.
All classics. At the very least, they're just saving up for the big comeback.
You talked about it, and he's there to fight them day after day.
And that's a wrap.
The double, the triple, Revenant, up to 11.
Paradox is looking really sharp as well this map, and like I know that this seems to be the better.
Dude, no, it was a massive needle to get the anesthesia in.
I don't want to see that hero performance on Icebox when you know that a player's got. Well, when you see a player's got.
Is it? I don't feel too much of a delay. Maybe there's a slight delay.
If you're a fan of the team, and if you're from someone from South Asia, you've watched your boy play these leagues. This guy's been grinding for a number of years. He's had the opposite trajectory, really, to Rossi and Skills, who have been in the global lineups from day dot.
All right, all in on this round. They went full save.
Paradox, on the other hand,
because it's not map point and Rapid Lo-Fi. They need to. They need to win this round with 5 guns saved.
Nice and cleanly if they can.
I'll give them 4. 4 guns saved.
Oh, look at that push. We talk about try pushes.
Albus.
They're going for it, Revenant.
Dude, this is so much pressure on Albus to check the flanks of every angle. I think Skill saw him. Nope, he didn't, but he still gets the kill. Oh, he's got the FAMAS skin.
That's a Vandal on the ground too.
I mean, that's your fade gone. That's your anti-lurk gone. So now Rapid Lo-Fi has to rush in. You're going to be worried about your flank.
It works 60% of the time. The math doesn't make sense. It's going to be Revenant now, just trying to retake. They still have the numbers advantage. Suka down low. Everything points to Revenant winning this.
They're just going to tuck in, which is bad positions, right? So you're all now in positions where the moment you jiggle out, they can pre-fire you. Because you were hiding here, because nobody's able to watch the flank. So, and you're tucked in here. Rapid Lo-Fi, all just stuck in bad positions.
Defused, and it's gonna be Revenant up to match by all, even with the classic right click.
Insult to injury from Sultan. Man's been locking things down on the Viper. On defense so far, you'd expect nothing less from him. He's got a pit as well to play with. Heading into
chat, I mean, yes, there is a world, but I think this time the bind is safe.
The dominance we saw at the start of the SPG.
Did I speak too soon? We will find out.
Same thing that we saw from RLF against JFT. Where are the timeouts? Where are the timeouts for Rapid Lo-Fi?
Oh, yeah. It's tough. It is Revenant's map pick, though, so...
Well, the pit goes up, too. Come on, chat.
I don't see that they have
Revenant fans, you can relax your buttholes a little bit. Come on, it's okay.
Every other couple of maps.
It's okay, I promise.
But I didn't see specifically
promise.
they even had a coach.
Map point can't hurt you. Rapid Lo-Fi hasn't been taking timeouts because they don't have a coach. But I still think, and I hope this is something that Suka learns, the IGL. There's still a lot of value, even without a coach, of just like taking a timeout to calm down, to gather all the information, to relay information. But they did this against JFT. They just didn't take timeouts, and it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. I feel bad for him almost, honestly.
with the Phantom now. Sprays onto the next. Onto the third.
Damn.
Back and forth. Dust Knight is on a rampage. Elvis will try to
They're not even fighting him, man. Dust Knight for the ace.
He will collect. He will send him down 6 feet under.
Defenders win.
What a setup from Revenant. I mean, that whole map was beautiful, but even that pit setup.
See, I told you to relax your buttholes a little bit.
Couldn't get anywhere. Even with the thrash outside of.
Oh, and you can. I mean, you can just tell the energy is low on Rapid Lo-Fi. It feels bad. I mean, because like, what an opportunity! But nobody wants to come to Ascension just to have the opportunity. It's you should be thankful. You should be, you shouldn't take it for granted. But
last round, the Viper's Pit did so much, even with the utility that they had, just not enough information. Rapid Lo-Fi, they are trying. They've got some of the experienced players alongside some of the younger guns from the Vietnamese scene, but in some of these rounds, just
wait, do they?
Really
I could have sworn they don't at this tournament.
They have under their books.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because
I'm pretty sure they just have staff.
To play here. We're going on to RLF's pick.
Let me go back to the Wikipedia.
Map consistency really wasn't there on day one, so I know their bind is sick. I saw that.
I actually can't remember if I saw the coach during their grand finals either.
I saw that here against RLF. But how does the rest of the map pool work for them, especially when we question?
I didn't go too into the coaching staff during my videos, just because some of them I just like we don't know for sure. And
another sick game from Paradox, and they close out this game really cleanly because well, you need consistency to win Ascension.
You definitely do need consistency, and you need endurance. You gotta run the whole marathon, buddy. I mean, that's the main thing. You talked about the map pool. I know.
Oh, it does list. It does list Milo as a coach.
But let's see how they can fare off against Rapid Lo-Fi's pick, because these guys, they are here to play as well, and it's a lot of work to bring them to this point. So we'll bring it back to our panelists to break down all of this action. It's back to you, Vic.
YouTube chat's talking about the pricing of anesthesia in the United States. What have I done?
But we will break down what just happened a little bit. It was
Let me go back to the grand finals VOD and see if they had someone there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, at the very least, I'm pretty sure they don't have a coach here for Ascension.
Or more than England did this happening when they're playing against SPG. Great util usage. They had full control of this map.
Yeah, I think Revenant looked like a different team.
No, the IGL can still call, like, the players can still call a timeout. I just think they're not thinking about it, which is unfortunate.
First 7 rounds because of how amazing they looked in that first 7 rounds, right? Then everything went a little bit to the wayside. But Rapid Lo-Fi was giving them that space. And when Revenant can...
I'm not sure if it's easier for Kazakh players to get visas. That's a good question to India.
Or they just send it up a short. Rapid Lo-Fi made an adjustment, and they played 2 excellent rounds right at the end.
I mean, I believe Rapid Lo-Fi is kind of an org, but not like, not really.
Okay, we're gonna push the flank with 3. They played a perfect round. There's no post plan for Revenant to be played, and on round 11, they kind of blocked off the A short, and then they forced this composition that doesn't have a sky, that has a lot of util that can be broken when they need to go out of hook, where they forced them to B and played a really good side defense on B, not playing at the backside too far. You need to play in front, you need to break that util, and they played those 2 rounds perfectly. I can't help to mention maybe that could have come earlier.
Dude, I thought the stage was kind of sick for the... I mean, it wasn't anything special, it was just clean, but it was nice and clean for the Vietnamese finals.
Give this much space to Revenant, they are just gonna walk right over you.
Yeah, and that's exactly what ended up happening. Our MVP is Paradox, but honestly, the whole team looked really solid from Revenant here. And to your point, the 3 rounds, or at least
Rapid Lo-Fi didn't have a coach for the finals either.
They were more proactive, like you were saying. They're a bit more aggressive, and sometimes when they got that first kill, in at least 2 of the rounds, Revenant looked a little bit unsure with
the Kazakh passport's kind of weak.
It looked like their plans to execute just kind of fell apart. That said, I also want to give a shout out to Skills.
They signed the Kazakhs 5 days before the split. Right. Yeah. I guess so. I guess they did. I guess getting them to India wasn't a big problem.
He was taking a lot of really bold duels and winning them. So this is a really good sign, I think, for Revenant.
Rapid Lo-Fi are the goats, whatever you say. I mean, hey, I'm cheering for him. I was kind of happy to see them win, but
walking out of hookah, right? That shows really good confidence. That shows kind of how they were feeling about that map, and that's what I wanted to see from Rapid Lo-Fi. You cannot let these two initiators just set up on you time and time again. Yeah, they can maybe come to B if you're forcing them coming out of hookah through a...
all right, here we go. If you're on Twitch, map 2 predictions are going to go up. It's Haven. It is Rapid Lo-Fi's pick. Do we think there can be a difference this time?
All right, well, we are going to go on a quick break. Hopefully something
There's a break.
cleaned up for the losing team, but Revenant looking really good. Guys, don't go away. We're going to find out who stays and who goes in Ascension.
That guy looks like the RQ coach. He is still the current RQ coach. He's just doing a little side quest. Anyway, yeah, so I'm pretty sure back when I was getting it, because it was in high school, so that was a while ago. If I remember correctly, I think it was like $500 or $600 per like local shot. So it would have been around like 1,500 USD for 3. And I was like, dude, we ain't doing that, because I grew up when my dad was in Korea working. So obviously we basically had like a separate household, because my dad was still in Korea to keep his job in Korea, and then the rest of us, my mom and my sister and I, were in America. So not only did we have separate households, but then obviously sending the money over, like there's limitations in their taxes and everything. So we did have to save up quite a bit. So I was like, no, like, dude, that looks like it's gonna hurt. Like, I hate shots, I hate needles, I'm not doing this for money. And my mom was like, no, like, it's fine. Like, this is a necessary thing. Like, this is a necessary spend. And then I got one tooth, and then I got one of them, the first one, and the friggin' shot hurt so much. I was like, I am not doing this again. It hurts anyway. And then let me tell you, chat, there is a reason everybody does it. The friggin' fear of the pain and fear of like feeling every single rumble of every single drill when getting your wisdom teeth, and one of them, like, because we had to drill it out basically, because one of them was kind of ingrained, so they couldn't just pull it out. It was dude, I was freaking, and you know how when you're getting anything done to the dentist, your mouth is stuck open, right? They have it all fixated, and I'm just freaking like crying while he's getting it done. But once we start, like, you can't change it in the middle. It was insane. It was the most painful experience I've ever had, probably. Like, crazy. Like, insane. And then once we were done, the dentist was like, you are either the stupidest or bravest person I've ever met, and I can't tell which. Oh, man. So... yeah, it was that's my courageous story. Yeah, the U.S. health system isn't great. I mean, we were also on minimal health care, because we were just getting the basic, like, state provided health care. But hey, at least now you know it is doable. So, you know, if you ever need to get your wisdom teeth pulled out and you need to save some money, like, it is. Listen, I'm like a big scaredy cat. Like, I hate like any amount of pain. Like, you know, I'm a very cautious person, and if I can get through it, it is doable. It's nutty, but it's doable. No, this was America. Korean healthcare is very cheap compared to the States.
Really strong stand, trying to stay in the game, because this is an elimination match happening now. Of course, they're going against the Vietnamese team, Rapid Lo-Fi. The redo of this bind for Revenant was fantastic, but we are going to be going to the map 2. It's going to be Haven.
Let's see, Haven. Time for Haven.
this to a full map, 3-mapper?
I'm gonna keep my hopes up, and I'm gonna put my.
Oh,
all
the
my
desk
power,
is
all
always
my
softer
support
than the
into
casters.
Rapid Lo-Fi. I'm believing in you in this Haven. Last time they played.
I think
the
Ewok's
Haven,
also just kind
I
of
hope
soft,
something
but
similar happens. Daf on the Jet dropped 30.
this is why, by the way, like people from the US, like they will travel to Korea in the past to get like surgery and stuff because the flight is still cheaper.
He does like the Jet
These
on that
days,
map,
but these
and
days the
they
Korean
also play the same
Korean hospitals are in a bad
thing on
state
that
right
map.
now.
So I'm
There's
curious to
like
see if
all
they're gonna
sorts of
stick to that.
strikes going on for doctors, and
Yeah, it is going to be really
emergency
interesting,
rooms
I
are
think,
like
and
not operating,
again,
and
this is their
Korean
first
healthcare is in a
this
currently
game,
really bad
this
place
is
too.
this
But
map, not just this game, but this map, this is it. This is their map pick. They definitely need to be a lot more aggressive. We were touching.
will we
upon
see a
this
third map today? I
earlier.
hope so.
The
I'm
few
hoping the
times
next
that they
match
did win
goes to 3
rounds
maps.
was
Boom
when
versus
they were
Impresa.
aggressive, when they went head to head and fought back against Revenant. We are going to go to the agent selection really shortly. I'm not expecting anything too crazy, but
Do we think the Sage is going to come back for Rapid Lo-Fi?
SPG Riddle match yesterday was also. We had a little bit
I'm
of
curious why they
surprises on
picked
Ascension.
Haven.
We see something a little strange on Haven, but Revenant.
Why did they pick Haven?
A lot crispier, a lot sharper. They aren't waiting for Rapid Lo-Fi to.
They must have
make
cooked
that
something up.
First move, that first choice, and they're fully taking advantage of their hesitation.
Yeah, they're definitely taking control of this matchup right now. And as I mentioned,
Especially
earlier, that
'cause
space, it
doesn't
takes so much
doesn't
space
Rossi
for
play
them.
Jet on
I
Haven?
want to see them
Although personally,
really get in their
I think
face
it's
from Rapid Lo-Fi
I actually think it's
side,
better
get in
to
their face and
put
disrupt them.
Revenant
That's what
onto
BME
maps where
was
Rossi
doing, and that
plays
was
Jet,
working for them.
and then just
Surely they
like
had to have watched
just
that
hard
match
target
and
him.
that
And if he
worked
is on
against
fire, then
Revenant.
just avoid the op. I think I honestly think that's actually a better target than trying to get him off the Jet. Personally.
Rossi skills is doing really well as well now. If you're gonna get Rossi, Sultan, DOS9,
And guess what? Revenant's the one who's gonna.
down and just check their angles one by one. It's just
So Rapid Lo-Fi is going back to this. They did play this in their own league.
This is gonna
Not in
be
the final
interesting,
game,
though.
but
okay. Rapid Lo-Fi, we got our double
so Rapid
duels.
Lo-Fi
We got
did
two
play
top
Phoenix
duels.
Neon
It's
before.
Literally.
I didn't get to watch much of it, so I can't tell you too much. But Revenant's gonna, dude. SK Rossi's on Cypher.
But Revenant.
It is the Fnatic comp, or the, well, kind of the Impresa comp, but we'll give Fnatic the credit for popularizing it worldwide. But Sultan and DOS9 on friggin' ISO Yoru, I mean, you know you're in for a good time, dude. People wanted to see Sultan pop off on his own. Now's the time.
Also plays it to really,
Well,
really
now
great
wasn't the
success.
time. Now it's played in
Completely
match
switches
one,
up
but you
things
know.
that they maybe stole from them, adapted from them. You can throw in a lot of fakes. You can be all over the map. It's a little bit
He
harder
did
for
play
you
ISO before.
play
I
that
can't remember
slow
when or
control
on
style,
which map.
But there are a lot of small
They did do this
things,
before,
and
right, with Double
it's exciting to
Duelists.
see if they kinda incorporate
Where did he
those
play
into
it?
their playbook.
Sunset.
I
That's
really
where he
do
played
like
it.
that. I won't lie. I
And
like
on
the
Ascent
gimmick
as well.
sometimes, and that's sort of the
Oh, was it
joy
DOS9 who
about
played it?
You see a lot of these interesting set plays being cooked up, and a lot of little.
I
tricky things,
swear-
especially on an old
really?
map like Haven.
I swear
And to
Sultan
take us
also
through
played it,
Haven
no?
will be our casters Quack and Pilsky.
Oh, it was DOS9 every time.
Spilsky, oh my gosh, what is this? We got new comps. New
You're right.
comps.
No, you're right. You're right.
There's
That
no
was
time.
DOS9.
There's only headshots.
I got it confused. I thought they split one and one, but
That's all you
you
need
guys
to
are
know.
correct.
Revenant are putting Sultan and DOS9 on the duelists and saying, "Carry me home, boys. Take me home."
YouTube and
to an
Twitch, you're
Ascension
both
win."
correct.
And I respect it.
Good
honestly,
for
the way they've
you.
been playing this tournament, but there is a
The
little bit
Neon's
more
already
to it,
dead,
obviously.
so
We talked about it a little bit.
that's
Popularized by
it's a lot
Fnatic,
of.
Durka and Alpha running around.
Dude,
on these
actually,
agents.
hold on.
RLF,
Was
on
the
other hand,
Phoenix-
going back to a comp that they used to run? They played it twice.
What
against
did
us, but more
BNK
recently, they actually
Fear
played
X?
a
What did
Sage
Fear
comp
X play
against
in that
Fancy
first
in the
match against
final of the Vietnamese
SPG?
challenges. So they like to flex around different comps on this map. But this Neon Phoenix
They
being
played a
something
Neon
they've
comp
run
against the
before.
Euro ISO as
Speaking of
well.
Rapid Lo-Fi into a free C site. Cam left
Surely
behind
they
in
didn't play
Albus, and
Phoenix.
Rapid Lo-Fi trying to scramble into position for this retake.
Yeah, quick sprint in. I love that Revenant are leaving SK Rossi.
No, they played
Who's
Yoru.
now?
They played Neon Yoru.
One
Okay.
of the first times playing Cypher, by the way. On the lark, and he's getting a quick double for his trouble.
Oh, nice triple.
Looking for the fourth, out of ammo.
Oh,
Okay.
he's through.
Looking for
Make the
next.
call. There you
He
go.
goes for 2-2s. He's going for the pre-fire, but Paradox steals it away. Revenant picks up the pistol. What a quick win.
Yeah, and this is the role.
Yeah, no, Rapid Lo-Fi did play this in their own leagues, so it's not like they're experimenting here.
Although they have flexed on ISO before, I believe that was in the
But
India
we shall see.
Challenges final. That they chucked one of the Kazakh boys on the ISO. They're putting these guys on the duelists. Then you've got, as you mentioned, Rossi's onto a Cypher, which is actually, I don't know if he's even played Sentinel as of recently. Yeah, there you go. That's huge. And Paradox is filling smokes. So, you know, we're just throwing consistent agent comps out the window. That we'll see.
Listen, if they look good with this comp, though, it's a good sign for Revenant, right? SK Rossi expanding his agent pool. Look, if he looks stable on the lurk, gives you a lot more options.
Those
right?
two quality teams in the Vietnamese region, because up until I saw Rapid Lo-Fi at this Ascension tournament,
no info initiator is a troll. Technically, yes. Technically, yes, but if you play confidently and you push out and you shove out, because at the end of the day, what the info lets you do, especially on a map like Haven, is to control one part of the map so you deny, especially on defense. So,
what we see in the server. We don't know what goes on in between.
You know, the difference is that you frag to get info. It's just that, obviously, Rapid Lo-Fi is continuing to play scared. Obviously, it's their eco, but they need to not play scared. That's the bottom line. Like, even if they get stomped, even if they get aced like 2 rounds in a row, they have to still not play scared.
Yep, I watched every game, bro.
Watching CN supporting Maple, but whatever it is, we are supporting both these teams right here, right now. The fake out will be spotted out by Dak. A huge tell. And SK Rossi, the only guy with the ghost, why not? Like, let him take that heat, right? And he can take it. 1 kill off, and then the spike down. Sultan, a guy on the ISO, of course. Paradox there to support as well. They knew where
Sultan's just going on a hunt.
And they've been doing
I wouldn't go too far with the Vandal, just in case, but...
Rapid Lo-Fi love to stick together when they only have pistols. It's a little bit clear for
well,
how they want to approach.
There is a free Vandal.
Wrap around from death, though. That's going to be...
Are you going to try for this, or are you going to save the Vandal? The timing's iffy.
Can they...
I think you'll still try for it, see to get kills. Nice try with the bait and switch with the Suka, but...
shots from the Outlaw that you wanted to see too. You know, throw all your troubles away. Don't worry too much if you're an Indian fan. The round was on fire a second ago, but that's in the backside of the map.
No info initiators mean they can't clear the question marks around the map. What do you mean they can't clear the question marks? They just run in.
Good stuff.
Neon and Phoenix just goes in, gets the info.
You want to be seeing with those snappy adjustments like on binds. That's the thing I like about their attacking bind. They're happy to hit the TPs and change their plan at a moment's notice. You're already starting to see that a little bit on Haven.
Could Vice replace Yoru in this which comp? Oh, the Revenant one, because Rapid Lo-Fi doesn't have Yoru. I don't like it. The Yoru is very big. The Yoru is a very key part of this ISO Yoru comp, and especially because it's Haven. Because you can do a lot of things where you clear as a team, and then you plant the ISO, and the Yoru is already digging in another part, right? So your lurks get you basically have a lot more variation of your lurks. Also, Yoru's your flashes, so it helps with a lot of set plays as well.
Still on the info line, but he's been smoked off, which is exactly why you see Trip Chew over here on the short line. And
I mean, unless I'm like 2 rounds behind, there's not really too much I'm gonna do about it because the stream's working and I can't watch it on Twitch. So
through those boxes, so a lot of presence being made known.
I do think it's crazy that a lot of you like leave a bunch of different streams on, like the mainstream different watch parties. Like I just can't do that. I mean, that's great. It's great for all of us because you're watching multiple streams, but
40 seconds left on the clock. But Revenant,
I think some people like to like sync up different streams. I think that's why, which I think is cool. I can't ever do that. But I mean, listen, if I'm continuously getting more and more behind, we'll try to reset it after this map. But I don't want to keep tweaking the stream during the game.
Picks up the Vandal too. However, time ticking.
Nope, this is new for Sultan.
Good little burst onto Trip Shoot.
Well, it's actually all new for Revenant. This is they've brought this comp over.
I mean, Prodigy knows
and he's just gonna run away to save the round.
Evades and avoids.
I mean, you still go for the hunt for sure.
The angle up against SK Rossi, 2 for the headshot. Rapid Lo-Fi, great way to bring things back.
Who's the IGL for Revenant? Skills, I believe.
Off to a good start. Revenant, on the other hand, they're going to go for the buy. You can see, like I mentioned, they're quite happy to change up the approach. What I would like to see more of, though, is they're kind of like 5-manning into A lobby, anticipating maybe like a recontest, to be fair, from Rapid Lo-Fi, which is what you will see a lot of the time with this breach comp.
I mean, this is going to be always the default here. This time they're not going to push out because they got shoved behind with an undercut. Good relay bolt and good flash. Good. That's not a bad combo. But you've committed. Oh, dude, what an attempt at a chase from DOS. It almost worked. It was an insane attempt, but it almost worked. He wanted to get the neon on her exit. That was crazy.
After all of that presence, Rapid Lo-Fi might be thinking that they're hovering around long, but it's that push quickly into C. Good thing for Rapid Lo-Fi, though, is that Albus has been sitting around the corners.
You still have drone recon. You've got all the util from the Sova, but not many good timings to use it.
Set themselves up. Paradox trying to make the big play and wrap back around.
The wrap back around it's the best curveball you got, but you already had all this setup, so that kind of negates that setup as well. And they were ready for it too, so now you're just stuck. But you were down in numbers, so you had to push out somewhere. You had to push out somewhere to get something. And obviously pushing out here with lower numbers probably sounds risky, so I think that's just why they did that.
I think this Ewok guy might know something about Valorant, because Duff is looking good on this map, man. Already big 4K on the Neon, and you saw the confidence on the cam there. Little bit of a fist bump to the teammate, little bit of a, yeah, I'm him. I'm that guy. Running around, killing everyone.
I mean, if he
your ult's online.
Yeah, drop
see if they can get back on track. So far, 2 good rounds from Rapid Lo-Fi. Well, the previous one is... Yeah. This one was a good one, though. Daft's getting a 4K, that's good too.
In the grand final, I mean, if he can really have that consistent of a performance, and on a different
Daft's peak is pretty good. Ooh, early timeout.
He might just be able to push this into a 3-mapper against Revenant, who have so many fans supporting them behind.
100%. But it's all about what they're going to do in the server.
So the thing is Revenant's default wants to get some aiming control too, and then swap around and leave the ISO and things like that. But it's kind of tough to get 100% control because of the composition from the other side. So I think there's an option where Revenant might just fish for util and then just already pressure another side to force the breach off, right? If you can get the breach to get away from A-Link, that's already huge in any breach comp.
He's comfortable on or has played in the past, as we've mentioned, but Haven is a map where it's 3 lanes.
Scars was the other finalist. I don't want to try to catch up like during the game, just because like sometimes then my YouTube just gets stuck on buffering like nonstop even if I refresh. And I know earlier that was just the stream dying, but a couple of it's only a couple of you guys telling me. So unless I'm like again like 2 rounds behind and the entire world already knows the result of the match before we're done, we'll try to figure it out after the game.
Yeah. And they've got their work cut out for them. That was a attack timeout into a round where I'm seeing them bring 4 stingers in. So it's very clear they have a specific approach, and Rapid Lo-Fi just running it straight down grass through garage.
All right, stingers. Ooh. Are you going to send the ult for the stingers? Probably not. Oh. No, just a full send. But I like this. So I like that they're doing this on the stinger round, because now it forces Rapid Lo-Fi to have to choose if they want to focus on C-side at all in the coming rounds. Even if you don't win this round, we'll have to wait and see. The positions aren't great. SK Rossi's very behind. If this was a gun round, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but... Okay, he doesn't show himself, and the cam's broken. I think you suspect it. Oh, SK Rossi! The prince is back. Let's friggin' go.
That's just
heck yeah.
Hit those 2 shots on the sheriff.
Dude, clean shots.
That should have been around for
clean shot. Good, just good awareness, really, right? He's pre-aiming both of them, so it's really good awareness. I mean, this one's kind of a you have to, but then even though he doesn't spot him, the cam gets broken later, even though he doesn't activate it. So I think he reads it right away. It's a good one.
I thought they were just going to storm the site and wipe Revenant, but that's insane that they've been able to fight back that.
That was a nice shot. Nice 2 shots. shots.
For sure.
So okay, so with that, Rapid Lo-Fi now has a lot of focus on this side of the map, and they're leaving the Cypher over to the A, right? They're saying, okay, let's not even fight for A main. Let's make sure that nothing crazy is happening here, especially because the ult might come through. They are still going to get pushed all the way away. That's decent information from DOS9. Right, ISO still makes sure that Garage didn't get immediately re-cleared. SK Rossi with a nice peek in on the rotates from the Euro ultimate. Prodigy actually opening things up for Daft though, and Daft has the ultimate. Unfortunate.
What is going on? But still, it's gonna be Revenant now taking control over this.
The Paradox just hiding in plain sight.
Out from Garage. They've taken everyone down. Revenant. They take their wins where they can get them.
Yeah, it's Crystal ran it back and he won in China, so big props to him. Hopefully we get to continue to see him next year, but we'll see if that team gets to can keep him or not.
Like I said, good stuff for Rossi. That's what you want to see from the Sentinel player. Okay, the TP gets cancelled by the Cypher.
Yeah, I'm very happy for Crystal. Love to see both him and Jumkin in tier 1.
On the site here, getting 2 in that situation is unreal because he's got no help. The rest of the boys are in Garage.
So Revenant now goes back to their default on A a little bit, not fully though, but just to pressure things a little bit. And it's against the eco, so they use the outlaw to do so, right? Because now the only way to control a main for Rapid Lo-Fi would be to push out, especially with shorter weaponry. So they deny that. But you know that they can't just sit here. Like, even if they took control of this, they can't sit here for the entirety of the round, so they would want to push out at some point. They wouldn't have to trip this, though. They could hold here. So Revenant, they're going to still leave Rossi here just to watch if there's any sort of window push out. It's fairly thorough.
They can't let it happen.
And then just a set play. It's eco. With the set play. Trying to clear the cam. They're pinging it. There you go. They got it.
Rapid Lo-Fi, I mean, it's Groundhog Day, isn't it, here, Quack? They are on for another C-site retake, unfortunately.
Conky and Komodo said the exact same thing with the Groundhog Day thing yesterday, but whatever it is, right now, Paranoia is
good paranoia to delay. Daft still, I like that Daft still commits, because if you back out from the paranoia, you're done. Oh, okay. Sultan just really trying to assert his dominance here against the Sheriff. I mean, it dwindles the numbers, and they can't just try to stick the plant. Oh man! Woohoo!
It's just unreal to me that he's thrown the kill contract down in the open, come out of the kill contract, and still got a 4K with 3 people looking at him. Like, how is this allowed to happen? The shields definitely...
Is audio out of sync? It's not out of sync enough for me to notice even while I'm talking, but I am talking, so if it's ever so slight, I might be. Unless my audio is out of sync. Is my audio out of sync? Do I have to double check my settings again?
I mean,
might have messed it up. All right, 4 ultimates on the side of Lo-Fi.
Timeout from Fields. Revenant won a half buy, followed by another gun round.
Now that it's with all these ultimates, it's a full buy round. Revenant says, "Okay, we're not going to fight A anymore." They figured it out. That sees the site to go.
Be able to bring things back. They do have 4 ultimates that they are sitting on right now, especially with the Rolling Thunder. Perhaps they'll run it back from the Phoenix as well. I mean, potential information gathering, potential retake abilities. That's what we're really focusing on. Give Revenant the site, right? And then come in full force.
They've been in the retake.
Garage is going to be the big one, so SK Rossi's timing is going to have to be very important. Run it back used first. This way they can plant the Neon in. Prodigy actually gets a kill off of that. And he uses his body to check the smoke, so they know that nobody is left in sight. So now it's all about Garage.
Look at the mini-map, guys. It's SK Rossi again. Looking down Garage.
Lo-Fi's doing a pretty good job. But, dude, Paradox gets 3 there. Now it's free for Rossi, yeah.
And here comes SK Rossi at the best possible timing. 6 rounds for Revenant now.
That's some more beautifully sharp aim from Paradox. He's having another monstrous game again. Raise into Omen, flexing around the rolls. You've seen.
I mean, Skills being at 0 kills this game isn't the flame you think it is. He just hasn't really needed to.
And that's what I'm talking about when I say I'm concerned about the adaptation.
I mean, I know Paradox is the one who's cleaning up. So like, yeah, that's great. But he also popped off in map 1. He did well.
I don't know. I mean, even the IGL could possibly call it just to talk to the team a little bit. They don't really have that right now. Just trying to go in for it. It's gonna be Albus.
He thought about it for a second. He's like, oh. And then he saw it just hit the wall. He's like,
But Revenant not forcing it.
Yeah, double stack with Prodigy here too. Like Rapid Lo-Fi is basically playing rock paper scissors every single round now. They're like, hey, if we guess correctly, then great, we can defend it. But if not, this is gonna look rough. Like they give up CNA for free.
Feels like Rapid Lo-Fi grasping at straws a little bit right now, trying to find.
And their buys are all over the place.
They can get it, but look at how SK Rossi even cuts that off.
Rough.
Now Sultan, triple kill, shreds them out outside C Link. No room for Rapid Lo-Fi. Revenant takes it all.
It's just so quick. Like
Fanatics comp is very much about how good is your macro, but also if your ISO is just fragging out, then you just set him up a little bit and it's okay.
The mechanics on both Sultan and DOS9 are really, really strong. Man, RLF back on another half by like. I just don't know what to say, Quack. Like,
yeah. I mean, Lo-Fi's scrambling. It's listen. It is a team diff. We'll say it like it is. I said it. I think Lo-Fi was the weakest team coming into this tournament.
It's gonna be a little bit of a broken record.
You know,
they've gone
it is what it is. Somebody's got to be the weakest. It's unfortunate that the weakest is probably not going to be debated much. So.
But that's this time Revenant are not going C. They said nope.
Rossi, look at him.
Yeah. There you go. That's getting value out of that Sentinel roll, Quack.
Free site. I don't think he's quite cleared sewers. So are they going to go sewers? I like that. I like that they're going with the ISO so he can just body check it. Okay, he did see both. A little bit shaky on that second shot.
He just gets the information for his team as well.
And then the ults. Dude, double ult against a half buy. Brutal.
But also for the rest of the team to push up. Now Spike planted. Rapid Lo-Fi. Tough retake. One way to block them off. And they have to think about their backs as well. A little bit paranoid because of the alerts from before. Good little curveball. One shot.
The more I think about this comp, the more I mean,
just holding some angles, but still not
it is very much about go out and take space early. Like, it is very much about that. The retakes are not something to write home about, but it's very much about the initial, like, small scale tactics, like 3v3s, 2v2s. Go out, take space, and that's how you play your macro. That's the reliance. And if you're not winning your frags, then I mean, here's the thing: is that you should be going out and trying to take space no matter what, even if you're losing your frags, because that's about all you can do in this comp for Lo-Fi. It's very all in. It's very all in. It's very skewed. It's a very, very skewed skewed comp.
As soon as he's needed, he's able to find a lot of impact there and lock down the round. Beautiful stuff. Avoiding losing against.
Well, and then the whole timeout thing. I agree. Even without a coach, I think you should be taking timeouts. But I think that's something that Suka's gonna have to learn, apparently, the hard way. I get why it happens. Like you're in the heat of the game and you're just trying to go. But
not the best guns. The only thing to write home about
even without a coach, you should be calling timeouts. Timeouts are very much valuable.
Revenant has built up such a big bank, Pilski.
Could be the Yara ult to kick.
No, Lo-Fi doesn't have. They haven't used timeouts, but they don't have a coach. So it's not the coach. It's just that the players can still call it. I think they're just not thinking about it. Tripsy saw that. You saw it. You know they're in. And he goes in alone. And they know that they need frags to make something work. So now they're just trying to get frags, but not in a very logical macro sense.
Completely lost and dazed Sultan with a shorty just to chop off their legs. Elpis extended.
Yeah, timeout to drink water just to calm everyone down. Like, it matters, but it's a hard thing to learn, I think, as a player. And also, you don't, if you're in the heat of things, you probably don't think about it too much. Dude, Paradox is fragging.
to claim that 9th win for Revenant Esports.
Last round in the
Yeah,
half.
this is just beautiful depth, beautiful calling from Revenant. They're doing.
Wait, Harbor is getting a rework too? I heard that Phoenix was on the block to get a rework. I haven't watched that the video yet for the upcoming roadmap from Riot.
All these dry contact beats.
Water matters a lot. Water, drink water, get some deep breathing in, stop your hands from shaking.
Well, that contact B worked the other time. Let's do it again.
Speaking of which, drink some water. It's for later on, but Harbor is planned. Oh, did they mention like kind of? Well, I guess I can check it out maybe during the break. Let's focus on the game for now. I know it's a bit of a wash, but listen, they still made it here. It's the last time we're gonna see him probably this week. I said probably just because otherwise all you Revenant fans are gonna be like, "Hey, cursed us! We can't escape. Chobra's curse is too strong."
A 10-2 half. Of course, Rapid Lo-Fi.
I do think it's a little too strong, but probably needs a nerf.
Here comes that dimensional drift to gather information as much as possible. Doesn't see anyone on the seaside.
Yeah, so retakes.
Oof! Oh, dude. Came out of the old right onto the trip.
Missed opportunity, unfortunately. Open plant goes down for Revenant again. Alba's trying to maintain control of Garage as this triple flank comes in from the.
Yeah, but I didn't see the coach during the grand finals either. And I didn't see one listed coming in from my info sheet that I got from the Korean broadcast as well. So I don't know if Liquipedia is just outdated, or I don't know if like the coach is there that they can like contact online, but they're just not there for matches. Not really sure. I don't speak Vietnamese, so I can't like ask them, but yeah, someone else showed me that Liquipedia has a coach listed, but we have not seen the coach.
DOS9 holding his own. It's 10-2 indeed for Revenant Esports.
Yeah, and this is just bad, worse for Rapid Lo-Fi every map this event. They've had pretty much only one good half, unfortunately, which was the attack side Lotus against JFT, which is where you're starting to see, like, okay, I can see what these guys are all about. Unfortunately, outside of that, like, I just have not seen anything from Rapid Lo-Fi, unfortunately, which is crazy because, you know, I don't want to sound like I'm, you know, punching down on the
oh boy. You can dude, you can tell Suka's just like, what do I do?
Like, I believe these guys were going to do something.
They were so happy to win grand finals too, man. I mean, who wouldn't be? But
JFT does make it to playoffs, and you know we're gonna meet them there in Japan.
Man,
I wonder what they're gonna say to you. But regardless of that case,
are you coming to the grand finals? No, but I will be here. We'll be watch partying it here on the channel.
Got right now, Rapid Lo-Fi really trying to pack punch, but unfortunately, Revenant are just tanking.
Although, yo, if RQ wants to buy me a flight to go watch party at the arena, that'd be cool.
Just to make it to Ascension, to defeat Fancy United for Rapid Lo-Fi. Is it gonna come short?
I totally agree, bro. Like, not only Fancy, but I rate Flash as well. Like, I rate both of them.
No, it feels bad for Lo-Fi. Like, they are the weakest team, and I'm sure they didn't expect to win, but like, what a brutal way to go out if you lose here.
Rossi Cypher play. That's just they weren't.
Out of all the people you're gonna DM on RQ to try to get me to Indonesia, you're gonna DM Monyet.
I don't think I would ever consider switching like 3 to 4 different players' roles across different maps. But they've got something worked out over at Revenant, at least for this.
Monyet will probably be like, yeah, I don't know.
Playing fantastic on both of their off roles, both of the Kazakh boys.
And he just forgets.
All skills needs to be as a drone because everyone else is dying, and you know that's a good place to be sometimes.
He's a drone with a gigantic laser beam. What more can you want?
A drone, a dart, and a couple of shots.
Here we go, Lo-Fi. How many more rounds can we watch of Rapid Lo-Fi at Ascension? I don't know. Ascension's so brutal because it's like it is good experience, but it's also one of those tournaments where like, well, they got the experience, just like doesn't feel good. You know what I mean? Like Masters is, I mean, no one's happy to just get experience, but Masters is a tournament where you're like, well, this experience is going to matter. Why? Because they're going to go right back to, you know, the next split. But
he didn't even use the shield, and it's all SK Rossi from the other extremity to close things out. This It's potentially lights out for Rapid Lo-Fi now.
We can talk about the RQ stuff after. I know this game is almost over, but I don't want to take away from it even the last couple of rounds. And Revenant's playing really well. Granted, there's not much of an opposition on this map, but
three people to defend B. Like, look at it's the ISO here in combination with the Omen. They don't go after the first.
by the way, Hardy, I'm not quite sure about the roster moves.
Look how many players have rotated into both links. Haven is a game with very precise timings, and if you don't hit them, you're not going to make your way in.
Yeah, that felt like a little bit of a gamble, and Revenant.
This is even a worse feels bad because it's like this is a situation where you have to force buy, but you got like almost no kills and you got no plants. So it's like Lo-Fi's not force buying, but it's like if you don't force buy, it's match point.
Where that came from, but
it's you almost never see teams not force buy on this round on a 2-11.
So he's picked the Omen.
But they also did like almost nothing in the previous pistol, so it's like
not a bad pick to find, but two-man aggression.
It feels bad. Feels bad.
Spotted out. Ross has cleared out Albus in the meanwhile, but
no, I'm telling you, I think Revenant played pretty well against Impresa Gaming. I think SPG just really showed up and said, "Oh no, this isn't happening." And I think Impresa Gaming, I really think this is a reminder to everyone that I really think SPG is legitimately one of the favorites. Like not just because I'm cheering for them because I followed them all throughout Challengers Korea. And I like their style, but I think Revenant's I think Revenant plays pretty decently. Okay.
What is this clutch from Chipchu? He made it happen. 3-11. It's so much more.
I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't following this round.
Clutch out from the man
I'm gonna be very honest.
Dude had a classic.
But
classic to 2 people.
Okay.
And ISO with a shield and a Sova. 4 to 5 headshots in quick succession.
I mean, this round, yes, this is a round where it is kind of a throw. I mean, it's also credit to Tripsu, but it is because no matter how good the opponent is like it is a bit of a throw. But
they've been dominating this game, and Tripsu punishes them really nicely there. That's a beautiful clutch from Tripsu. That's something to smile about, but there's gonna.
It's a long way to go. Don't go out on it. Don't go out on ecos, man.
What gun this man has? He's delivering headshots.
Just get the 4 rounds at the very least, Lo-Fi. Come on.
Jesus, I mean, what a way to cool down Rapid Lo-Fi after such an amazing clutch. He was 1 HP, but still.
The taco meme is so good. One of the best memes to come out of any esports community.
Rapid Lo-Fi have some plans.
Copy pasta is just too good.
Look at this, Pilsky. Oh, look at the mini map.
Albus,
I mean, the triple be the tell, but I don't know if Albus is gonna. All right, Albus has to get them all. Oh.
No, dude, they just cleared his trip. They just killed his trip. What's he looking at?
Oh no. I don't know what just happened. Not like this.
You can tell that Pilsky's just like angry.
I really can't tell you, buddy, but.
No, I know exactly what happened, and it's bad. It's bad, but I know exactly what happened. I'm going to tell you what happened, chat, once this round is over.
Desperately trying to hold on. Hang on. It's Chipchu again, but he's been completely surrounded on the site.
Okay, here's what happened. The trip breaks. Okay, he was peering down sewers, and the trip breaks, and he immediately turns around, and he doesn't see anyone rushing past it. So he just assumes that it was like a solo lurk that broke the trip just to buy his attention and went back. That it's bad, but that's exactly because he did look. He did look, but in his head, he makes the assumption that if it's multiple people coming on the lurk, on the flank, that they would have rushed it, right? They're like waiting, right? That's what teams do, you know? They're waiting at the tripwire. They're everybody ready? Is everyone lined up? Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3, go! And then they like break the trip and you rush forward to go for the peek. And he's like, well, nobody's peeking. And he just makes a bad assumption. It's
potentially the last.
It's a bad assumption, but he did look. He did turn around. He didn't just completely ignore it. I mean, he could have also thought. I don't think it was a. Let me check short real quick again as well, because he was walking towards short. So I think he just made a really bad assumption because he was creeping towards short.
Prodigy spotted out. They know that there's players up behind this dark cover. Skills trying to take contact on the offense.
It's not a roundabout way. It's just the explanation of how he dropped the spaghetti. He dropped it nonetheless, but the spaghetti did land on the floor.
That push, good little dodging skills.
But, you know, some people might be curious. Did he slam the spaghetti on the floor? Did it slip through his fingers? I mean, you know, there's different ways you can drop the spaghetti onto the floor.
Fortunately, whiffs a little bit, but it's enough for
Well,
the team
GG.
to secure the map. Revenant will move forward in this tournament.
GG. Revenant gets South Asia their first Ascension victory. The Korean memes coming out. The big victory.
The change-ups in terms of competition. It's something that they mentioned a little bit. I was watching an interview
I mean,
with
Revenant, listen, they should have won this game, first of all. So, I'm glad Revenant won.
And I think changing that many players' roles.
I am still 100% on my pick'ems. Oh yeah, but I honestly think this is where things get hard. Because I predicted Boom over some Prisa Gaming. I don't know how I feel about that, to be very honest, but sticking with my guns.
But you're loading to agent select with question marks.
Yeah, and you really do have to adapt on the fly. A little bit unfortunate for Rapid Lo-Fi. Commiserations to them. They put up a bit of a fight.
Yeah, it's a feels bad. I mean, listen, them making it here was the upset, and it was good for them. Like, that was the congratulations, but obviously, in the current moment, that doesn't feel like it's enough.
Look at all of these different compositions. You know, some might say it's a bit of a risk or a gamble to make your players play off to different roles, but they've managed to do such a good job. Paradox, that smoke was beautiful. DOS9 on the Yoru, that's amazing stuff.
Yeah, 100%. Look,
Who do you have winning the whole thing? I do have Simprisa Gaming winning the whole thing.
Commiserations to the Vietnamese boys. They did a great job getting here.
But I am predicting Boom to win this one.
So hope to see more of some of them in the future for sure.
Yeah. But otherwise,
I have Simprisa Gaming making the revenge run back.
This is Revenant Esports. SK Rossi, you know, he's showing how much he's grown. Back when he was on the Jet, back on Pacific.
Yeah, we might check out the dev talk here in the break. I'm going to get up and go to the bathroom and stuff
to go on to agents such
as well once we go to the commercial break.
Amazing stuff. We will hand it back to Vic and Ewok to break all of this down.
Yeah, stage 3 is like it's the first split of next year, but like most regions don't do circuit points anymore, so it's just another season for like prize point experience, which is good. But like, I do think it's weird to call it split 3 because it just feels weird to have a split after the big tournament. You know what I mean? Like, even if circuit points and stuff don't matter, just call it split 1 of next year. But
and it works. SK Rossi also on the Cypher, slowly becoming a proper flex kind of player.
Revenant versus Disguise Preds.
Timings were really good.
Honestly, I think that's closer than some people might say.
And I think that the 1v2 that he won with the Deagle was a big changing point, because Rapid Lo-Fi just won 2 rounds in a row, and then he wins that clutch after they took a timeout. It's absolutely huge. That's one of those ones where you as a coach, you have a big side.
I think originally in my pick'em video, I think I have Disguise moving up, but also Disguise is still playing double duelist everywhere, and it's not looking great. Vera's actually looking a little bit better than I thought he would, but
of the first map, what we were seeing here with Rapid Lo-Fi, also curious, would there be
but honestly, I think Revenant's looking pretty good. So I might change my predictions, because that's tomorrow, right? So I'll be on the Korean broadcast. I guess we submit our predictions anyway every day. I might put in Revenant. I don't know. I'm kind of sitting 50-50 on that match.
Yeah, I'm fast with the timeout usually.
Yeah.
So I think,
wait, did I put Revenant winning?
I'm not sure exactly what was going on. Of course, any of the
it's not good to have blue in your logo.
That I implore my players to do as well.
I don't even remember for that one. It does. I mean, listen, it doesn't matter because SPG is going all the way, but like, you know.
More than welcome to call for a timeout if they need to relax or they need to kind of refresh their.
Did I have Revenant winning? Chat, am I just the smartest person ever?
I'm very open to players doing that as well, but unfortunately, we didn't really see that.
I might be.
No, we didn't. And in fact, just
let's see. Pull up my video here.
They had 2 duelists. We were just talking about this. The Phoenix and the Neon, some of the fastest duelists in the game. And they weren't very fast. They were.
Oh, I did. Oh, yeah. Because then I talked about the rematches. Because SPG rematches everyone. Yeah.
Really hoping to see.
So I did have Revenant going. Oh, I'm just a genius.
Than that, and it wasn't at all. It was just Revenant having the time of their lives. Sultan there with the ISO and as their MVP. Unsurprisingly, how that entire map played out.
Persia was first on a South Asian team, and he wasn't great. Yeah, he played for those who don't know, Persia played for Orangutan for a little bit.
You are taking some space at the start of the round, or you're re-clearing space.
This next match determines whether I continue my prediction run or not.
Unfortunately, that's not really what we saw. We saw Revenant go to C a lot of times, and we saw a lot of retake from Rapid Lo-Fi.
So I got Boom winning. Any Boom believers with me?
From Rapid Lo-Fi?
Any Indonesian hopium huffers with me in chat?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
Any Korean Valorant haters in chat? I don't know how this happens every time. I swear I don't hate Korean Valorant, and it's not like I have anything specifically for Indonesian teams, but just something. It just works out that way, you know.
With us, we've got SK Rossi. It's been a while since I've gotten to interview SK Rossi, but I'm very, very happy.
Some Priestess Gaming. Listen, I am happy that a lot of people are like, nah, SPG is too good. I'm happy that the world is seeing that SPG is very good. Oh, we got an interview.
Long time no see. Good seeing you again.
Did they have interviews yesterday?
Yeah. So, how are you doing over there? How are you feeling today compared to your last matchup just 2 days ago?
I mean, today we are feeling more scared, especially me, because
I can't hear Mr. SK Rossi right now.
Oh, can you hear me now? Hello?
Oh, yes, I can.
Yeah. So how do I feel? I feel scared. Like, if you lose, you're gone for the rest of the year. And again, if you want to be here again, you have to grind the entire year. You need to win in your country and again come back here. So today was a scary bit because I'm scared to go home.
Well, you're still in the game. Now, how do you anticipate the next game to be? Or do you think it's going to be harder than today? You're going to be going up against DSG.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Rapid Lo-Fi, DSG are a better opponent, but the mindset is still the same. We want to win. You know, like, we came here to win against every good team, not only against the weaker teams. Even when we played against SPG, we came in the mindset to win, and things didn't go well. We didn't adapt well in the first game, and from there they took the momentum and just, push us to the lower bracket. But I think we're just here to win against every team.
And Coach, do you have a question? A coach question?
What's up, brother? It's been a while as well. I'm curious how the experience was today on the Cypher. It's something a little bit new for you, but it looked like, I just mentioned earlier, your timings felt good. You were at the front B, you were taking a nice timing, you called your team back.
Agree.
To A when they were all at C. I think
the lurks were pretty strong.
Well. How was that experience for you?
I mean, when I was playing Jet, the most of the success I used to have on that agent is when I'm like playing solo, alone, lurking somewhere or looking for a pick. This is something that my coach noticed, and he's like, why don't you just switch to Cypher, because I just can't play any other duelist other than Jet. So everything was kind of same. It's just like with more freedom now, and I can use my brain more, because in Jet you need to like think about the team, ask for utils, think about how to make space and stuff. But here I can think for myself and then take all the space, get kills, and talk to my teammates. So I mean, it's good. I think this is my. It feels like natural to me.
And
that's great to hear.
And we've been loving to see it, SK Rossi. One last quick thing. You will be facing against Juicy on DSG. You guys have faced off before when he was on Bleed. Do you have any friendly rivalry words or message you like to give him before you go into your next elimination match?
I think we defeated them once in LAN. It was a best of one. But again, when it was an online best of 3 or something, we lose. So I think it's 1-1 or 1-2. I don't remember. But yeah, I mean, if you're not careful, we're gonna snatch the game.
All right. Well, thank you so much, SK Rossi, and congratulations.
Isn't Bro too honest? I think he is very honest, but I think that's good. It's not like he's like revealing strats. I think he's just admitting that he has certain limitations, and I think that's good.
I'm not gonna lie. Expecting something a little juicy.
I thought that was a good
No pun
interview.
intended.
I think him admitting that, you know, the most success he usually gets is just when he's able to play alone, like playing 1v1 and things like that. So it makes sense. Obviously, I don't think we're gonna see any like really elaborate like trap plays setups from his Cypher, not yet. That'll take time. But Cypher is very good for people who are good at like lurking and finding timings and finding 1v1s, because you set up your traps for defaults just to get default info, and then you can kind of go on your own.
We did see some
So
cool plays when he was the Jet primarily, but this is great.
so that's good. Which, by the way, that's props to Fields. Like, it seems like it's an obvious thing, but the fact that you can identify it and also convince him to do it is like I am actually.
Contending for the top 4 spot. So guys,
It's not. We don't want to read into it too much, but from what I've seen so far, Coach Fields is actually having some big impact for Revenant as a whole, and then obviously right now they have Big Time as well. So that's props to them as well. That's props to them as well. Who will win this tournament? My pick is Simpresa Gaming, but I think it's going to be a close call. All right, chat. We got a little bit of a break, so let me change the title and everything. We already changed our commands. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Everyone else, you should also go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, grab some water, grab some coffee. Oh, I'm going to make some coffee. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make some coffee. And then we get to the main dish today. SPG versus Boom Esports. Hoping that we finally get 3 maps, chat. Can we finally get 3 maps? It's like, I don't want to curse it, but 3 match days aren't supposed to feel short. We've had 2 3-match days that have felt relatively short. This isn't supposed to happen. This is supposed to happen. Let me get some coffee, and then when we come back, we'll watch the Dev Diary together. We'll watch that together, so because I haven't actually watched it. So I will try to be back quickly so we can watch that. I'm gonna lower the volume just in case the music gets tagged, but I will be right back. All right. All right, we got 5 minutes. Let's check out this dev diarrhea. That was the wrong sound to make at the end because now it sounds like I said diarrhea. Let me pull it up. Wait, where is... Wait, what? I don't see it. Where is it? Am I crazy? Oh, refresh the stream. Here, let's try to put it on 2 times. See if it catches up. No, it just sounds crazy. Why do I only see... What? Why do I only see the latest one for console? Where am I? Oh, wait. Is it not a video? Is it just an article? We're not going to have time to watch it. It's going to be crazy. I apparently, you know what? I should just go to the website. That's what I should do, huh? It's probably there. Except I'd have to change my region to NA. Oh, here we go. Wait. Dev updates. Here we go. I don't know why it wouldn't show up before. This is it, right? Oh, you guys just posted it.
Hey everybody, we just wrapped up Champions Grand Finals here in Seoul, and one of the most competitive
Oh, they
final
filmed it
ever.
at
Congratulations
Inspire.
to our new world champions, EDG, for their hard-fought and well-earned trophy.
It was such a great series. The energy from the Korean crowd, seeing our community come together in the literal so many players, crazy matches.
Yes. Esports, great. Thank you. Esports is great, but
Hey everyone, I'm Coleman. I'm a product manager on Valve Gameplay. Hey, and I'm Dan, Valve's Balance Design Lead. We're happy to be back to take a minute to discuss where the game's at heading into the end of the year. These year-end patches are typically the best opportunity for us to make necessary balance adjustments and try new things without disrupting pro play. You can expect the year-end to be a time where you see larger scope changes that are meant to have a substantial impact on the game.
The updates we made to ISO, Neon, Reyna, and Raze have helped us hit our goals overall. While we did overswing on ISO initially, after the follow-up patch, the duelist ecosystem is in a pretty healthy and varied state.
yeah, that's true. The overall duelist patch has been pretty good.
We want to ship more patches throughout the year, but we also want to ship them in a way so that they're not overly disruptive.
We are still working on Phoenix, and we're planning some other opportunistic changes within the duelist roster.
Okay.
We also see some other spots on the roster that are in need of some tuning, particularly among some of our weaker sentinels and our controllers. We know a lot of you will be expecting harbor changes with this patch, but unfortunately they're taking a little bit longer since we think it needs larger scope work, and we're still exploring our options here.
Okay.
Additionally, shortly after filming this video, Vice will be joining the roster. So we'll be following her performance closely, as we do with all of our agent releases. So now, as we near the end of the year and VCT is over, you'll start to see some of these changes roll out.
Patch 905, we made some changes to Astra and Chamber. For Astra, we wanted to improve her total utility output and other changes. And for Chamber,
We're not going to make it disruptive. Gives Astra a 5th star back.
improved his capability to defend territory aggressively and still make it out alive.
We're also buffing the Ares to improve its viability compared to the rest of the mid-range price point weapons in patch 905. Additionally, we're making it easier to control recoil when your fire rate is increased by things like Reyna ult or Brimstone.
You can also expect
I do like that they did that with the fire rate increases.
When your fire rate is increased by things like Reyna ult or Brimstone.
You can also expect changes to Phoenix, Sage, Cypher, and Gecko.
Sage, Cypher, and Gecko. Cypher? Really? Huh. I'm curious actually what they do with Gecko. I'm fine with Gecko changes. It's just that, like, the strongest parts of Gecko are so core to him.
There might be some other fun things in store for patch 9.10, but we'll update you on that more later.
But before we go, we mentioned on our socials that you'd all see a new map rotation in 908. Icebox and Lotus are out, and Split and Pearl.
Icebox and Lotus are out. Hell yeah. Pearl is back. That we knew about,
we're
but
making some adjustments to Sunset. More specifically, we're adjusting B-site.
So I saw pictures of this. We'll see.
Removing the unbreakable Cypher trapwire spot and changing B-main to reduce some of that post-plant gameplay. Well,
it's pretty big, but I know a lot of people are like, well, this doesn't fix the core problem, which I get where people are coming from.
Specifically, we're adjusting B-site to make it more defensible at a baseline. Removing the unbreakable.
I don't like that cubby does. I wonder what the exact angle of this cubby is, though, from main. That's the big question.
And changing B-main to reduce some of that post-plant gameplay. We'll also be
and it's shorter, so I actually think you might not have angles on both sides. It's Firefox, yeah.
To add some defense.
I think even denying like the 4 potential angles to be spamming from does fix it a decent amount. That's what made the spam really unbearable.
Defender options when defenders opt into contesting.
And we've heard your feedback on map rotations. Trust us, we haven't forgotten that Fracture exists. We're looking at
I'm okay with Fracture taking some time.
Map rotations going forward. And we'll share more details with you when the next play goes live.
I know people miss it.
But for now,
Fracture's a pain to play in ranked.
On the anti-cheat team to talk about Vanguard,
okay, and then they talk about Vanguard, ranked rollbacks, player behavior. Okay.
Hey everyone.
The rest of the stuff I can watch later. Okay. Harbor changes. I'm curious what the Gecko changes look like. Is it just cooldown? Cooldown nerfs? We'll see. We'll see how big it is. If it's just cooldown nerfs, I mean, that's fine, but it's such a finicky part.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Ascension Pacific.
I loved watching Fracture, but hated playing on it. I agree. I don't mind playing Fracture with like a group or duos, but
Ascension with their second life, it's Revenant and now esports. I'm your host, Victoria.
Oh, actually, the Thrash ult, yeah, ult orb, extra ult orb would be a decent nerf for. It would be a very strong nerf for Gecko, but. Yeah, but Harbor, curious to see how that goes.
Next weekend.
Sage, I'm actually curious about Sage because I think Sage could use a bit of a buff. Cypher could use a nerf. I agree with that. I'm just curious what they do there. And then
adversity yesterday versus Riddle, but they pulled out some insane thrifty rounds. The individual stepped up and they pulled that out.
And then the Phoenix, obviously, we'll see. You guys just want the channel point bets open? We don't even know what the maps are. Here, I'll just open it up. I just won't list the map. But you're crazy if you want to predict points without knowing the map. That's insane.
Oh yeah, finally. And this is definitely a match where we want to see 3 maps. Now, a lot of teams have referenced their inspiration being Paper X, probably also RQ, Ewok, but they do mention Paper X, specifically SPG in their interviews. And they are, I would say, the one team that really does encapsulate that W gaming energy. Boom Esports, on the other hand, really fundamentally.
But this way you'll have time, so.
Familiar with.
Yeah, agreed. I think that kind of sums up. Boom, they're a little bit slower paced.
They're
speed it up.
the predictions are open. We don't know what the first map is. We don't know who's picking it.
Excel when they keep it a little bit more basic. Versus SPG, as you said, right, taking inspiration from a team like PaperX, they've kind of made this aggressive, fast-paced style their own.
If you lose against a cheater and they won, they'll give you your lost R back. Oh, that's what that part was about? Oh, that's actually good.
Sometimes Riddle, they were good at reacting.
Schrodinger's map pick. Margaret versus NC Slasher.
I'm going to react to it. Of course, they've been watching them.
Margaret finally getting to play some fun Valorant. Getting some highlights again. Struggled during the playoffs because every Korean team was like, shut down Margaret! Bring out Silva and Bind! Break his traps!
Now Margaret is here in our head-to-head. Infamous for only playing Cypher, but not only does he play a not Cypher role, he played Euro with the most insane Ascent comp. It was the comp where we were like, are they the forerunners in changing the meta of the game? Can they actually change Ascent? Like the
wonder what maps are going to be played. Boom just has a really good map pool within the Indonesian region, so.
Yeah, yeah, I was enjoying watching that game. Unfortunately, they did ban it out, so they maybe respect Boom's Ascent a lot for this one, because I thought Boom would maybe see some weaknesses in there. But I do like with their comp.
Ewok, you leaked the draft.
Because of course you have no jet.
Well, if Ewok's gonna leak it, can I leak it? Because I do know the draft.
Point at times, but I feel like they did it really well with using the harbor.
The Mirage is broken. The myth is gone. The casters know the draft ahead of time.
Through the smoke, just checking, and of course you have the Yoru flash as well. So they did have some solutions. So anytime when I see a new comp, I want to see, do they know what the weaknesses of their own comp is, and what is it that they need to adjust?
I think SPG definitely knew what their weaknesses were. I just don't think it was thorough enough. They still won, but
thinking a little bit further on the theory and not just putting a bunch of random agents together.
Yeah, exactly. It almost looked like that, and I'm really glad that ended up not being the case. It ended up being very cohesive on that second half of Ascent. Now, predictions. This was the hardest.
Predictions. Ooh, I want to see how many people predicted Boom, because I predicted Boom.
What is your prediction for this matchup?
Yeah, he said Ascent was banned.
Yeah, I have a pretty similar stance. It's a really hard one to predict, but of course I have some obvious biases.
Oh, that's true. Ewok's biased.
SPG is going to go really far in this tournament.
But supposedly I am too.
Knocked down to lowers here is still going to make their way further in this tournament. I don't think either of these teams, I think they're both good enough. Neither of them are going to go out.
I do think SPG banning Ascent is a good shout, though. Boom's Ascent is just too good. Also, their comp relies on winning fights, and Boom. That's what Boom's good at. That's why I said I think it's specifically a good comp against Riddle.
Probably top 3, frankly speaking. There's one other team I have in my mind, but maybe we won't talk about them yet because they're not playing today. Yeah, it's full sense. It's full sense. Even though I predicted Riddle, but seeing how Riddle, playing against SPG the other day, I think they looked really good. They had a lot of
show me the predictions, you cowards.
Full sense in that top 3.
Put your names on the line.
Yes, my prediction for today, I was really on the fence about it. I decided to go with the
Wait, do they not show every talent? No, they do, right? They've been showing everybody's. Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's just the people who are on the show today.
They're playing in Indonesia.
Wow, triple Boom. Disappointed. On the Korean broadcast, we have to submit our predictions every day, even if we're not working it. So they show, I think it's like 8 or 10 of us.
Delicious sambal. It's like the sambal, the local sambal power. It's not the same when it comes from like a bottle or a can. So yeah, but I see Quack there has
Quack's cheering for Sinprisa Gaming. Really? All right, well, here we go, chat.
This really could go both ways.
Here is the draft. Let me get ready to write it down for you. I guess I can write this down early if I know it ahead of time, but
that was like a one-hit wonder thing with the Riddle. So we won't get to see that again today, unfortunately. Or
the bind ban is interesting because I feel like Boom's playstyle can actually beat out the Cypher Deadlock, but they also bind isn't exactly a map that Boom enjoys. So
on this map, right? I think Boom's really good on this map, and as I said before, they get to play.
It's interesting that the Lotus comes picked.
So
that one because
they are really good on this map.
Hold on, let me write this down.
This whole veto feels like it could be potentially good for Boom. I'm still a little bit on the fence about Sunset, but definitely the Lotus and the Icebox jumps out, and I'm thinking Boom looks pretty good for this.
Yeah, I agree with Ewok because the Lotus is like,
I think,
dude.
This
but the only caveat is that NAOS looked really bad against Boom, and they still got quite a few rounds. So SPG might be identifying some of the weaknesses that Boom had in their habits.
But again, they surprised us before, so maybe.
So we'll have to see.
We do have that neon from Sinprisa Gaming because they want to get in there.
But generally, Boom has a ridiculous like attacking win rate here on Lotus, so
they've been working through all through
they'll start on defense. But
how are you feeling about it now? Now you're seeing this official.
I have Boom winning. I have Boom winning. I am a little biased for Sinprisa Gaming, but I have Boom winning. But we're not doing intentionally biased watch parties this time, so
they just seem so comfortable. So I don't really see a reason to change it. Right? If it's not broke, don't fix. Right, so
you got the neon and the raise difference. You got the Cypher coming out for Sinprisa Gaming as well. Margaret right back where he belongs.
With that aggro playstyle, so I'm curious to see if they can handle it.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting matchup. And to kick it off, we are going to start on Lotus. We're going to go over to our casters, Quack and Pilsky.
Thank you very much, Vic and Ewok. That's right. Ladies and gents, watching this You need to be strapped in. You do not want to miss this matchup between these two giants, Boom Esports as well as Sinprisa Gaming. I mean, this could be a preview.
All right, here we go.
Finals right now.
We're off the gate. Sinprisa Gaming, 3-1-1.
Look, both have been great before, but
Easy orb on mount if they want it. I'm trying to identify the Killjoy util on the setup here. They don't spot anyone, so they'll get the orb. Gonna fish for the util. Yep, all right. Backs out from the smoke.
We've taken all of A main and are regressing into B main, where they'll find naught but a cam. But
so you got the poison cloud gone, and they're checking to see if a pinch is ready, right? Since they got delayed right away. And then Margaret's gonna re-clear it. Are they gonna pinch on this, or are you gonna back out?
Both teams sticking to the same.
Yeah, they didn't get to pop the nanoswarms earlier, so they I like that SPG goes at it again, but they have no control of rubble, which is a little tough. So the best bet they have right now is to continue to keep them tied up with the door and try to really clear this, or it's to throw a fake. So they're gonna send the haunt, the fade to really try to commit, and the seize, just so you have to back off. So okay, it's not a bad fake. Just great kill from Berserks, but Margaret's sharp on it. So that was a good attempt from Francis. Instead of just throwing like one haunt and just calling it a day, he throws the haunt here but the seize here, so that you would have to get scared and you wouldn't hear audio, right? And if you don't get tagged here, then you would have to be at the very minimum behind the toxic screen. So then you assume that at least it's going to be two people on A to cover for each other. And then they still hit C site, and it was very speedy, which is where it matters. Still doable for Boom. It's all 1v1s. Oh, Persia doesn't even need the trade. It was a nice attempt at a trade from Ivy, but Persia just gets the double.
Final headshot on towards Zespew for that pistol win. SPG picks up.
Yeah, very tactical pistol from both teams, kind of trading map control back and forth. You could see SPG, even right till the last couple of seconds of that round, still feeling out the map control. Boom, holding on to
Overreactive chat is back at it again.
Shoving through the middle of the map, but SPG comes out ahead. Space created by
the DRX classic. Woof. Okay.
Super solid in these mid to late rounds. He's a player that's continued to be incredibly
same setup. No reason to change it here on the anti-eco.
Almost half of the clutches he's attempted in this tournament. He's attempted some of the most.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. I mean, even going on to some other agents right now, Margaret. Persia, always good. And we're just waiting to see what more they can do. I mean,
Zombie's always going to be trying to bait out the Killjoy util. This time there is none.
They are creating presence around the map.
Nobody on the left side.
Not getting information right now.
Yeah, I mean, well, it is.
So this is Sinprisa Gaming's default, right? Is to get the orb, is to clear out Killjoy util and check for a pinch. And this time they just take contact. If there's no one close by on this corner, you know that you have an advantage on most of the other angles. So you go in for the trade. Dude, everybody's sprinkled down, man. SPU can at least try to do some damage.
He's in for a bit of a hunt, but the dark cover.
Yeah, he gets the call that he was tagged, so he wants to take out Ivy. Unfortunate.
2-0. I mean, SPG successfully survived this round with minimal losses.
Yeah, different trajectories from both.
See how Boom does it here. The reason I do like the Lotus pick in one sense is because, again, to me, Boom's biggest strength are like the early 3v3s, you know, the 4v4s, the 2v2s, the tactics they have early on in the initial fights. But by nature on a 3-site map, it's going to be tougher to do that. And then the obvious ones on Rubble, everyone's kind of well prepared for. So it kind of spreads it out a little bit thin.
So Sinprisa really able to show.
And so I don't mind this pick from Sinprisa. It's just the other thing is if you just look at regional map pool, then Boom's overall map pool is just like insanely strong within the Indonesian challenger scene. So you can't really base it off of stats. You have to watch their games.
And another coach coaching for them, it just makes you think about how much work they've poured into this.
The SPG have had the same coach for going on 18 months now, as well as the core of the team together. And then Sungmin coming across from one of the other strong teams in the Korean Challengers scene. Definitely contributing to the win.
Oh, you gotta stay alive, Margaret. Good timing attack from Shiro.
That's the middle of the map clear for Boom. SPG.
And now you know that that's been the go-to setup, right? Margaret's always been alone. There's no trade here. That's 3 rounds in a row that he's been there. So that's why they just leave the Fade. The Fade's still here to provide support on stairs if need be.
Toxic Screen still possibly available. Does come up, but then again,
He does still have another Prowler. He's just going to use the C's right away to funnel them in. Dude, Persia and Ivy, what in the world?
That is the site for SPG.
I mean, this was an intentional funnel into A.
Was going horribly for them, and they just delete 2 of the Boom players and get into an A site after plant within seconds. Boom are kind of really.
Dude, rip Nongshim, man. Nongshim was such a good team.
See if they can find the right angle.
The crackling is not your earphones, it's the feed. It'll go away soon, it always does.
Spotted out Persia at least, crack.
Just a little bit. Paranoia though will be able to push off a little bit. Persia.
Oh, this is a rough one for BME.
Look what SPG are doing. Look at how they're holding this spike.
It's a round you need to try, but it's already too late, and your positions are not built for it. Sure, I mean you're stuck in no man's land.
So that's a great way to hold off Link. And then
There's only 2 of you here. Ooh, he needs to stick it though. Unfortunate. I mean, Ivy doesn't quite care if he dies.
Berserks can't do much. Ivy might die to the spike, but SPG laughs at the victory with their battle.
Yeah,
it's a rough run from Boom. The double kill to get into the site just kills all the hopes here. Oh, that's just a clean shot. Oh, and that's a quick one too, right before the smoke blooms. Okay, I thought it was through the smoke.
And then sliding out onto the angle, catching that player playing retake A. That is not what Boom wanted out of that 5-on-4. That's for sure.
No, not one bit. It's amazing how SPG turned that around so quickly with 2 kills, and then the post plant making use of that door for cover. It's amazing stuff. With that now, Boom. I mean, huge loss in momentum. They don't have the economy. They're backing up a lot.
Yeah,
all right, you push out to counter out the Cypher again.
You know, they were front running against NAOS. Playing with confidence and momentum on home soil.
They're both of them are reading each other on mid. Just the box check real quick. So you still have the turret, but now the idea from Simpresa Gaming is that somebody needs to go here, right? Which weakens up, no matter what, it weakens up A site. So if it was 3 here and it's a 2-on-1, A is still weak. If it was 2 and 2, someone usually is going to go from A, or it's going to be someone here and then like someone here. Watching stairs, because if you're just watching from here to support both these sides, you don't have any coverage here and here, so even the person on A would still need to back out. So
I mean, the positioning is immaculate from SPG right now. Dabby might be the scout, but the rest of them follow.
Targets the weak side.
And they knew that they didn't have to commit to Mound after that.
I mean, I was hoping, but SPG is on a heater right now, so we'll see. I'm hoping it goes to the 3rd map no matter what.
Holds his position. Paranoia, if he sends it out, will be huge. Team rotating just on time. They're thinking about the push down from heaven, seeing if they can have any angles.
I think one of the observer PCs is just having an audio crackle.
Danby now swings out along his teammates for the quick cleanup. Berserk's only good for 1, but the Vandal will not be a hero for the day. SPG reigns supreme.
Yeah, very clean from SPG. I love the way they maneuver around, not only in terms of just
boom. Do we see an early timeout? Oh, timer's paused. I think we might see that timeout.
To recognize that Boom's mostly coming in for the retake through heaven there, and the way that both the Neon and the Fade just scale into sight through main after they've already taken the site through the Viper wall here. It's like all of them are fighting together. There's no lack of coordination in the post plant. They're all on the same page.
Yeah, you got to go for a fight somewhere. Whether it's rubble, whether it's but the pinch on C is so risky because you know that SPG has been fishing for this and this non-stop. So go for the fight on rubble. If SPG doesn't meet you, right? Pressure Margaret. Take out Margaret. The thing is you have to take out Margaret. Like Simpresa Gaming, so much of their macro relies on Margaret staying alive on any map.
Coach Meow definitely giving them a lot to think about.
The replays haven't been too laggy today. Mostly it's been better.
Cohesion, the structure, because Margaret was positioned up around. He knew that there wasn't anyone approaching from the spot. Everyone just trained their fire up towards heaven. It's so quick. It's so precise. And boom.
Dude, not counting your toilets before they flush is a good one.
In between Simpresa's players.
was a good one.
They need to recognize the patterns that Simpriest is presenting to them.
Thoughts on if T1 picked up Yeoman to IGL and play Info Flex and then let Stacks frag out?
In towards B main and the Viper outside of A, there's patterns to recognize for Boom. They're good enough to know how to abuse them.
Nah.
This is where you wonder whether Simpriest will.
I don't want Yeoman to struggle in the T1 system. I don't have faith in T1's Valorant system yet. I have faith eventually they'll figure it out, but
opening duels heading into this game, he was dominant
not yet.
against NAOS, and it's only
I want Yeoman to be given a proper chance if he's going to be given a chance. Quite frankly, at this point, I think the timing has passed where I think he's a good IGL, but I don't think he's like a must-have anymore. Right? We're getting new generations up already, so
not anywhere to be found. When Boom started this off against NAOS, they were on the attacking side. On the defense, it's a little bit trickier. Trying to poke and prod towards where your opponents are pushing. Information is key. And right now they're getting quite a bit. But that means that C player, Berserks, has to work around
so Boom was set up for this. They knew they were giving up C site. It's just, it happened very fast, but you need to hold on to this then. So Simpriest Gaming knows that as well. They know they need to pressure somewhere. But look at the way that Margaret's set up this time. It's a very late trip, so you can just punish them because they're going to be checking for all of this non-stop. And then it's going to be late. And Dombi's ahead of the pit. The pit covers back site. It's a freaking lockdown.
No chance for Shiro to escape back there. It's the Viper's pit down now, and you're talking about Mount Margaret.
Okay, you know that Margaret's here. Good double angle.
Split play from Boom, though. They
yeah, but you still need a lot of time, and Dombi's just, dude, Dombi is just weaving, man. Oh, no time though.
Takes down Dambi, but running out of time. The spike, unfortunately.
Oh man, the shots are coming online for Boom, but so much time, again, so much time spent because these guys had to clear like trips here, but eventually it was just here. And the other guys couldn't really do much because you needed to make sure you could put pressure on both sides instantly, and so the guys in Waterfall couldn't like necessarily go in ahead.
Very little, maybe working the map a little bit less.
We should be down to call with Sliggy. I would, but I have to watch on YouTube, so I don't know if the syncing is going to be okay. I was actually thinking about reaching out to him for the later days, but but I'd be down.
It just almost feels as though SPG are 2 steps ahead. We're taking a look at this. Yes, the toxic screen is up.
Oh, I guess we can just screen share his. Yeah, I guess that works.
Love that.
The stack was over onto A, but now SPG has spread things thin. Boom has as well.
They're just messing with them. They're just faking a bit fast B, trying to pull and push the rotations, taking the A space back, and Boom, again, have got very little info.
Is Persia a prince? And if so, can he turn back time? But doesn't he need the sands? Does he have the sands? Maybe he can only turn back time when he's in C main on the mound.
Exactly as I
Maybe he can't turn back time on A.
Fake pressure. Now SPG regrouping into a 1-4, but the Nightfall is actually going
early Nightfall. But yeah, it gets multiple tags, so you know that this was an A setup. I would love to see SBU or Famous shift over. Or shift over both. You have Alarm Bot, and then go for the retake on B if it's a B hit. That's not bad. It is a full fake, man. Look at this commit. Oh my god! He gets a double!
2 headshots on Dancy, Fletcher, and Shiro. Now looking for even more. He's over onto the next side. The team, it's on the C side. What is going on, Famous?
Dude, what in the world? Dude, Dombi's neon is insane.
Dambi goes in for the wide swing. It doesn't even.
His walking wide swings are, that was actually a garbage wide swing, but his slides are so good. Oh my gosh.
That's all it was the whole time for SPG. The late round players.
Dude, what a committed fake. Here's the thing, even if he died, the fake had already done its job. But the fact that he gets a double is just like that just absolutely slams down on the round. Holy.
See that replay again, and if possible in slow-mo. I can't believe what Dambi just did. I mean,
everyone's played at least once. I would say, personally, my favorites haven't changed from the beginning of the tournament. My favorites were Simpriest Gaming here, Boom Esports here, and then Full Sense. I think Full Sense and Simpriest Gaming definitely look like... Well, I would say Full Sense looks better than I expected. Wow, dude, that transfer on the second one. I would say Full Sense looks actually better than I thought they might. More consistent. Sabrisa Gaming looks exactly as I thought they would. And then Boom looks exactly as I thought they would, to be honest. This map is a little disappointing, but Sabrisa Gaming is just running laps around him.
I mean, with so much pressure, like you're talking about those layers, B, and then a lot of pressure around C's, I mean, Insight's tree as well. You're not quite sure if Dandy's about to spring against you at any time. So this is the big fight that we're talking about. But look at the SPG players. So many of them providing.
Yeah, I am impressed by Riddle, because I didn't rate them as highly as other people. I thought they were a little overhyped. Like, not entirely. I thought they were strong, but I didn't consider them favorites. I still don't consider them favorites, but I mean, obviously, after today, maybe I'll have to swap them out for Boom Esports, or swap Boom Esports out for them. No way to break the lockdown, but Domby's just gonna stick around. Oh, dude. Oh my god. Boom's just getting caught out. They're finding the wrong tempos. And then they're getting rushed afterwards. This is actually the worst case scenario for a team like Boom, who relies on trading and fighting as a small crew, like tactics. And if SPG is consistently one step ahead of them on these fights, on these picks, then they panic. It's actually the worst case scenario style-wise.
These guys, they came in qualifying, I think winning Premier into Split 2, and then win the whole thing over some pretty well-established teams, you know, D+ Kia, Non-Stream Red Force. These are some great Tier 2 Korean teams. Those guys... That's ice cold to leave.
Showstopper pinch on C if they get any contact, but no contact. They were hiding the raise, so they were considering a Showstopper launch out, but
that is so much experience for such a young roster being
and they've opened the door. Nobody there as well, but the Prowler doesn't tag anyone past the smoke, so Berserk's is still aware of it. It's only Margaret, so they're gonna assume it's the lurk. Oh no! Oh no!
Lets it go. Berserk's able to take down at least one. Persia in for the trade. And also, he's going from the shadows play as well.
The IGL is Francis. The IGL is Francis.
This is just a mess. Like
Persia's the oldest and kind of the leader, so to speak, in terms of emotions and stuff and mental, but Francis is the IGL.
Do my man dirty. On the off angle, NC Slasher going into this match was the top-rated player at this tournament after destroying NAOS. And Francis is just
dude, this is rough for Boom.
So fast.
I mean, you ask how do they get into this game, but right at this point they're starting to lose their initial contacts as well, their initial duels. And like for instance here, they got the kill and then they're like, okay, let's default because we had more numbers, even though this Prowler didn't check anything past the smoke. So they could have actually still held, and you could have just had NC Slasher just like jump peeking safe.
He can make it happen.
Okay. Oh my gosh. No. No. Oh. Oh my.
Evades the explosion and sends out the paranoia, robbing his sight. It's not quite connecting. Bursts through now.
No time. He just has to peek at the half.
To get it at least halfway, get the kill. But Persia too slick for it, keeping SPG up on top. They are building bricks.
Dude, Annie lives.
There's a reason why they've got stairs in their logo.
But yeah, so basically they could have just had the Fade still jump peeking and still kept the stack here, because that should tell you that Margaret might not have been the solo lurk, because there was nobody B. So they were either A lobby or right outside of Mountain together. You just didn't have that info, but then they started to disperse. So Boom's playing I feel like they're panicking a little bit in their decisions. They feel like they have to get ahead, and then they started to lose the next fights. So
clutch rate from like more than 10 already, and that's only in a couple of games.
Just in Prisa, they're making such quick work, and Boom buying back up again, trying to change things up. Dabby, what is this?
NTNT. Okay, so they know that there's one in Rubble, but look at this timing. Oh, the door was still there, but Persia does enough to draw attention. That's for Ivy, and Ivy just needs to stay alive.
Spotted him out. Berserks could double kill.
You know, he had one job.
To secure the site. A good smoke coming out.
But they were already down in numbers, which is why Ivy wanted to dwindle it, I think, so he could pinch in and put more pressure down.
Desperately into the spike, into the unknown, but not quite spotting anything. The camera now.
Ideally, Ivy would have gotten that kill when Persia was still alive. The bait and switch. Not gonna happen.
The Secret Service is here. Can they get the defuse in time? They should.
Jesus.
And they will.
Dude.
Oh my. What the? What? Oh my god.
It wasn't even necessary, Quack. He already had a defuse that
What are
he released 4 just to keep us on the edge of our seat. Come on, Famous. You can't be doing us like that when you're down.
They are so mentally broken, man. Why did he let go? I think he thought it was done.
Clear out these lurks.
Dude, what? It just. Dude, what just happened?
Heavy team when people are running you around the map sometimes.
I think he just thought it finished.
A few times. But look, Berserk's.
Oh my gosh! Did he go for the fist bump? Is that what was on the cam? Dude, that's insane, man. Did he go for the fist bump by letting go of the Q? Is that really what happened? I wasn't even watching the cam. Holy cow! I mean, at least they got it, but geez, they gotta lock in. Boom is boomed right now, man. Oh.
Gotta love it. Well done by Boom. They're not. Letting up to this.
Oh, they know it's the reload timing. Yeah, no more reload for you now. Well, didn't have time to. He didn't have time to get the distance. That's a bad angle to hold with an Odin. Dude, the setup for Domby and Domby just steamrolling it. But you see what I mean? Like, everyone on SPG is like 1 second ahead of Boom. And I think Boom is great at tactics, but they're good at tactics that they set up for. They're like, all right, it's a 3v3. We saw them here. You guys ready? Like, here's the flash. Go, go, go. But their fights themselves are a bit fast and chaotic. But right now, SPG is just like, well, we're just not going to give you time to group. We're just not going to give you time to set up. You thought it was... You think you're going to have time to get a 3v3? No, you're getting 3 different 3v1s. Like, Boom is just constant. Everyone on Boom is caught in a bad time. They're moving away. They're repositioning.
There's a reason these guys have picked this, even despite Boom's record on it. They do not care.
And if we know anything about Simprisa Gaming, is they literally don't change anything until it's broken. They will keep going hard at you until you think they'll keep, and then they'll switch that gear once. But
this round's done.
I mean, it's over. The round's over. The map's over.
And the neural theft confirms everyone from Boom's on A. And
yeah, it feels very much like old Paper X.
3 seconds back.
They're gonna have to save now, Pilsky. I can't. What? This is ridiculous. And
I mean, it's relentless from SPG, but it's a good read. Not only were they playing fast against the other teams, but it's a very good call against Boom. I thought Boom would be a bit more prepared to just all in on an initial fight and then go for retakes, but maybe they just aren't confident in retakes. I'm not sure.
And they are making such a big statement. The winner of this
can't even get the shots.
That's how big this deal is. I mean, they get to go and play in the Pertama Arena in Indonesia, Jakarta. If Simprisa makes this happen, Boom, they could have been the first team, but looking at this now, unless it's a 3-mapper, I don't know.
Boom's got to start thinking about just how to forget about this map, man. It is looking bad.
Like, I actually cannot remember a more dominant game than this right now. This is like,
I mean, I believe that SPG is a more thorough team. I just thought Boom would bring the fight today, and I thought that would actually cause SPG to have to kind of rethink their pacing a little bit, which would throw a wrench in their plans. But I am wrong.
Crossing my fingers and my toes for it, but I'm already seeing Danby moving like that.
Where do you think SPG would rank? I think they could get like 8th or 9th.
Hear what you're saying, but you gotta believe in some of the Boom players. What is that? Locked in.
Dude, I mean, the thing is like, yes, Domby's movement is very good. Domby's neon is very good. That we've known for a long time. But like at this point, like that round, it's not even Domby necessarily going crazy. He did go crazy, but it's just like Boom is just Boom thinks the round's gonna be long. Like, how many rounds is it gonna take for Boom to accept that you're gonna have to fight within the first 30 seconds?
One who brings brings him down.
Like you guys said, this is exactly how Paper Rex used to get away with stuff. It's just disrespecting things and people not understanding that that can happen in Valorant. Like, there's no gentleman's agreement here. Like Berserk's, so Berserk's position can already just tell you everything you need to know. Because even if he gets the kill onto Dombi, he's not exactly in a good position to get multi-kills, right? He's in a position to get pinched, and he doesn't really have any cover. He's open to 2 or 3 different angles. That's rough, man. 11-1.
Because you just don't see this. I understand, like, you know, some of these players have got a little bit of experience here and there, but the majority of this core, it's been together.
Didn't we see one timeout? I think there was a timeout. Yeah, there was a timeout after round 4. They just didn't want to burn their second one, but I think they probably could have.
Looked this good. And, you know, the addition of Persia has definitely been transformative. You got Sung Min coming in as one of the coaches as well from.
I do like that they picked up Coach Sungmin for this tournament. Coach Sungmin did work for SLT Sungnam this year.
If they keep playing well this event, if they win,
지금 장난도 아니에요. Oh, dude.
We've got to dive into what the rapid improvement was for this team. Because to go from
I mean, you gotta give him a piece of your mind. Get him at least back in the zone. He's so frustrated. Boom's coach is so frustrated. Yeah, right here. You see his nose. Simpresa Gaming got the SLT coach as a strategic coach for this tournament specifically, short term.
You really have to wonder about it, and I really wonder what the coach's impact on the team as well is. Because
yeah, it would have been a 12-0 if they actually butchered that defuse. You're right.
So much impact felt. I mean, just to put things into perspective right now, right? If SPG picks up the pistol, that's basically the game.
Yeah, 100%. No, I think they picked up. I think Sungmin was coaching one of the other teams, and they picked him up for the Ascension run. As far as I looked, as long as the Liquipedia dates are reliable, which like, sometimes they're not. So I'm not gonna say that that's a fact. Don't quote me. But you know what? Coaching that, Boom has got to win every round from here to win in regulation, and that's just a fact.
For this map, at the very least. We still have Icebox as well as Ascent to go on to.
Give me a second.
But, yeah, and Icebox, I mean, that's an interesting one because SPG used to ban it in their region and now they're flipping it.
That's right.
They've already beat Revenant on it, but let's hope for the best for Boom.
That's the question.
Either way, starting off with a pistol, huh?
How much prep do you have done in one day? Simpresa certainly shows that they have quite a bit, at least over the past month or so. Toxic screen up as well, and Boom completely turns tail all the way into the seaside. Good little exchange though. They took down Dabby, and that should be enough. That should be enough.
I was looking at Persia in that position. I was getting some 10s flashbacks, so I'm glad that they've fallen away. Now collapsing in on Shiro, trying to lurk in the middle of the map. He's being cleared out already by SPG before Boom can even get comfortable on the site.
Yeah.
Planting for small
The position's rough. BME's Boom's got to push out somewhere. They have to push out somewhere.
I mean, that was the right
Their choice is waterfall.
For Shiro to kind of lurk off,
but Berserk's, that leaves Berserk's in a bad place.
And now Margaret's position. He's just waiting for
SPU's got to go quicker. That's a good kill from Slasher. That's a great kill from Slasher. Oh no, Zespu. No, Zespu. He rushed in because they thought the fights were happening.
He's run out of ammunition. Margaret comes in at the right time. No chance, no hope. Simpresa, make no mistake, reaches match point.
That's why Margaret and Persia are left in those late round scenarios time and time again. Playing that XVX so well, Margaret, knowing that he has to stay alive, he has to hold on to spawn control while the rest of SPG flank in through C Mount and able to find the pick at the right time as they kind of re-entry the site from C Mount, a bit of a role reversal between the defense and the attack. But yeah, let's see how good Boom's niche force buy strats are, because that's what this round comes down to. They've got to force Stinger's armor
and they have to force.
Do their best.
Okay.
All right.
We got an outlaw. We got a guardian. No armor. We're going for
Glass Cannon, outlaw, and guardian. It's
Outlaw's
not
good.
what you want to be relying on.
Outlaw.
Oh,
I mean, the Cypher said, dude, the double trips. So even if you jump in, the second one's gonna get you as the raise unless you land perfectly on the box.
That could be something.
Good nade to break both though. Deep nade. Oh, actually no, it didn't break that because it was too deep. I thought it popped here, but
yeah, they got the jump spot. A info line. Boom's aware of it though. They want to go.
It's unfortunate.
They don't want to let this unfair info come on through.
Hey, Francis.
And the wall comes up.
Francis is getting very greedy. So because he knows someone's here, but they got the one-way through, he actually doesn't want them to just be able to come in through contact and get past the one-way. He wants to make sure they maximize the time of the one-way. He is using a lot of util to do that, but he's trying to just make them feel like there's more than one person here. It's a bit of a hard sell that doesn't go through. But Francis is just trying to tell them, like, yo, it's like Fade and Omen at the minimum here. Like, you guys don't want to come here. And then Boom was just like, that's a little fishy. So it's a good read from Boom.
Boom hearing this, they might be able to tell that he's the
Are Saprissa Gaming all of age for VCT? Yes.
Still being cautious as to where the rest of the
They are all 18 except for Persia, who's like 24, 26 or something like that.
Yeah, I think outside of Danby with the relay bolt sliding in and the paranoia, without the fade, it's actually very difficult to attempt a retake with this comp that SPG has.
Still though, they do have the guns. Heavy pickups from Boom. They've managed to shred down the initial onslaught. Margaret though with the judge humps away. Shiro down to 5 HP. Persia.
I mean, they know it was a force.
Before, but he's running out of time. Shiro will be able to strike him down from behind, extending Boom's life by a round.
Good stuff. So doubling up their rounds here. Both of the rounds they've won have been absolute nail biters, whether or not
the 112
here. And look, I'll give them credit. That was a very well read round from them. You know, they recognize that that was all fake.
No, I'm telling you guys, Revenant played pretty well in the bind. I mean, after that, it was very clear that the momentum just swung so hard that Saprissa Gaming just crushed him afterwards.
So credit where credit's due.
But
so far on attack,
Revenant had a good read on the comp change on the bind. They came in prepped for the Cypher deadlock. They were shooting in the beginning. I mean, yes, SPG also clearly didn't seem like they were warmed up enough, but hey, that's part of the game.
Because 10 rounds in a row is a bit far-fetched.
Definitely feels that way, but if it does happen though, Pilsky, what a story that would be. That said, yes, even a few rounds against SPG would be confidence into the next map.
Yeah, so I think if they make it happen, I might just buy like a case of Sambal when I go to Jakarta, because there's got to be something magic about that.
Yes. There definitely is.
That's Guardian.
All right, so the site's free.
Are they going to rip it? Yeah, he's ripped the Cypher on.
But with no killjoy, you gotta watch your flank. So they gotta try to get a pick. They don't want to push out with their weapons, but they also don't want to let them get in with the short range weapons. Dude, that nightfall got you no value. I mean, I guess it got you information on how many were there. Okay, at least they get the pickoffs. I was getting a little scared. I thought the door would create enough of a ruckus, but they get their kills.
Relentless, but unfortunately falling to the superior weaponry from Boom Esports.
If there's anyone who can beat Saprissa Gaming, who will they be, in my opinion? Well, coming into this game, I predicted Boom to win today. I just thought SPG would get the revenge later. I think Full Sense could. Like, PTC is very good. His backup, his setups are very good on the initiator. And Full Sense also, they play with speed as well. So they could, but I do think Full Sense would have to change how they set John Olsen up a little bit to combat SPG, but I have faith that they could.
Round or so now.
Dude, wait, no armor. Can I just point out, did SPG dark cover on the roof to counter the haunt on the radar?
Oh,
is that what I'm seeing there? Because if so, that is really nerdy, and I respect it. I respect it highly.
Good, yeah, I think it is, because Persia has no more dark covers.
Yep.
That is big brain.
And they have no idea because they weren't on this side. Boom hasn't seen it. Only we see it on the map.
In a nutshell, to be honest.
True that.
So they think it's clear. This is rough, man. They think it's clear. Oh my gosh. What a play, man. And this has to be a calculated play because you can't dark cover fast enough to cover the haunt.
I can't believe it.
That's the power of
you have to have it set up ready as soon as you hear it being thrown.
In a second, just off a sliver.
That's a sick dark cover.
Relay bolt and everyone's dead.
Oh, this could be the round. this could be it for Boom for this match.
Well, I mean, it's most definitely the round. I don't know how you break out of the smoke. 2v5.
In their home ground, on their home turf. Looking to end it all in these final 20 seconds. They're holding the positions. Shiro not letting it out.
I mean, listen, you take what you can get. You got the double kill. Your aim's coming back online. But jeez.
Yeah, that's siege.
Holy.
And as I said, that's the value of playing a Cypher instead of a KJ on this map. You usually see those.
Boom's got to lock in.
Breach. You get the fault line coming in, but just as effective with the paranoia, the neon sliding in. With the relay bolt, you can see Boom. They look a little confused. They look a little.
I mean, they got absolutely cooked.
This is where the leadership, the experienced players, and the coaching staff going to be worth its weight in gold after what SPG just did to them. But I mean, I think the ultimate copium really for Boom is, you know, you're going into Icebox. This is a map
완전 박살난 거죠.
banned by SPG in their own.
Next is Icebox.
You're really hoping that that's going to be a mistake from SPG letting that in through the map pool.
Let's see, SPG versus BME map 2.
So many things were so
Icebox.
good for SPG on
This
this
is
map.
Boom's pick.
And yeah, the map pool in of itself is something to think about as well. But you know, just thinking of players to highlight. I mean, so many of them did so much right.
Players to highlight, yes.
Danby for
That
sure.
I saw that port. Meant to type NT and just type not BME.
SPG, those players to highlight. They played a perfect game. Quite what can you say, mate?
13-3 against, you know, one of the favorite teams in this tournament as well. I mean, that's just amazing stuff. But of course, they left Icebox open. They showed how they can play against Revenant Esports.
Do I think, what was it? Do I think
we'll find out.
SPG will play the same comp?
You know, let's break down all of
I
that
think
with
so.
our panelists, Vic and Ewok, once again.
The double controller.
Well, I just have to say SPG is an absolute delight to watch if you enjoy watching this kind of playstyle, which I do personally. That was insane. It was an 11-1 in the first half and it closed out very shortly after. Boom looked absolutely not in control of that.
The thing is the thing is Boom, if they bring out their same comp, the double flash, and we've seen teams show how to combat the double controller with a double flash. You just walk up to the enemy smoke and then you flash through instead of going long range setups. So, and that favors Boom. The problem being that Simprisa Gaming does not necessarily play passive double controller.
Magnificent fake where Danby went into the A side, he got 2, yeah, that's just extra on top. But meanwhile, the whole team's in at C. There was a timeout, and I felt like, okay, Boom needs to fight more. They need to take a little bit more map control, and that's exactly what they did. But what I'm concerned about is that was the wrong round to do.
Tomorrow is the other side upper bracket, Full Sense versus JFT, and then the remaining lower bracket games.
They put down the Viper ult. Boom, come from the flank, but there's nothing they can really do about it.
So tomorrow will be Riddle versus NAOS, Disguise versus Revenant, and Full Sense versus JFT. Tomorrow has some potential too, if every team shows up.
That's what it really looked like at that point.
Oh, you missed the Margaret game yesterday, the Margaret Yoru?
Reactive.
The comp itself is very fun. I would go check that out in the VODs. That map alone, I think, is worth checking out. Yeah, Riddle versus NAOS. If NAOS shows up a bit more, like if they continue to wake up a bit more, that has potential to be fun to watch. And I think Revenant versus Disguise actually has some potential to be a fun match. I think Riddle is favored against NAOS for sure, but NAOS, I don't think NAOS is playing at their full potential. Even if they play at full potential, I favor Riddle, but I don't think NAOS has woken up yet. So hopefully they can wake up to at least make it competitive. And then Revenant versus Disguised, I think Revenant can take it.
And what did we see from SPG? I think it's the second last round, or maybe the last round. A brilliant trap play at C, kind of showing Boom exactly, this is what you should have done against us.
Yeah. Like you said, it was almost like this.
Yo, Rhea in the chat.
And it's so crazy.
Everybody give a big round of applause to Rhea.
Is normally very good at their fundamentals. They're just waiting for things to happen. But hopefully we
No, thank you.
Going into the second map. This was only the first map. And
Thank you for the games. Thank you for the stories. Sad to see you guys go out.
This exact problem. We're gonna go on a very quick break. When we come back, we are gonna go into.
But still want to give you and your team a big round of applause for sure. No, I just wanted to make sure everyone knew, you know, the teams and players coming through. So. Chat, are we gonna get another 2-0? We gotta stop, man. Surely we get a 2-1. You know what's gonna happen? You know what's gonna happen is what's gonna happen is tomorrow I'm gonna go in for the Korean cast, and tomorrow is gonna be 9 maps, and I'm gonna freaking. Oh, but I only cast 2 of the matches tomorrow, so it's fine. Yeah, no, I could feel it. I could feel it, Rhea. It's a shame. It's so brutal because like you guys deserve all the applause for doing that. You guys deserve all the applause for grinding through it despite not having the setup and the environment. But competition's brutal. But I think, you know, I think still enough people. I think the fact that people even are now, at least some more people are aware, right? That's what you guys went through, and hopefully that sends more attention your way and support your way. Hope you guys, hope at least some of you, if not most all of you, can still find ways to keep playing because it's fun to watch you guys. But I mean, it's tough. Like I could never. But. You guys are insane for doing that, for pulling that off. Like getting here is insane, while being you know, playing as an amateur team while working. YouTube chat's hoping for a 3rd map. Twitch is hoping for a 3rd map. I think even SPG fans are hoping for a 3rd map. Hopefully we get a 3rd map. That's true. Simprisa still undefeated in, you know, within LAN matches. They did lose in the qualifier for Split 1. Let's not forget that. But Simprisa has never lost a LAN match. That much is true. They have never lost an offline match. I wonder how the Korean community is reacting because I predicted Boom Esports. I was the only Korean caster to predict Boom Esports. They're probably also chalking it up to me being partly Indonesian, which I'm not, but I think even the Korean fans have accepted now that I'm like an RQ glazer. What's my thought on Abyss meta-wise? I think there's still room. Obviously, I mean, we saw it a decent amount, but not enough. I like Yoru on it. I think especially with the Astra changes, Astra is going to be massive on Abyss in the future. Do the Korean fans call you a traitor? They like to sometimes, but I don't cast the Korean broadcast regularly anymore. But there's a Korean caster by the name of Dongjin, who some Indian fans might know because he used to play PUBG Mobile, and he's been to like a lot of events in India as well, both as a player and a caster, I believe. I know he has a pretty big Indian following, but he's like big on Chinese teams, so we just call him Hao Dong Jin because he was big on EDG and Hao Dong. Everyone makes fun of him. Everyone says he's actually just part Chinese.
As we go into map 2.
I totally agree. I think Boom oftentimes rely on their retakes, but what we saw from Lotus right now, SPG is so coordinated in the retake. Every time when they get that bomb down on the A site on Lotus,
Icebox.
when you open the door, you can kind of jiggle from the door, and they're just in the right positions. And I think it's hard for Boom to kind of break that down when they're trying to retake. So there's going to be times. There's going to be times where you need to fight, right? yeah, they kind of tried it towards the end.
Yep, here we go. Double controller for
By
Simprisa.
that time, they've maybe
Double flash
they're
for
not
Boom.
warmed up anymore. I do think you need to go down on your sword here and take the game to them, and not just.
In my head, in theory, if everything plays out like they both have continuously, like Simprisa has before, then I think what Boom needs to do. Well, I guess they're starting on defense.
SPG. Surely they picked it for a reason. Though they definitely have.
Ah,
some
that's
ideas
tough.
there. It was so interesting because SPG never showed Icebox at all, and the first time we saw it was just the other day against Revenant, and at this point their map pool is incredible, I have to say. But it seems like SPG is going to continue on with a double controller Asian comp
On defense.
using Harbor, which we saw a little bit earlier today, but they use it.
Yeah, but I agree with Ewok. Like, you don't want to respect the
Yeah.
smokes too much
Definitely
because
a little bit more
SPG
aggressive.
understands
I think
that.
we saw earlier, they looked
And
really
good
against
teams on
Revenant,
Icebox
to be
will
honest.
understand that retakes, especially with double flashes, they'll start like at the door, right? Retakes start here and here. So what you do is you pressure this. You pressure this from nest and around screens. You pressure this from the box to make sure they can't just sit there and throw their util. Like, mix up the timing, get a pick. You know what I mean? So you can't just respect that entirely, but that means you need to get info early to stack at least 3 in the back of sight, and even then you have to deal with Dombi. So we'll see.
Get to that Bratama arena playing in front of their home crowd. I mean, they want to secure the playoff spot as early as possible. But SPG stands in their way. They left this icebox on purpose. Open. Pilsky. What is this?
Okay, man, right off the bat, guard up the top.
Well, Pilsky's coming out of the water. He was going through a dive.
Exactly like Ewok said. They got to do this for the Indo fans, because they're going to be wanting to see them in the arena.
Hey, at least today we can see Margaret's face. He's usually deep in his monitor that the camera just can't catch him. Changed his camera angle today.
What kind of fight they've come up with in the break.
Yeah. Only
Oh, disrespecting the smoke with only 2 people, ain't it? Oh, but Famous gets 2? Oh, if he didn't need the reload, I think he gets the 3rd.
Unfortunately, Famous taking the hit. It's going to be down to Simprisa
That's unfortunate.
getting the sight, but Shiro just
Dude, already the lurk from Persia.
What you don't know, though, is where...
They even have a numbers advantage, but because they only have 2 people on site, they're waiting for the pick. Oh, Simprisa. They're so brutal, man.
Takes down Persia.
Good kill from Zespu, though. Doable. They're both weak. It's doable.
Yeah, he's got the
It's doable.
as well.
Oh, no.
On top of 410, catches a whiff of him. Gonna join up with his teammate in Margaret so they can play this post plan
I mean,
together.
they're both just 1 body shot away.
Goes in for that shot.
Oh, walking through is tough, but it's the angle that they wouldn't expect. He's... Damn, dude. It was a nice attempt, too. He makes him think that he's going to go in to tap the defuse. Holy.
I mean, I seen some share clips from Francis on Twitter the other day. Also saw
Jeez.
heard a loud Australian.
Yeah, that was quick on the snap, man.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that sheriff highlight was going the way of Famous, and to be fair, he connected pretty much every shot that round, but it still wasn't enough, was it?
Dude, that was Francis. Persia was dead. Chat. Persia is great, but give Francis some credit.
How consistent these players are from Simprisa
Uh-oh, tech pause.
Right now. I mean, from yesterday to today.
Maybe it's the Simprisa BM. Nope, just kidding. I thought it was the BM timeout.
Well, we'll have a little bit more time to talk about that. Got a classic technical pause. Be working our way through. I mean,
Double Bulldog,
one.
debating Guardian or Bulldog. Dombi just keeping himself warm, swapping it out in the shop.
It's a really interesting map for me. Because
I can tell you, it's pas les plus hauts, no?
Something they played in their region, they flipped it.
Hopefully we get right back into it.
Tournament of Ascension. Over on the side
Not sure. Might be one of Ivy or Margaret because they're not on camera here, but that looks like the ref's looking at them. Whereas Boom, the ref is just chilling. Oh, we're back. That's why.
Like they wanted to be playing Icebox that much. So I kind of wonder whether Boom has like played this map regionally against like high quality opposition, or whether it has just been kind of scrims that they've been, improving on this map.
Sure. I mean, at least from their split 2 data, it looks as though Boom has enough experience on it. They have enough wins on it.
It's not a go-to map for them, though.
SPG, on the other hand,
That's kind of the story with Boom, is that they were just a cut above for the most part, it feels.
in this tournament,
Yeah,
and it looked good.
a beautiful debut. That was beautiful to watch.
Dude, just a full fake and then just a full
There's a lot
rotate.
of very nice maps of Valorant to watch. If you're
And
a fan
Margaret
of,
already
like,
holds mid
you know, technical
in
Valorant,
tube.
tactical Valorant, which is
Ready to
what these
peek out of the window if he
tournaments are known
needs.
for.
He's got only a sheriff too, so even if he dies, it's not a big deal. The only thing is you lose out on the alarm bot, but considering that no one's pushed out of A yet, and your turret hasn't tagged anything yet, you're pretty safe from it timing-wise. Thorough check, not a full check, but a good awareness from Boom Esports that there could be someone in tube, because they've... Basically, this is good because it's Boom telling us that they know where they've left empty, right? They understand that they have zero information about mid, so they're keeping tabs on that. It's not a... It's a sheriff upgrade. It's not anything to write home about, but it's a good awareness thing that they can hopefully keep their mental for. Ooh. Big swing outs. But Persia's back, man. They thought they cleared mid, and Persia's still there. Nice clears, though. No weapons kept, but... for Boom, I mean. But it's a lot of damage, yeah. I mean, Persia basically saves this by going for the extra lurk.
Yeah, we gotta stop this flooding right now.
What do you think about no duelist comps on Icebox? I mean, I think they have legs.
To take them down with just pistols. They took down Margaret initially, and then with the sheriff continued to hunt down bit by bit the Simprisa players. So
I think they still have legs on Icebox. It is very tough, but
with a slight disadvantage in economy.
because I think teams have gotten a lot better by just forcing their way in with a duelist. So like non-duelist comps aren't like default a lot stronger on defense, but
Danby has already shown how difficult he can be when he gets in your face with a shotgun. So Boom need to stay on top of this.
Definitely just trying to get some information.
that was a flash try, right?
Popping off.
His audio was a little weird.
Margaret's on the other side as well.
This is meant to be a fake. If Shiro backs out, Famous had to back out too.
Slowly marching up front. Meanwhile, take a look at the mini-map. Persia's on the other side doing some exploring of his own. The Viper's toxic.
They hear the mosh too. That's so much spent.
Yeah, you can see a standoff between SPG as well as Persia. It feels like
This is meant to be a bit of a fake that they might be rotating. It's not gonna, they're not gonna bite, but Persia's gonna look for a kill. Boom is aware of this. They're aware of the possibility of the lurk. Dude, Shiro's all alone, man. Now they have to rush through. Persia's been spotted, I think. I think Zespiu saw his gun.
Might as well just go in to get the spike.
Maybe not. Well, even then, Zespiu doesn't know if he went through or not. They're gonna have to save anyway.
Away from the A site. So yes, Zespiu will be able to take down Persia, but
damn.
This is what we were seeing from SPG the other day against Revenant as well.
Who are the favorites to win it all? SPG's one of them. I put Boom up there, but I think Boom isn't looking so hot anymore. And then Full Sense. I think those are, I think Full Sense and SPG are kind of at the top for almost everyone, and then I think there's some discussions for Riddle, there's some discussions for Boom.
Ivy as well as Francis go into A as a 3-man, and half the time they were taking the site. Once again, they've done a very similar thing. It's not even a full.
Yeah, Full Sense has Sushi Boys and Fox from old Talon.
Work their way in there, feeling things out, and despite the fact that they had weaker weaponry, they've won another bonus here, Quack.
Oh my goodness.
Another bonus in this series. And
it's a bonus where on the previous equal round, they lost 4 guns, 4 players. I mean, some of them were sheriffs, but still.
So now you're just on a half round again. So most likely a 4-0. Do they call another timeout at 4-0? I mean, you kind of need to. Hopefully they can figure something out here, though, even if they don't win the round. So looking to push past it very early, but he's all alone. The whole point of pushing out an Icebox is to have a double. Going out alone is just a Hail Mary. That's no different from pushing out on any other map. Oh man, it hurts.
Off that 1 kill now. Setting up the positions. Look at this. Tailwind off to the right side. Margaret, the rest of them panning out.
Okay, good hold. Wish it was around where they had better weapons, but oh, he weaves through. He weaves through. 1v1. Zespew, you can do it. You are the hero.
Back against his counterpart. One-on-one now. Ivy with the spike up on the A site. Zespew has a couple of options to approach. Raptors or screens. Ivy has to.
He's gonna look to drop and clear. Oh, and Ivy suspects it. He's like, if you're not already past screens, it has to be a wraparound, timing-wise. Looks for it.
Once again, Pilsky with the win streak.
I feel bad for Zespew. Like, that's the second clutch he's been left in, coming back and retaking into that A site. Had to do the same thing in the pistol. But Ivy, he's won the clutch. They weren't ready for Persia on the left.
And look at how early SPG is pressuring mid, too. Compared to yesterday, where JFT and Rapid Lo-Fi, they just like didn't even touch mid.
It becomes harder and harder as more pressure mounts. But that pressure's not going to let up anytime soon. A lot of ults on offer here for SPG.
Persia's not the IGL, guys. Francis is the IGL. Listen, I'm all for Persia glazing, but give Francis some respect.
It's ridiculously crazy. SPG are winning.
Reckoning to just force their way in, and they're gonna go deep. So, okay, so this is where it can feel like an overheat, but this is also SPG maximizing the value of the Reckoning by pushing it and making sure it doesn't get immediately re-cleared. And then when the high tide's about to go down, they back off. So like they make sure they don't commit, they don't overcommit. But the Reckoning pushes all the way to the back of Snowman, so you make sure you go in and try to deny any cheeky re-clears. It's a good understanding of utility value, but so far the frags are coming through. They are aware of where Persia's at. They know the kill happened in mid. Here comes Hunter's Fury. Had to stop the wingman. What?
Margaret Persia picking up the frags. Famous with the op tries to swing out from yellow, but shut down completely. Simprisa up to 5.
Damn.
That was a beautiful round. If you wanted to break down a round in terms of like tactical depth, like running that BXX was beautiful from Simprisa. Reckoning to open things up,
Oh, thank you, Mix. I almost was about to lose my mind.
Take control of that. Nice open plant, cascade as well to keep it nice and safe. The second
Yo, it's Anders. Persia, good.
They clear Snowman and they have multiple lurks in play. Both Market over towards B long playing safe. Persia comes back through middle.
Oh, Persia's good. Oh, well, they changed it up, chat. They changed up the timeout meta. Instead of 4-0, it's 5-0. Oh, you can tell he's exasperated, though. It's rough.
Too much, man. You can't make your way through multiple lurks, 3 different layers of ults. Like, there's just too much going on.
I mean, even if you thought SPG was going to win, I don't think anybody expected this much of a blowout. It's not over yet, but the first map was already a blowout.
SPG is just like a Japanese shortcake, mate. You know, like it's a perfectly balanced. The egg whites have been beaten to perfection. It's nice and fluffy. You know, it's just beautifully executed.
Much better.
Perfect. It's my favorite.
Much better than me trying to pronounce the million-layered crepe.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, Coach Meow does not look happy. I'm a little bit concerned for Boom.
Yeah, as a coach, I just wouldn't even know what to say at this point. Like, this is one of those games where like you would watch it back and be like, I just don't even know, man. Like, there is so much
but you
could have done better this game, but at the
1
same
second.
time, the other team was so like insane on another level.
You've got to figure something out.
It's just hard.
I don't know.
You got to throw your hands up.
If they win this, if Boom wins this and we go to a third map, they stand a chance. They could be the team that heads over. The first team to secure a playoff spot to Bertano.
1 second, chat.
For the home crowd. But Simprisa standing in their way. Oh my god, Pilsky. Okay.
Jump spot. Yeah, from NC Slasher. Orb's going up. Famous is over here with knives. This has to be a Famous round, right?
Oh. No!
Oh, shut down.
Persia and Danby firing off as well.
I mean, listen, it is an eco, so... But now it's Margaret who goes all the way through, right? So they've been constantly pressuring B with the ultimates and the lurks through mid. So it calls for an immediate reaction from Boom, and then they go for the silent lurk all the way into A. And this is why I rate SPG highly. It's not just like Herder, they have their own style of W gaming and they're really cracked, which they are. But when they need to, they change their pacing. They know how to go round to round. They know how to do mental conditioning. Like, they just have a lot of layers. Are they perfect? Not at all. But they do have multiple layers. Like, Boom, to me, has a very specific strength of, if you allow them to set up at the line of scrimmage, their tactics are pretty good on the small-scale skirmishes, like 2v2s, 3v3s. But then, like, that's kind of their strength. So as long as you can avoid that, right? And then when it comes to Riddle, they have decent reads around the map, and then they have good contact players. Like, that's Riddle's strength. But if you deny that, their set plays are a little messy, like things like that. But SPG, it's like, yeah, you could do that, and then at the very end, you also have 5 players who can all clutch. So it's, whoa.
But Margaret will put him down in chains. Saprissa.
Oh man.
Unstoppable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Icebox also just devolves into people running in like headless chickens even when they're winning. And they're continuing to friggin' play actual macro. Like, they were working mid early on, which most teams forget that mid. I know that a lot of teams hate mid and Icebox, but most teams just kind of ignore it until they really need to, and then it's a Hail Mary. And
but Boom, they've got some good ults.
Give me 1 second. I gotta give some info to the English broadcast here.
So let's see how SPG tackles the pit. Whether they just don't want anything to do with that. They've still got both of these lurks potentially going to come into play. Persia's making his way up too. Shiro will almost certainly have jump spotted that.
Just pulling out the utility.
Okay.
Oh no! The stream! What happened? We're not working to fix it. We're going to the Korean stream.
깔끔하게 잡아냅니다. 그냥 오퍼를 세이브해야 될 것 같죠? 아, 이거 7대0 결국 구덩이를 뚫었고 현재 PD 이슈 때문에 화면이 잠시 멈췄었는데 여러분들 좀
Oh, apparently it was frozen for the feed, so the feed itself was frozen.
7대0의 오퍼는
Well, we're here. Let's listen to the Korean casters just glaze all over SPG, shall we?
두 명을 어떻게 자른 거냐고 하시는데 저희도 못 봤습니다만 구덩이 안으로 제가 보기에 드로닝을 하고 교전을 만들고 두 명을 잡았을 것 같은데 아마 리플레이는 여러분 나올 겁니다.
담비가 그냥 뛰어들어가지 않았을까 싶긴 해요.
드론하고 그렇죠. 여기서 들어가서 한 명 잡고.
자, 그리고 심판이 올라왔습니다.
네, 여러모로 좀 이제 부미 스포츠가
I will help translate. You know what? They'll probably try to do a separate Korean interview, so I can help translate that actually. That's a good shout.
구석에 몰린 것 같습니다.
이게 열받았어요 지금. 미드 트리플 전진.
야, 나가자.
예, 오퍼까지 들고 나갑니다. 이게 지금
Oh, the feed is worse on the Korean stream though. What? Rare L.
라고 느낀 것 같아요. 그래서 일단은
Maybe we'll go back to the English stream until the interview. Dude, they pushed out mid, and now it's just pushing in with the Reckoning, and then the pit to shut off screens. Yeah, and you have that one way on net on the rafters.
만조 지나가면 구덩이 나오고 구덩이 지나가면 옆에 연기 있고.
Dude, the poison cloud on top is freaking rough. Dude, the poison cloud saves him, and they can't get in. They're taking so much decay, and now he's in the pit. They can suspect that, but they can't clear it fully. Dude, and look at their positions, right? You have high-low here. You have one person here pushing in. You got one person up top. You got one person protecting the pit. It is rough. Oh my god. Francis.
스파이크였지요. 네, 페르시아가 정리해 줍니다.
이미 뭐 심플사 게이밍은 돈이 터졌기 때문에 여유가 있습니다.
이렇게 이 지금 발로란트 챔피언스 투어 챌린저스 코리아가 이렇게 무서운 리그입니다.
Damn, dude.
저는 많이 힘들었는데. 야, 올해는 좀 뭔가
The Korean, they were laughing because they were like, yeah, this is just how strong challenges Korea is. And one of the casters was like, well, last year we had a lot of trouble at Ascension. a little nudge to D plus Kia.
지금 전반에 타임아웃 2개 다 빠진 거죠?
네, 다 빠졌습니다.
그 정도로 아예 그냥 지금의
This is rough,
흐름이라면
man.
다 날아갈 수도 있겠다라고 생각하고 있는 것 같아요, V스포츠가.
But this is why, like, if as long as you have even an ounce of like proper macro, it really breaks down against other like challenger teams, because you just don't get to do the fights you think you're good at, because they'll know how to navigate around it because they understand macro better. But I thought Boom was gonna win today. I thought Boom would figure that out. I thought Boom would understand when to fight SPG, but SPG are looking better than I thought they would against Boom. Like they are much more relentless than I thought they would be, and they're also, their pace changes and their macro understandings are also much better.
원래 하버 바이퍼 상대할 때 아예 그냥 A 쪽에 빠르게
Yeah, everybody needs to do a public apology to Revenant, man. Everyone clowning on them for throwing, and they didn't even throw. They had a good read, and then SPG warmed up.
빠르게 들어가면 되는데 한 번에 리테이크로 이게 백업이 느리니까 시간도 낭비가 많이 되고 또 사고도 많이 나니까요. 부담이 많이 되죠.
또 미드? 아니 지금 3명 막혔다고 4명이 미드. 야 이거는
옥상으로 따라와.
Pushing out a mid. SPG is gonna meet him. Oh, dude, Dombi got the information too. Oh, they didn't clear tubes.
여기는요. 여기 잡고
순간 판단.
담비의 쇼, 담비의 쇼. 야.
Dude, Dombi is literally having like the best series as he's had. Oh my god, the feed is dead on the Korean broadcast too. I think it's the actual feed coming out of Indonesia.
여러분 이거 뭐 화면 멈췄는데
Because the audio is coming through. Because the audio is coming through.
이어서 끝났네요. 예, 이거 뭐 여러분 리플레이 안 봐도 뻔한 게 미드에 나와서 마가렛한테 잡히고 그리고 한 명 남은 걸 그냥 밀었죠.
자, 다시 보겠습니다.
야, 근데 여기서 담비의 센스가
I mean, Dombi was good in Challengers Korea too. Like he was very good, but like there were times when it felt like he would overheat a little bit. Like he wasn't this consistent.
맏형인데 에임도 오늘 너무 좋습니다.
Are Korean casters biased during VCT matches? Hell yeah. But the Korean community is a little split on whether they like the bias or not. But then the Korean casters are always like, but we are meant to just cast to Korean, so we are going to be biased because like we're Korean, casting to a Korean audience with a Korean team. During VCT Pacific, there was a lot of hullabaloo in the community, and during VCT Pacific, the casters like tried to find a balance. They were still a little bit biased, but not completely. Because then, you know, obviously the stadium and like during champs and stuff, because the stadium itself is like meant to be open to global fans. But when it's like online matches and stuff, or if they're doing the broadcast remotely, no bars hold, straight bias. They will still give credit, like they'll give credit where credit is due. The Korean casters, we actually try to hold ourselves to a very high standard about being very accurate analytically. So they'll always give credit to the analysis of like other teams doing well. But obviously if a Korean team is winning, they'll like get more excited and stuff. But
이번엔 교전을 이겨줍니다. 9대1. 지금 전반전과 스코어는 비슷하게 가고 있긴 합니다.
they need 3 just to wake up.
쓰지 않고 이번엔 과감하게 A를 전진하면서 정보를 확실하게 취득을 하고
No 13-0. Thank goodness. Yeah, exactly. There were no Korean teams, so there was no risk of being biased at Inspire.
그리고 포탑 반응이 되면서 이제 담비에 도는 거를
All right, I'll pay attention to the game again, chat. I'll stop glazing the Korean cast and I'll start glazing the team again. But I wanted Boom to win. I thought I need my 100% pick him. Dude, Boom.
이거 나오면 한번 잡아보자.
Boom's exposing me as a fraud, man. But they keep doing this. They keep solo pushing out of A. Like, if you're going to do this, you need a double kill minimum, if not more. Well, now you back off because it's been too much time. Wait, I don't like it. I don't like it. He gets away, but I don't like it.
A에 많은 것처럼. 왜냐면 미드 나오라고. 그러니까 A를 사운드를 일부러 내서 미드 역전진을 마가렛이 잡아먹기 위해서 일부러 소리를 낸 건데 낚이진 않았고요.
심지어 B 쪽까지도 겨냥을 하고 있었어요. 궁금하면 양쪽
Still no push out from mid. SPG has been doing this one a lot to make it look like they're rotating out of A. It's still a minute, so Persia's now on his lurk, and Boom's aware of it. But the problem is now your main force, but now you were ahead. Like if you're gonna wait for the lurk, I would just hold here, you know. Like, why are we forcing a 2v potentially 4 when you know that there's going to be a lurk here and you don't have hard information? And if you're going to go for information here, why are we not getting ready to play safer, right? Why are we already rotating? Like, Boom is very... They are picking up the right pieces of information, but you can tell... I think the biggest thing is it's credit to Simprisa for always being a step ahead, so Boom feels that they need to, like, rush these decisions, but... There is a way for you to still win, even if you are the slower team, so to speak. I mean, DRX did that for 2 years against PaperX.
미드하고 B에 심어놨던 거를 역으로 한 거긴 하거든요. A 쪽에도 전진을 궁금해서 나오면 잡아먹자였는데
They're running defensive default straight out of 2021. This is true. It's rough. And, like, that's not their strong suit. But they've been out-tempoed by SPG, which is why I think they're playing a bit scared. Their strong suit is once they get information, they set up for a skirmish, and then they win that. But oh, and he's not getting these picks either. Dude, what is this tempo? Dude, after they consistently wait for the pushouts from mid and they realize Boom's not doing it anymore, in the last round of the half, they just... Okay, well, I mean, Boom had their spider senses tingling, thank goodness.
점프 사운드 내면서 가가지고 바로 반응을 했죠.
Alright, Dombi. Dombi time.
영역은 잘 먹었는데 그림상으로는 확실히 가둬놓은 게 맞았는데 가둬놓은 병력한테 졌습니다.
자, 9연승 이후에 3연패 전반전이 마무리됐습니다. 마지막 3개 라운드 뭐
No, I agree. Totally, Anders. I mean, and the thing is like they're a team that thrives off of more flashes and stuns and stuff. Like they're a team that likes to take skirmishes. That's where they thrive. So I don't mind that they're playing the Gecko KO. It's just that they're not actually playing the Gecko KO, which is frustrating to watch because I think SPG is a better team, and I have SPG winning the tournament. But Boom is not. Like, Boom has a way to not look this bad. You know what I mean? I think that's what's frustrating. But it's not done yet. It's not done yet. It's just that, I mean, if I was Boom, I'd be mental boomed. Dude, you got crushed on the first map and you're still getting crushed on the second map? I mean, look at them. No energy. They gotta get their energy up. You know? They need a little hype man. Where's the hype man? I've seen crazier comebacks on Icebox. I have no idea what you're talking about. Nobody's ever made a crazy comeback on Icebox. 한국 중계랑 영어 중계할 때요? 뭐 더 힘든 건 없어요. 근데 한국 중계할 때 아무래도 제가 그러니까 영어에 비해서는 언어가 딸리니까 그러니까 막 말을 하는데 문제가 있는 건 아닌데 어휘력이 딸리니까 그런 게 그냥 조금 더 힘들죠. 그러니까 영어 할 때 더 편하죠. They're wondering if I have a harder time casting in Korean, like if it's more tiring or anything in Korean or English. But the only difference is like the hype itself is fine. I love the hype on the Korean cast. I wish we could find a way to balance that better on the English cast where but the language itself delivers differently. That's the core part. But the only difference is that in Korean, I mean, I just have less vocabulary in Korean, so that's always a little tougher. I have my life savings on a 13-9 BME win. But my wife told me I could pull on the next banner if Boom Esports wins, guys. Boom Esports needs to win. It's not true. I don't spend money on gachas because that's very dangerous. You shouldn't do that. To be fair, someone from YouTube chat is saying maybe it's the other way around. Boom loses now so that they will win against Simprisa Gaming in the grand finals. To be very fair, one of the biggest reasons I had SPG winning against Boom in the grand finals is because if Boom hasn't lost till then, I think that's when they get exposed hard. So if they lose now, you never know. But it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
만조를 저렇게 그은 게 언제든지 우리가 B를 나갈 수 있어라는 거를 압박해놓고 나서 템포를 늦추는 거라서 이러면 좀 궁금하거든요. 미드 역전진, 그다음에 B메인 역전진 A로 가야 되는데 알람봇에 우리가 걸렸고 근데 얘네가 미드로 나오지 않을까? 그러니까 지금 제스비의 머리에 있어서
Boom wants to
지진난 거죠.
Boom wants to keep waiting for info.
그러니까 또 돌리는데 이게 돌리는 판단은 너무 안 좋습니다. 이건 아니에요. 돌리는 건 안 돼. 이게 뻔해도 그냥 A를 갔어야 됐는데.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You heard multiple. Oh, okay.
그래도 잡았습니다.
They at least they peeked together, and they heard another, right? Yeah, they heard both pistols. So now you know there were two. You got a kill there, but you're gonna try to cross here with no smokes.
아이비?
Oh, he was tagged. Look at that angle switch from Ivy. But look at that. Look at the timing there from Persia. And Dombi's just holding back sight. Because why? Because they already have Persia catching up. Except, I don't know if they're going to expect Zespiu to have come this fast. Well, now Dombi knows. So now they just have to stay alive until Persia gets into the site. But considering that Zespiu still doesn't see him either, NC Slasher's pretty aware. Boom's also all low. Oh, I guess so is SPG.
살짝 흔들렸는데요. 담비가 나와주진 못했습니다.
이건 할만합니다. 붐 스포츠가.
Yeah, now they can win.
아이비밖에 안
Surely.
나왔습니다.
앞뒤를 다 이어서 체력이 너무
Surely.
많죠, 아이비.
I mean, I love a little Ivy glazing, but
기소를 가져가는 붐
okay.
스포츠 4연승입니다.
사실 흐름이랑 큰 그림에서는 심플한 게임이 나쁘지 않았거든요. 미드 쪽에서까지 딱 이제 아이비가 봐주면서 만약에 스파이크 드랍까지 시켰으면은 그대로 그냥 끝날 수도 있는 라운드였습니다.
그리고 이제 연승하면서 붐 스포츠 선수들의 에임이 좀 돌아왔습니다.
yeah, the push out from Persia it was good, but everyone was so low on both sides. And I think Zespiu finally checking back behind him and being like, hey, he still hasn't followed me. I don't hear him coming through kitchen. Good calls from Zespiu.
9대 4입니다.
좀 이제 눕지 않을까 싶긴 한데요. 네, 상대가 하버 조합이기도 하고 또 공격적으로 많이 풀어가는.
Watch Boom versus NAOS from the Filipino casters. Ooh, ooh. I feel like that's painful. I don't want to watch people go through pain.
또 한번 이거 진짜 미드 나올 것 같은데라는 생각 분명히 하죠. 상대가 총이 짧으니까.
You know, like it's not like I go back and watch Gen G losing to Sentinels in the Korean cast just for fun. That's painful.
어느 한 면을 아예 다 먹지 않고 포기하는 거는 안 좋죠. 그래서 일단은 A 쪽 기절봇으로 보면서 한 땀 한 땀 갑니다.
진짜 천천히 해주고 있는 붐 스포츠입니다.
천천히 갈 수밖에 없어요.
You gotta creep up, get the flashes in, take initial. Oh, he did see it. Oh no, he didn't. He was waiting for his lineup. Jeez. He didn't get tagged though. Kind of missed that. Uh-oh. Famous? Dude, the 180 swivels, and there was like no help. Everyone else is just watching in case someone else peeks from friggin' rafters. Famous is just out there in the middle, fighting for his life, man. Spike's not planted though. Good double peek out of it. And the ace. A lot of damage done, but good morale boost from Famous.
총을 많이 떨궜습니다.
네.
상처가 많이 났죠.
확실히 붐 스포츠도 페이머스가 좀 잘 풀릴 때는 공격이 잘 좀 전개되는 그림들이 많았거든요. 이런 거 좀 기대를 했을 텐데 드디어 좀 올라갑니다.
야, 근데 스크린 쪽과 180도 돌아서 잡은
Anders, you can't be so mathematical. Listen, this team is getting crushed, man. It's just like when teams fist bump and don't pick up the op. You can buy an op later, but you can't buy a fist bump. You can't necessarily buy an ace. You can't buy the scream, the guttural war cry that comes after an ace. You can always collect more credits later.
좀 많이 떨궜다 보니까 아울러 운영 시작했습니다.
자, 비는 리테이크 준비해 주고 있는 심프리사 게이밍.
전진만조가 아니라 총이 앞서니까 그냥.
So for now, the pattern is the same, right? Boom's always going to wait to see, because generally it's always going to be aggression on A. You wait to see what the harbor setup is. And if they use that cooldown, great. We can go in afterwards and disrespect it. If not, even if they have cooldowns, that means we can take contact plays up to the line of scrimmage. So let's do that. They've already planted the jet on B, so it's set up for a full fake potentially.
하나 잡고 빠집니다.
Except NC Slasher dying early is That wasn't part of the plan. That was not part of the plan. Either you needed to send Jet in for a full fake because it's your bonus, or you just wait and Jet's the lurk. Well, this is very rough because they know because you're not in A, and they've already emptied A anyway. They don't even care.
그나마 미드 돌리는 것도 잘릴 것 같고 여기서 이렇게 이러면 무결점이죠.
진짜 정신없는데요. 떨어질 때 프란시스가 이겨줍니다.
이게 상대편 총기가 짧을 때 변수가 안 날 만한 뷰를 다 열어놓은 상태에서 너네가 먼저 수던져라 이런 식으로 하다 보니까 변수가 거의 아예 안 났습니다.
적재적소의 아웃로 운영이 돋보였었던 심프리사 게이밍 10대 5입니다. 뭐 기절보 소리 듣고 안전하게 빠져준 이후에 KO를 정리했어요.
But it was a rough bonus, right? Because they didn't get anything. In the previous round, they just barely got the round win on the ace. So see what they can do here. If they can get this round win, you get the Blade Storm, so even if you drop a weapon, you can stabilize. And Famous, he's looking at that glow on his champion's Phantom, reminding himself of all the hype behind him.
스킬도 지금 완벽하게 못 쐈어요 지금.
그나마 이번 라운드 다음에 칼폭이 오니까
Okay, they hear it. Simprisa hears it, but obviously that'll just get recycled. So they're going to start to clear this out. So Boom's aware that this is how SPG is going to want to play, that they're going to want to gain solid info. But the problem is you already have solid info by getting right up to the toxic screen, and Boom thought they would overextend, but Simprisa...
그냥 사냥꾼의 분노가 먹어 그냥.
그냥 소바의 분노인데요.
이미 뒤쪽도 다 클리어를 해버린 상태였기 때문에.
Oh, and he sees Shiro. Dude, and now they're pushing in because the Viper has to get pulled up, and Francis gets the kill. You don't even know about Persia, and it doesn't even matter. Dude, Shiro is panicking. He is getting panic kills.
담비가 기분이 많이 좋은가요 같아요.
Clean from Margaret.
심판도 완성이 돼버려가지고 다음 턴에 리테크에 대한 자신감도 생길 것 같아요.
이거는 그냥 끌었어야,죠.
Oh, thanks, Cookie.
힘드니까 칼레 폭풍도 있겠다.
Appreciate it.
남은 자국 그냥 끌었을 것 같고.
위험한 위치긴
The misclick meta.
이제 이겼으니까 저렇게 되는 건데 만약에 졌으면은 사냥꾼의 분노 들고 저기서 죽냐라는 게 어찌됐든 간에 아이비가 둘 잡았고 드론으로 둘을 촬영했고 다 했죠.
콜도 확실하게 되고 있을 거라서.
This does give a lot of hype back to Riddle. Which, listen, I'm willing to admit that I was a bit of a doubter. I don't regret it. I just wanted Riddle to prove themselves on the bigger stage, and I can now at least not fault people. Before, I kind of faulted people for overhyping them. Now I don't fault them. I do still think they're a cut below Full Sense and Simprisa Gaming, but I mean, I made the same mistake with Boom, so.
리테이크를 해야 되는 판이었기 때문에.
게다가 이미 비메이를 지워놨었기 때문에 더 아쉬움이 남죠.
How many jinxes is Chobra doing?
이게 프란시스가 바로 지지만 않으면.
졌어요.
이러면 졌죠. 요동부 써준 게
Clean.
고마울 정도로.
Yeah, Thrash is a bit wasted, but they've been so scared of the double flanks that.
잘하긴 하는데.
And the Blade Storm really made a difference. See, that ace is coming in big. You know,
이게 아마 소위
See,
기세를 좀
that ace
탔다면.
matters.
그러니까 부미 스포츠의 5명이 이렇게 그냥 연달아 아무것도 못하고 지거나 이러진 않았을 텐데.
It's not me jinxing, dude. It's all of you guys in chat asking for the SPG Classic. There's still a long way to go. Trying to make the Korean Valorant scene crash and burn. All you jinxers.
한번 걸어도 될 것 같은데요. 좀 침착하게 끝내자. 맛있게 샀어요.
제스비우의 셰리프 더블킬.
확실히 제스비우 선수도 에임이 매섭.
Yeah, no timeouts. Simprisa Gaming, they will wait for the latest moment to call a timeout unless they think the mental is boomed, which is why I think the early timeout happened against Revenant. They were just like, hey guys, get into the game, right? That was the very first map that they played.
근데 이거 판단 잘해야 돼. 그냥 담비가 펍을 노리고 안 되면 그냥 리테이크하면 되거든요.
This time his SPU is going a bit more forward. I like that. You're drawing out the drone nice and early. That's good too.
그러니까 생각 잘해야 되고.
He needs the timing has to be good here. Okay, so the one way comes out, but you know that it's not off of information because you didn't get any tags. So he's gonna continue to try to disrespect the timing. I think he got spotted. No? Did he put up his screen? Maybe, oh, maybe not. I think his screen was up. So Persia's trying to disrespect, but SPU found such a good timing. Now they're going to wait to see if they hear any audio rotating out. And they just assume that they rotated. At the very least, you have the backup plan of SPU, but you don't have the site cleared, and you only have 30 seconds. This is an overcommit. It's a very big commit. Okay, big kill from his SPU. Make your choice, plant or yeah. I actually think the plant was the call here because I think he would have survived. But
순간적인 무력화 명령 때문에 스킬로 막는 게 안 됐고. 이게 또 자금이
yeah, it's jinxing. SPG gun, buddy. There it is. There's the timeout. But I wish I could ask them at some point if they do purposely use their timeouts in a situation where the opponent team doesn't have enough rounds to properly come back into it, like through a timeout or good talks. You know what I mean? So like, obviously, let's say you lose this eco, it's 8-11. And then even if it wasn't match point, let's say they were at like 10, right? And then you win another round, you win another, so then it becomes like 12 then or 11 then. And they come up to like 9, but by then SPG hits back. Now at 9, even if you had a timeout left, which I don't think Boom does, your timing to call a timeout is really iffy. Because if you just started losing, you probably still have eco for another round to try to get to 10. And even if it's like 10-11, but then or if it's like 9-10 and then they get to 11 and then it's like, and then you lose your econ. It's just a weird place to call a timeout. It's something that I've been thinking about with SPG's timeouts because they always come really late. I mean, part of it, I think the coach just trusts the players a lot, but
야, 이거 어센션의 페이퍼렉스냐 뭐 이런 얘기도 그래도 나오는 건데 일단 뭐 감독님의 표정은 뭐 아직은 무조건 이겼다의 표정이에요. 지금.
자, 타임아웃 이후의 라운드입니다. 19번째 라운드.
SPG is Simprisa is what's the exact translation? But it's like it's like take it as it goes or something, as it comes, like something relaxed or whatever. That's where the logo comes from.
그리고 그린 존이 이렇게 중요한 조용한 거 보면은 A 역전진이 나왔을 가능성에 대해서 이제 생각할 거고. 이게 설치할 때 사냥꾼의 분노 긁으면서 한번 칼춤을 춰보는.
Yeah, they're gonna send. I was just thinking that, but if they're leaving this much open, it's gonna just be a ult party here. Hunter's Fury and Bladestorm. This team will send Hunter's Furies on rounds that you think is a risk.
칼춤 하나.
Already gets one above the screen. Hunter's Fury gets the kill onto yellow, and they use the high tide, clears out close. Massive numbers advantage. Famous is down to 5 HP. They're still trying to draw them out. Okay, gets the early lockdown. They draw out all the util. There's still one. No, there isn't. It's over. He's gonna stick it. He's gonna stick.
아, 작전대로 됐네요, 진짜로.
네, 심지어 붐이스포츠가 정면에 집중을 완전히 못한 게 마가렛이 킬을 못 내긴 했지만 그 와중에 미드를 횡단해서 B 메인 뒤쪽을 그린을 건드려줘가지고 에임이 한번 살짝 돌아갔어요. 그 다음에 만조를 구덩이처럼 쳐서.
Oh yeah, it means still don't rush.
뭘 할 수가 없었죠.
이게 A를
That's what it is. I clicked on the link and it opened it on my stream tab because that's what I had open.
그 판단과 정돈이 빠르게 된 거 하나. 그리고 결국에는 리테이크 턴을 상승 기류로 먼저 담비 한 명을 잡고 들어갔기 때문에 화력적으로 이거는 붐이스포츠가 뭐 대응하기가 어려웠죠.
급해질 수밖에 없었습니다.
And now they push out aggressively past their high tide, except this is what Boom's been waiting for, ironically enough. It's just an aggressive push out. So SPG kind of giving Boom what they wanted.
근데 저렇게 만조를 그어서 B를 나올 것처럼 압박을 해놔야.
But now that means SPG will probably stay there again.
자, 한 명만 더 잡아주면은. 야, 페르시.
This guy's too good.
왕자님 또 강림하셨는데요.
자, he's already in.
Oh
my gosh. Oh, the timing.
정말 잠깐의 찰나에 들어와 있어가지고 지금.
What a sick triple kill, though. I mean, you know the spike's down, and you know they're here. So Margaret's just clearing out mid in case there was an extra dig into mid because they didn't have info. And as long as the site is safe, they can group up if it's A, and they have lockdown. So. He's gonna pop the nanos. But yeah, he pops it at around 2015, but now you know the nanos are there, so you just plant safe. All right, retake. Lockdown retake. Margaret's waiting to see if they would have gone for a risky split 1-1. He doesn't see it.
과연 갈 것인지.
이거는 근데 밀지 않고 영역을 내줬다가는 봉쇄 써야 돼요, 지금.
So that's why they're pushing out. They don't want the lockdown. Good big kill. Yeah, because if you wait for the lockdown, there's no chance.
버서크가 둘을 잡아냈습니다. 12대8.
자, 반대로 심플사 게임은 그래도 봉쇄를 투자한 라운드는 아니기 때문에 그 다음 라운드에
Dude,
봉쇄 리테이크
Persia, man.
여전히 남아 있습니다.
Would have been a crazy way to end the game.
완전치는 않습니다. 심플이사.
아마도 스크린 입구에서 교전이 안 만들어졌으면 스크린
Phantom.
봉쇄를 썼을 텐데.
I still like the Phantom.
이게 턴이 안 나왔어요.
심플이사도 아예 배제했던 건 아니거든요.
In order to like the Phantom, you just have to be bad enough that you're not consistently missing out on headshot kills. You know what I mean? As long as you're always spraying for body shots, you really learn to love the Phantom. It's really the key.
절약왕이 아니었다면
발목 잡힐 뻔했습니다.
지금
But this is how you do play this, though, right? It's a high-low double swing. I mean, Boom's ready for it, and this is what Boom's good at. Like, I wish this is how they would have played their defense. But not too late to regret that. You just gotta hope that they can take it to OT.
교전으로 잘 견뎌내고 있는 푸미 스포츠예요.
정보는 확실히 없지만 눈앞에 받고 있던 A에서 둘을
No, you just don't get headshots. That way you never learn about the 140 headshots. That's the trick to playing the Phantom.
눈으로 본 것만 3명.
You play controller, just constantly spam through smokes, get those body kills, get the spray transfers. You know, and then you just learn to love it. Dude, Francis is fast. Chat, who hurt you? Why is everyone so scared of the fake comeback? What about all the big comebacks? What about all the incredible comeback wins? You know? What about SPG bringing it back against Riddle? Like, what about that?
시로의 궁도 거의 다 찼기 때문에 이거는 이왕이면은 22라운드 안에서 승부가 나는 게
Everyone's so scared of the fake comeback. The fake comeback can't hurt you, chat. It's not real.
3번 코인은 있을 것 같은데 3번까지는.
자, 12대9까지 쫓아옵니다.
All right, 3 more rounds. Boom can do it. They can do it. They have lockdown coming up in the next round.
이게 3라운드 중에 2번의 기회는 있어요.
It's doable.
확실히 샷감이 올라오니까 원거리 교전이 이제는 부미 스포츠.
Let's go to a map 3. I just want a map 3, chat. We've had so many 2-0s. 20 and 15. Famous is doing everything he can to keep this team in the game, man. And now they're going all in on A. They're going to realize no harbor, right? No high tide. So now it's just a rush in. So they immediately clear out ahead of it because if there's no high tide, maybe you pushed out fast. If that's not it, you're just going to run in. It's a good read from Boom. And you do back out. Lockdown for lockdown. Attacker's lockdown is slightly later, and you can send in the wingman. Oh my gosh, Tommy's going to clear the wingman.
그리고 나왔죠.
갇혔어요.
Damn.
심판 때문에 갇혀가지고.
네.
Okay.
힘으로 그냥 밀어버리고.
At least they still have the pit, but now they're surrounded, and they're all in the pit.
뒤도 잡아놨죠.
아이비가 스킬이 다 살아있기
This is
때문에
not it.
구덩이가.
Dude, I can't believe Domby goes in and kills the wingman. He reads right through it with an op.
끝났네요 이거.
이게 뒤에
Oh, no.
알아서 무리할 수밖에 없었습니다.
I mean, now it's fairly, yeah, Shiro needs to step out of the pit. It doesn't feel good, but otherwise your positions are too obvious.
자,
Yeah, just play for time. You have money, just play for time.
봐야 돼요 이거.
It's a good catch.
수비가
Oh no.
페르시아.
Oh no. Shiro!
페르시아.
이거 진짜 페르시아 아니었어 큰일 날 뻔했네요. 예.
그냥 과감하게 점프 뛰고 앞으로.
Oh man, dude.
결국엔 심프리사 게이밍이 13대 9로 아이스박스까지 가져갔습니다. 자, 이러면 벌써 어퍼브라켓 상위조 파이널까지 갑니다.
네, 이렇게 되면은 진짜
와우.
JFT e스포츠와 풀센스와의 승자랑 이제
Damn, dude, SPG all the way through to the arena.
하게 되고 그거 만약에
The fake comeback can't hurt you because SPG won. Isn't that what we all wanted?
지금까지 쉽지 않은 여정인데 다 이겨내긴 했어요.
Chad, I don't know what you were worried about. Rip my pick'ems though. I was doing so well. I friggin' punted for Boom Esports, and this is what I get. This is what I get. I should have learned from RRQ. The faith in the Indonesian teams just ain't doing it for me. RRQ tried to let me know. They tried to make me learn. I just couldn't.
야, 근데 내일 경기가
Oh man.
풀센스와 JFT 스포츠의 경기를 통해서 이게 좀 길게 가줘야
But I mean, listen, I do think this is the weakness that a lot of people saw in Boom. I just thought that, I mean, they really didn't need to figure out too much to at least make this closer. But SPG just didn't give him a chance. They realized they were winning hard early and they were relentless.
굉장히 유리한 고지를 심프리사가 점령한 건 맞습니다.
So
3대 9로 아이스박스를 가져갔습니다. 퍼스트킬 보이스포츠가 더 많았네요.
네. 확실히 변수를 많이 내주고.
what does that say about Revenant? I kept telling you that Revenant had a good read on the bind. They started well and they were firing. They were firing on all cylinders. Paradox was playing well. Obviously Sultan was doing just as well as always. Like, it was looking pretty good. It's just that SPG warmed up.
그러게요. 이게 어떻게 보면은
3 best of 3s in sub 6 hours is actually crazy. Here's why it's crazy. That means we not only had fast games, but that means we had a smooth broadcast. Think about that, chat. Everyone always likes to talk about the delays, but nobody talks about the sub 7 hour, 6 hour, 3 best of 3s that was done in Ascension Pacific. You know? All your revisionist history. Get that out of here.
매치 포인트를 가져갔던 게 절약왕이었습니다.
네.
Persia's very good. Persia's very good.
분리할 때 혹은 약간 좀 처져 있을 때는 뭐 페이머스라든가 혹은
Hopefully we'll get a different interview here on the Korean side. I can translate that for you guys, so we'll stick around here. But if you're on Twitch, let me get you your points.
보시는 분들도 간담이 좀 서늘하셨었던 그런 경기 내용이었던 것 같고요.
아 근데 이게 지금 대략적으로 여기까지 봤을 때 약간 3강이거든요 지금. 예, 붐이 스포츠는 약간 모자란 것 같고.
I mean, Full Sense versus most likely Full Sense will beat JFT tomorrow, so Full Sense versus Simprisa will be the big one. And then I think it depends on Boom or Riddle, whoever wakes up more.
뭐 리들 뭐 이런 팀들이 이제 지는 팀들이 또 나올 거고 그 짐을 싸야 되는 팀들이 나올 거니까 뭐 내일 이제 경기 보면 알겠죠.
맞습니다. 내일은 이제 풀센스와
A JFT run would be big. JFT in front of the arena would be sick.
경기가 진행이 되고 심프리사 게이밍은 27일에 경기합니다. 아 여유가 좀 있어요.
Dude, SPG all the way to the arena?
쳐요.
아 현지 음식에 적응을 좀 잘해야 될 필요가 있을 것 같습니다.
거기다가
What I think is going to be in the finals? If the thing is if Boom can get to the arena, if they can come up from the lower bracket, I think they have a better chance of getting through with the momentum than Full Sense. Like I think Full Sense are favorites, but I'm like always so scared that they're gonna overheat and just crumble. I'm so scared. And if that's the case, then Riddle has a chance too. But I mean, the safe bet is most likely, no matter what happened, no matter who wins from Full Sense, and most likely, obviously, JFT hasn't played yet, so Full Sense might not even be at the arena. But JFT, if Full Sense goes up to meet SPG, no matter who wins then, it's most likely a rematch between those two teams. But yo, Sliggy was like, I'm out of here as soon as the match is done. Thank you for the raid. Welcome all you slugs. Welcome. We're waiting to see if there's a Korean interview, so if there is, I'll help translate it.
몇몇 중계진은 아마 안 될 거다. 안 될 거다 Ascension. 누구라고 말 안 할게요.
빈본인가요 혹시?
But we shall see. I think they're waiting. To see if they can get it set up.
근데 그 빈본의 저주가 제가 왜 득이 된 것 같아요. 예, 뭐 빈본 말고 한 명 더 있는데 얘기하지 않게.
Do you know who is the IGL for Oblivion? I am told it was Chime, but originally it is Q. Q was the IGL, but he couldn't come because of work.
심플리사 게이밍이 벌써 위쪽에 올라가 있고요.
사실 지켜보시는 분들도 리들전에서 좀 불안한
big
부분들이
shout to
있었다
Sluggy.
보니까 패자조 가서 올라가는 그림들까지도
SPG in the upper finals. Who would have thought? I just wasn't sure of all the IGLs beforehand, so I didn't include all of them in the videos. That's why didn't have the chance. Chobra Cobras, you know, that is probably what I should call my subs, huh? So that's a good shout. That's a good shout.
근데 이게 그 다음부터가 제가 보기엔 정말 치열할 것 같아요.
그러니까 JFT 스포츠가 래피드 로파이와 경기할 때
any Sliggy viewers have faith in JFT? JFT to the arena? Dude, that would be sick. Like, I'm all down for an Oceania run. I'm all down for the storylines, especially when it comes to Ascension. I'm all for the storyline. No, we got maybe one or two believers. I'm not a believer, but we got one or two. All right, here's my predictions for tomorrow. I'm on that Revenant train. I have been. This was my pick'em before the tournament started, and it hasn't changed. These are my predictions for tomorrow. The double duelist needs to stop. I'm sorry, Toast. I'm sorry, Toast. I do love Toast, both the food and the creator, but no, I think Revenant's beating DSG. I'm sorry for the DSG believers, but no, I think how big of an org is JFT? Like, they seem to mostly be like a streamer management / like crew org. Like, they have like merch and stuff, but they have a lot of content creators under their banner. Interview. Okay, they are gonna have an interview on the Korean side. All right, so once that comes through, let me help translate that. Yesterday we had Margaret on the Korean broadcast. It's gotta be Persia today, but maybe the mainstream gets Persia, I don't know. Won't Disguise just aimed at them? But the thing is like, Revenant isn't complete. Like, Revenant, like, I think Sultan and Dust 9 doesn't get completely shut down. I think they match on the aim department, if not even sometimes better in terms of consistency. Yo, Speeds with the gifted subs. Appreciate it. 5 gifted subs going out. Thank you so much. If you received a sub, if you are a new, I guess we're just going with it. If you're a new Cobra, give a shout out to Swedes. Thank you. Thanks for all the love, everyone. No, but even then, and I think Paradox has been playing really well this tournament. And I don't think even, you know, SK Rossi gets completely shut down on the aim department. He is much more inconsistent, but you know, obviously Disguise, like all of their players, they're like known for their aim and mechanics. But yeah, I guess so. I gotta get back on the branding. The Cobra branding. I don't like the Cobra branding though, which is why I tried to change my. I tried to just ditch my ID last year, but I've been working in esports for too long that everyone just still calls me Chobra, so I reverted to it. In that matchup, who wins Icebox? You mean Revenant versus DSG? Oh, Icebox might be DSG's if they go to Icebox. Well, no, we didn't see Chobra's go for that.
근데 저는
That's
이제
not what we
자부할 수
said.
있는 거는 작년과 올해는 확실히 분위기가 많이 달라요.
How good
왜냐면
deep are
슈퍼
DSG's
같은
overall
경우는
macro game plan and
포스트
strats?
팀들과도
They're
스크린을
not.
많이 할 정도로
They're not. They play double duelists and they have one of the duelists lurking. Like they are really reliant on opping and they're really reliant on aim. They're not completely thoughtless, but it's like in some ways it is better that they're not completely all in on the double duelist, but also it's like now you're kind of wishy-washy, you know? And I do think it's just a matter of them saying, well, this is our strength and we're going to stick with it. Like, I get that. I don't think it's them just not... I don't think it's that they don't know.
좀 되게 약간 자유로운 분위기에
But-
하지만 정리는 잘 되는 팀 이런 느낌인 것 같습니다.
But I don't think... but it has its limits. It has its limits. And double duelist always has its limits, but it's not varied enough. Like, it'd be almost better if they did still like do crazy all-ins with Vera and Juicy, and then they go back. But they're like so reliant on Vera opping and interviews here.
만나보시죠.
Oh, it's Margaret again.
승리 축하드립니다.
It's always Margaret.
안녕하세요.
Margaret gives very passive,
오늘도 역시 또
funny
승리를
interviews.
거두시게 됐는데
Very
승리하신
deadpan.
소감부터 좀 간단하게 해주시죠.
All right, so let's hear just your thoughts for now off the victory.
저희 무난하게 한 번 더 이겨가지고 기분이 좋아요.
I'm just happy that we won without any issues again.
지난번 리들 경기 너무나 어려웠고 보미 스포츠도 이제 약한 팀은 아니어서 좀 걱정하는 시청자분들이 좀 계셨는데 압도했던 것 같아요. 저 어떤 부분이 좀 이제 오늘 경기 내에서 좀 잘 된 것 같으세요?
So what went well today to be so dominant?
약간 상대가 정석적인 부분이 있었어.
To be fair, they play pretty traditional and pretty textbook, so I thought they'd be pretty predictable and we'd be able to win pretty easily against Boom. I mean, yeah, I think that's fair.
그럼 혹시 마가렛 선수가 봤을 때는
Okay, so then, in your opinion, personal opinion, we don't know who's going to come to meet you yet, but who do you think is the most difficult opponent to face in this tournament?
지금 팀들 중에선 풀센스가 제일
I think for now, Full Sense is probably the trickiest opponent.
센스가 올라올 것 같나요?
So do you think Full Sense is going to come up to the upper bracket finals? Yes.
오나요? 퍼스픽?
And if you beat them,
이기고 퍼시픽 가겠습니다.
do you come to VCT Pacific? Yes, we will beat them and join VCT Pacific.
아래쪽에서는 뭐 리들이 또 내려가 있고 뭐
Very straightforward interviewing.
풀센스가 만약에 위쪽에 올라오면
Okay, so if Full Sense comes up to the upper bracket, which teams do you think are favored in the lower bracket?
DSG랑 리들이
I do think DSG and Riddle will be able to make it through. Oh, he rates DSG Island.
적응하는데 좀 쉽지는 않을 것 같아요.
And, you know, in terms of getting accustomed, like the food and everything, is that okay?
한국 치킨들 막 이런 거 많이 먹고 있어요.
In terms of food, like we found a lot of Korean fried chicken and other Korean food. There's actually a decent amount, so we're doing fine on the food department.
네, 지금 고지가 지금 얼마 안 남았는데 이건 뭐 지금 그 바꿔바뀐다라는 거는 그 혹시 또 오늘의 경기나 지금의 어센션을 위해서
And
어떤
in
팀들이
terms
좀
of
도움을 많이 좀 주고 있나요?
whether it's today's match or other matches at Ascension, are there any other teams that you'd like to give a shout out for that have helped you with scrims and stuff?
여기 와서 많이 하지는 못해.
We didn't actually get to scrim too much once we got here.
연습 많이 하고 인도 팀이랑 뭐 싱가포르 팀.
But we've been scrimming a lot of like South Asian teams and some of the Singapore teams and things like that.
인터뷰 마무리 짓겠습니다.
And last but not least, anything you want to say?
결승 올라갈 수 있도록.
Well, we'll make sure we can go to the grand finals, so we'll be prepping for the next match, the upper bracket finals.
감사합니다.
And that is it.
한 선수를 더 준비했습니다.
Oh, we got another interview. We have double interviews. Chat, listen. I'm not here for Jen's job. I had Jen's job years before Jen had the job, just so we're clear. I'm not saying anything about Jen does an excellent job, but I started as a translator for League of Legends. Oh, you guys are showing your young age. They also lied. They lied because there isn't another interview. No, she didn't take my job. I stopped translating a long time ago as my main job. I was casting and hosting. So all the props to Jen. Jen does an amazing job, and I will vouch for Jen. In fact, she might be the first person that I've said this like publicly for a couple times, but like her translations have actually improved immensely, and it was already pretty good from the get-go. It was already really good from the get-go. But her translations have improved immensely, and more than anything, her English has actually improved immensely. It was already good, but it's very noticeable that she puts in the time. So I will always give respect where it's due. And yes, and Jen knows how to play up the show, which is it's needed. Which I do think is important. I think that's on the interviewers and translators to do. Well, not translators. If you're there just to translate, then you shouldn't. But if you are the simultaneous interviewer and translator, then you got to play up the show a little bit. So I like that. I like that. Yeah, like if you look at not even year one of like if you look at the first time Jen was translating, obviously she was doing League beforehand as well, and like it's good, it's very good, it's very smooth, but it's become a lot more natural where now obviously like even the instigating and all of that is much more comfortable. Obviously she does a good job of also making sure that she has a lot of familiarity with the players, which is something that I used to always kind of stress for coming like interviewers that are coming up or translators, like even translators, even if you're not an interviewer, even if you're just a translator, getting to know the players ahead of time is so important, because then that's how you like actually interpret and not just translate word for word, right? Because maybe they said one thing and usually they use that phrase in a different way, or they have a certain nuance. Like Margaret's very deadpan, but like that way we know if he says like, oh, I feel great today, like that's actually huge for him, you know what I mean? Like things like that. So and it's obviously very clear that Jen prioritizes that a lot. And yeah, it looks like Jen's trying to learn Chinese too, which I've always thought about that and I've never taken the leap. So I mean, props to her. Props to her. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so for those who my pick'em video is on my YouTube. All right, well, first of all, this music's throwing me off, so we're gonna stop that. My pick'em video is on my YouTube. You can go check that out. Even before the tournament started, I predicted Revenant over DSG. I had them meeting in the lower bracket. Margaret just said he thinks DSG and Riddle will come up through. I have faith in Revenant to be able to get through the double duelist aim duels of DSG. But we shall see. I do think that one's a fairly 50-50, but I don't know, maybe that'll come back to bite me in the ass, because who knows. And just as a heads up, unfortunately I will not be co-streaming tomorrow because I'll be on the Korean broadcast, so I'll be back on the official broadcast tomorrow, but then Tuesday I'll be back to co-stream, and the final weekend I will be co-streaming all matches because I'm not on the Korean broadcast. So that is that. But since we have a lot of newcomers here, we'll do a little Q&A. Any thoughts on Revenant's overall macro game plans? I think it's not anything special. I think they understand the basics. I think Sultan also just creates a lot of space for them, so it makes things easier. But Sultan's timings are pretty good. Pretty good. I'm thinking about playing some Deadlock, but we'll think about it. I have to eat dinner too. We did check out the Dev Diary briefly, at least like the Asian and map changes. We talked about that earlier. Do you have any tips to learn Korean as a beginner? This one's always tough for me because I just grew up speaking both languages. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. Like I've tutored people like step by step, but in terms of like tips to learn, I'm sorry. I'm probably actually the worst person to ask just because I grew up speaking both. Because I didn't like actually learn one or the other. How did NAOS look today compared to when they played Boom? They looked better, but still disappointing. But obviously also they were up against an easier opponent, so that's why it was disappointing. But they did look a little better. Do you know anyone who will be co-streaming the first game? Sliggy's only going to get up for the second and third. Oh, that's a good question. Neil is also only doing second and third? Is that correct? I know Neil's been trying to co-stream these games. Did you all know that subs are 25-30% off this month since it's September? It's the best time to sub to WillChobra to not get any ads, have access to emotes, and be one of his Cobras. Thank you, Uxco. That made it easy. Let's see here. Best map for Full Sense? So I do think that they've gotten actually even better since the Thailand League. Like the sync between PTC and John Olsen is just really, really good right now. And Sushi Boys has been fragging. So it's I mean, they were one of the teams also that just had like pretty dominant performances overall. During Split 2, it was Lotus for them, but I don't know if it's Lotus anymore. I think it could be. I think it could be coming back to Haven for them. But I guess they're both 3-site maps. I guess there's a similarity there. Do you think JFT can pull off a huge upset here? I'm going to be very honest. I think it's very unlikely. I do think it's unlikely. Are there any Valo co-streamers with frogs? What? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Full Sense versus JFT will really give us finally a good look at like where JFT stands. I've recently come across a video of yours about Blue Archive. I mean, if you're wondering, I didn't know in the beginning, but yes, I do work the Blue Archive anniversary streams. Will I be here tomorrow? No, tomorrow I will be on the official Korean broadcast. This is a sure... Which one? This is the one that all the... Like, a lot of streamers and podcasters use. SM7B. It's a sure SM7B. Worthy investment, but obviously very pricey. I actually think I don't have mine set up very well. I should probably retweak it, but I'm too lazy. Do you think Astra getting her 5th star back will be... Listen, I'm just going to put this up on the main screen so I don't have to keep looking away from the camera. Since we're just doing Q&A now. Just have chat big on my screen. Yeah, yeah. Look at this, chat. Heck yeah. Do you think Astra getting her 5th star back will be prime controller in most maps? I don't know about most maps, but we'll have to see. Because 5 stars is so strong. But like Omen is still really good. I think it'll go back to just being a preference thing in terms of style and comps. But like if you're not experimentative, if you're not big on trap plays, then Omen is still going to be serviceable, I think. What do you see to your barber? That's a very fresh question. I've never been asked that question. I don't actually go to a barbershop. I go to a hair salon in Korea. And I always tell them, like last time. Yeah, if you want to, I guess if you want to watch me tomorrow for tomorrow's games, you can watch the Korean broadcast. I'll be there, but it'll be on Korean. Where can you watch the Korean broadcast? This is from YouTube. The Korean broadcast is on YouTube, Africa TV, and Naver. No Twitch, though. Do you think Revenant can win against Disguise? I have Revenant winning, but I think it's very close. Do you think watching the Korean stream tomorrow would help me learn Korean? That probably not. We shout a lot and we talk very, very fast. Do you think it's going to be a Simpresa Gaming versus Full Sense final? I'll have to see what Full Sense looks like if they come up to the upper bracket finals. Because depending on if they lose the upper bracket finals, because then they have to quickly switch gears within the weekend to get back into the lower finals to play back to back to back. So there's a chance that like a team like Riddle or Revenant or GSG, whoever, or Boom, who's been already in the lower bracket might actually trump them. If SPG falls down, I think they probably could still switch gears, but what team do you think right now is the underdogs? Well, I think overall winning it, I think SPG is definitely up there. If SPG in Full Sense, who are underdogs? Like underdogs that have a chance, you mean? Like still considered a dark horse? that's a good question. Riddle's not an underdog. I think they're a contender. They're just not favorites. I guess Revenant. Because I have them beating Disguise, but I would still put Boom and Riddle above Revenant. So I guess Revenant. Why is your one controller out? Because I was playing Zenless Zone Zero yesterday. Yesterday. For whichever team is unable to win Ascension between Full Sense and Simpresa Gaming. I love how we're all just assuming that that's the grand finals. Do you think their players will get picked up in Tier 1 VCT Pacific? It's tough because I feel like... So first of all, both the players on both of those teams have a language barrier. I don't know for certain about Simpresa Gaming. I don't know how many of them maybe speak some good English on the side. Obviously, Persia... has played abroad, so maybe Persia has a shot. But the other guys, I mean, they are young, but I don't know how comfortable they feel going to a different language. But then if you consider that, like, let's say if it's Simpresa Gaming, it's DRX, Gen.G, and T1. But there are already rumors of DRX and T1 kind of going through and working out the rest of their roster. Gen.G, there probably is a chance of a bit of a retool just for multiple reasons. But are they waiting for this to wrap up? That I don't know, right? That's always the tough part. Like, teams kind of want to get ahead of things. But I could see maybe a couple getting picked up by Gen.G if they are retooling at all. But then it also depends on like who, right? Because like obviously you're not gonna, even if like as long as texture is there, you're not gonna take Dombi over texture as good as Dombi might be. And then when it comes to Full Sense, it's the same thing. Like, really the only shot they have, unless, like, as far as I know, not any of them are, like, comfortable to go onto an English-speaking team, but they could always be willing to learn. But then Talon's your only option. Even Talon's calming in English, so... Can Revenant win Ascension? I think it's tough for Revenant, but I would say Revenant's my dark horse, I guess, now in the bracket. You got perfect pick'ems besides the Disguise game, and Disguise was the only team you watched. Feels bad, man. Why would Gen.G retool? I mean, finances, contracts, military service. Bunch of reasons. I mean, maybe they want to... The thing is like, I think they did a really good job making micro adjustments in the meta to suit themselves, but they also weren't really... Outside of the initial, like, showcasing how strong, really sturdy 1-4 defaults are, they didn't exactly innovate the meta, right? So I think that was one of the weaknesses they had. So that could be something. I mean, I'm just saying there are reasons. As great as they were, I think there are reasons. I think Munchkin still needs to do his. I don't think it's like, I don't think he has to do it next year, but I think Munchkin, still needs to do his, like, soon. I mean, age-wise. The only person who's been to the military on Gen.G is Charon, so everybody needs to do it, but... Never understood why Jing... I mean, we don't have to understand. You know, I mean, he got exempted. It is what it is. Same with Juicy, apparently. Yeah, like Munchkin's talked about it before as well. And in the past, you used to be able to kind of like constantly delay it, but things have changed where now it's like there's a chance that you'll get denied the delay until the last years. So, will I do military? No, I am an American citizen. I used to have dual citizenship, but for that specific reason, I gave up my I forfeited my Korean citizenship. So I am actually an alien living in Korea. I'm actually a foreigner. Charon, definitely. I mean, listen, it's a huge boon getting your military service done early. So I've heard some of the agents within the esports scene in Korea have told me that they are recommending some rookies to just, like, if they can't find a team right away, to go to military, you know, try to apply for one of the, like, office positions or anything like that. And then there are now positions where you can, like, still play some games, like, in your free time or like over the weekends and stuff. So just to keep keep up your skills so you don't get too rusty, but get that done out of the way like nice and early, and then come back and grind through, because then you can like really go long term. So it's still a gamble, but I think it is good. Can you give me Copium for Revenant versus Disguised? I think Revenant's going to win. I predicted Revenant, both before the tournament and today. And I will do that tomorrow on the Korean broadcast. And probably a lot of people will call me crazy, just like they did today for Boom. And maybe, hopefully I'm not wrong like I was today for Boom Esports. What's the youngest people are allowed to start? I want to say 18? I'm actually not sure. I actually don't know if King is doing his military service right now or not. I just can't figure out where this guy is, because like every time I think he's like just completely done or he's doing military service, he like suddenly shows up and then he's just like gone, and I'm like, he's a phantom, man. Do you think Primy's friend Snappy will join Talent? I actually haven't heard of Snappy, so I don't know. I mean, there used to be like a military StarCraft team too back in the day. There used to be a military StarCraft team too. But I don't know. I don't know if we'll see that anymore. Especially with teams. What? No, dude, Pro League's been done for so long. You can't keep getting hurt by Pro League. Get out of the past. Look to the future. What do you think of the Pulsar mouse? Oh, okay. So I bought the RQ one, which is the X2H. And I've never used a lightweight mouse before. And I've gotten used to it. I really like it, actually. I really like it. The X-Lite V3 I was given from Pulsar when we were doing the Stormgate Invitational for Tasteless. And I haven't actually tried it much. I plugged it in briefly because on my wife's computer because I had to use it for something. But I actually haven't given that one much of a chance. But I think part of it is because I think I might like that one better. So I'm kind of afraid because I really want to keep using the RQ one. But I've been liking them. The Pulsar mice seem really good. I do like that one. I do like them. You think there's a shot a Korean org picks up X-Rust? Ooh, for their academy to play in Challengers and then have him locked in before he's available? Oh, yeah. I could see that. I really hope X-Rust keeps up, man. I have big hopes for X-Rust. I hope PKM gets consistent too, because those two, these are players that used to play for Nongshim Red Force, who were the other grand finalists in Challengers Korea. They played with Yo-Man, which some of you might know. He was the IGO. He came back over from China. But X-Ross and PKM. X-Ross definitely I have high hopes for. PKM needs to get a little consistent. He overheats a lot, but yeah. Any big roster moves? I don't know. I'm the worst person to ask about rumors. I try not to pay attention to them. I'm literally the same as all of you who just reads. Some of you probably know more rumors than me. Why does Rare Adam always steal insane players from VCL Korean Koreaners and never do anything about it? That's a great question. I mean, to be fair, Freeing was picked up because the season was done. You know what I mean? Like, D plus Kia got knocked out of Challengers Korea. They were done and out, so. And Simprisa Gaming didn't need a roster change for Ascension, so. Achilleos leaked Carpe joining T1? On Plat Chat? Really? Was that it? I don't know. I was talking a lot during the offseason on Plat Chat too for roster moves, so. Which Korean player should they have kept if they won? I mean, I would say Freeing, but that would feel bad considering Freeing was added on like last minute. Are you using an IEM? Yes. I'm using Shure IEMs. Proud face after SPG. I had Boom winning, though. Boom was disappointing today. NAOS was disappointing. Boom was disappointing. I mean, I have SPG winning the whole tournament, but... freeing on smokes might be it? Yeah. I'm that guy with the good video. Thank you. I assume we're talking about the same person, but thank you. I appreciate that. Pacific will have the biggest buyout? Like, as in, like, a buyout pricing? That doesn't sound believable. Unless you mean, like, the biggest roster change. Let me see here. See if we have time for maybe a game or two before my wife gets home. Yeah, we're just having some Q&A. Ask your questions. Full Sense is playing against JFT, the Oceania team from Australia, in the upper bracket semis. There's players in Pacific that have a higher buyout than Osmos. I mean, I could believe that. I don't think it's reasonable, but... How long have you been married for? Got married at the beginning of this year, so... Make a Pacific super team. Only rule you can pick one... we've done this before. I forget what I said. Although, I guess now we've seen them at Champions. Listen, I'm always going to have my boy Buzz. Buzz. You got to have Devi. You got to have Devi. And Devi can flex around to anything, so that makes things very easy. Controller, maybe a hard sentinel and IGL. I'm not gonna have Devi IGL. IGL is tough. IGL is tough. There aren't enough good IGLs. Did DSG lose already? They lost once. Yes, they already played once. I know everyone says, like, why no texture? But I just really like the way Buzz entries. I know texture has more under his belt, but I really like Buzz as an entry. I really love the determination he shows when push comes to shove. Charon, I'm a big Mind Freak believer, but he is more inconsistent every now and then. I'm a big Mind Freak believer, though. I'm a big Mind Freak believer. Ooh, Wild Oreo is a good shout, actually. Wild Oreo is a good shout for Sentinel. Wild Oreo... Wait, the rule was only one player per team, right? Yeah, I'm taking Devi for Paper X then, for sure. Oh, Wild Oreo is a good shout. But also I'm torn between Meteor and Charon. But if I don't take Charon, but I can't take Mind Freak because I took Devi. That is tough. That is tough. Charon. Oh, Magnette. Oh, Magnette, but Charon. Like, Magnette's great. I mean, Magnette's great, but Charon, Sentinel, and another, like, Initiator / IGL. IGLs are so tough, though. So even if we were to just say Initiator, I would be a little torn. Who am I? I'm like blanking out because it's been so long since we've seen some of these teams. Who else am I missing out on here? Primi Flex. I'm not a big Stacks believer. If he's not IGLing, I would love to see him frag out again, but... Can Revenant beat DSG? I have Revenant beating DSG. Envy. Okay, so if I don't care about IVLs, if we don't care about IGLs, then Envy. But then I can't get Wild Oreo. Who am I getting for my Sentinel? Oh, this is actually tough. Who did I have during the season? Someone asked me this during the season. Devi can Sentinel. I just don't like having... Devi's biggest strength is a full-on flex. To me. But Devi can Sentinel. But if I'm going to have Devi Sentinel, then I would just pick somebody else, you know? Then I would take, I don't know, I guess Forsaken and then have somebody else Sentinel. Yeah, and Sentinel isn't his best role, but he is great at opping too. No, Devi's just so good. Oh, Jit Boys. You know what? You're right. Sorry, Karon. Just because then I can have my boy Meteor, because I do like my Meteor. Meteor and Buzz are my guys. No, this is it. This is it. But there are other good shouts. Like the ones that people normally might not think about are like Wild Oreo is a good shout. Wild Oreo was a great shout for Sentinel. Obviously, like anybody on Gen G. I would say like Flashback's a good shout. Obviously Mako, but that one's kind of an obvious one. Obviously Forsaken. To me, Mind Freak's a good shout. I'm just not... I don't know. I need to see more from Stacks not IGLing to get back on the Stacks train. But there are rumors that Stacks may have to IGL again, right? Because I've seen headlines of like T1's trying to make a full Korean roster, and they were already starting to comment Korean, so it's like. And even towards the end of the season, it felt like Xcurate was kind of doing the big round around, but a lot of the calls in the game were Stacks. It felt like it. So I'm a huge Xcurate fan. I'm a big Xcurate fan, but I agree that objectively he needs to do a lot more to prove himself in Valorant. But I'm a big Xcurate fan. I want to see him do well. I rate Xcurate for sure. But he needs to do a lot more to prove himself in Valorant. But yeah, this would be my pick. This roster kind of goes hard, I'm not going to lie. What about coach? Me. Termy, that guy? Pfft. Come at me. Any Bazzi news? Isn't he on the new FRQ team? By the way, FRQ is coming back for anyone who missed that. 5K is coming back. 5K is coming for IAM. He saw Team IAM not make the finals, and he was like, streamer team can't even make an international tournament? I'm coming back. Suggest is back as well. Suggest is on this new F4Q team. For those who missed it, I think Bozzy's on it. Yeah. It's Bozzy, 5K, Suggest, and then Qte, who used to play on a couple amateur teams. He used to play on F4Q a little bit, and Desperado, and even they make fun of him. They're like, you're not even like Radiant. Like, what are you doing here? And then I think a lot of people are hoping that it's Zunba coming back for F4Q, but they haven't announced their 5th member yet. They said they can't. But here's the thing. Here's the chat. This is some rumor milling we can do. So in the announcement video, that 5K does. He specifically says, we have our 5th member, but we can't announce it yet. But that to me sounds like it's someone on a tier 1 team. Am I correct? Because isn't there that rule that you can't announce changes until like October or whatever? So that would mean that it's not Zunba. That would mean it's not Zumba. So who could it be? Oh, actually coach HSK for a super team? That's a good shout. I'll be head coach like Solo. I'll do the mental coaching and HSK can be the coach. That's great. That's a good shout, YouTube. So which Korean from tier 1 would join F4Q? Imagine if Zest leaves IAM to join Bleed and then he leaves Bleed to join F4Q. What a crazy revenge arc that would be. That would be the most insane revenge arc. RB? No way, though. There's no way. RB just doesn't gel with that vibe, you know what I mean? Because 5K made it very clear. 5K made it very clear in his announcement video that, like, they are going to go for, like, entertainment. Like, they're doing this to spice up more entertainment. They want to bring out, like, more content for the challenger scene. And 5K straight up says, like, he throws QT under the bus. He's like, if we were doing it to win, QT wouldn't be on this team. So 5K made it very clear that they are, like, going for both entertainment while still competing. Whereas I think, is actually really trying to lean more into the competition side. So that'll be a fun thing to watch if F4Q can qualify for challengers split 3 or split 1 of 2025, then that would be exciting to watch. By the way, Team IAM has they have announced a roster change. 972 Kutsuri is no longer part of the team, but they haven't announced who's joining. Zest still on Bleed for now. Does Revenant have a chance to get... Yes. I am predicting Revenant to win. I don't think it's easy, but I'm predicting Revenant to win. No, I think Zumba's out. I think Zumba's out for military. Maybe it's a streamer from a franchise. I don't know. I mean, it could just be that... Oh, maybe Zumba's not actually out of the military yet, and he comes out in the fall? That could be it. No, but I'm pretty sure Zumba's out. I'm pretty sure he was streaming. I don't know. There's a lot of hullabaloo trying to figure out who this 5th member of F4Q is going to be. Logic would tell us that it's a controller that is missing on F4Q, but a couple of them are flexible, so it could be anybody. They suddenly pick up Ray 4C. That'd be sick. They're like, friendship with Bunny over. Ray 4C is my goat now. That'd be so funny. That'd be a collab. That'd be a collaboration of the times. That would be a Valorant crossover of the century. Imagine if it's tens. Wouldn't that be really funny, though? That would be very funny. Are you a gacha gamer? I do like my gacha games, but I do not spend money on them. And I advise you to be very logical about your spendings if you do. I want to ask if you know any Riot devs, because my Valorant account was just... I cannot personally help you there, but I do hope that gets resolved soon, because that's unfortunate. What happened to Egos? He retired. I mean, he said like that was it. Like, he's been doing it for a long time and it's just not sustainable. So he retired to go back to, I think, finish his studies and find a different job. How likely is Carpe on T1 next year? Well, so T1 just released they released a sick video. Let me see if I can find it actually. There's something to note here. Wait. Was this not released recently? I saw it recently. Well, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it's just an old one. I swear it was like a shorts that I saw, but like Carpe was front and center. And I was like, oh, well, I guess they're really sticking with him. But perhaps I am wrong. Maybe that was just a cut from their documentary at the beginning of the summer. Can't find it. Chat, we will not be playing games because my wife's actually almost home, so I want to make sure I can grab dinner with her. What's with these names? Someone asked me my super team of Pacific, but only one player from each team. And so this is it. But I guess I cheated by having HSK and Meteor, but... who will Hillman replace? We don't even know where Hillman's going. Do we? I don't think so. All right, I think that's going to be it for today, though. We had some fun with Q&A. Again, no stream tomorrow because I'm actually on the official Korean broadcast for Ascension. But we will be back on Tuesday, and then the finals weekend as well. So we'll be co-streaming that. And for all the newcomers, you know, when there are tournaments, we try to watch party. We make videos on Valorant Esports. Obviously, I'm a caster here in Pacific. But other times, we're just chilling. We're playing some Deadlock. We're playing some gacha games. I might start a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. I've never played that game. So we might do that. We're going to have some fun on the off-season, on and off. So if you want to come hang out, and we can always talk Valorant, we can talk other esports. I've been part of a lot of esports over the years, so we can do that. Then feel free to follow the channel, subscribe on the YouTube, maybe even subscribe while it's, what is it, 25-30% off on Twitch. Yeah, that'd be cool. But otherwise, hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. Thanks for visiting, and I will see you on the Korean broadcast tomorrow, and hopefully I'll see you on Tuesday here for the watch party for Ascension. Hope you guys all had fun, and hope you have a great rest of your day/night. I'll see you guys later.